Good morning and welcome back to Snetterton for day 2 of our BARC TV live coverage here in Norfolk. Now, yesterday had our first race of the Praga Cup. However, our winners, Broadbenton Much, disqualified later in the day. So we'll find out a bit more about that. They've also got their second race of the day coming up also. We also have double headers in the Britcar Trophy category, double header in the BMW Kumhos, and our second race of the weekend in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. My name's Ewan. I'll be here in the paddock and the pits, and Dave Goddard, of course, will be your commentator for the day. So before our first race of today's action, the BMW Kumhos, let's go and speak to a few of the drivers in the paddock. Here we are then in the paddock before our first race of the day, the BMW Kumho Championship. James having a great championship and a lovely qualifying session yesterday too.
Yeah, qualifying went well. I was struggling at first. It was pulled the lap out on the last lap. Literally went over, the flag came out, and I managed to get the pole, which was good. And yeah, it's been a decent season so far.
I mean, 2 wins from 4 races. It's Niall Bradley that's won the other 2, but he is an invitation class, so you're leading the championship, yeah?
I think so. I don't think we've actually looked at the points, to be honest, at the moment. We had Silverstone was good, had a couple of wins. Brands wasn't quite so good. We had a few issues with the car, but it feels like it's back in where it should be.
How was qualifying yesterday? I know we talk about the time, but the conditions changing today. Searing heat yesterday, a little bit of drizzle in the sky here.
Yeah, yesterday was very, very hot. Weirdly, though, even though it was that hot, the tyre pressure didn't come to what we were expecting, which meant we didn't get the lap time till very late in the qualifying. Yeah. So we put the pressures a bit today because it's, like I say, a bit colder. I think we're all looking at the sky hoping the drizzle goes away, to be honest, but it could be quite exciting early on with a bit of wet.
I mean, for us watching at home, a bit of drizzle's really good, actually.
Yeah, particularly when we're on slicks. When it slicks with a bit, it gets very interesting, so I think I prefer it dry, though.
There's no chance you can't change from slicks, can you? It's just with your class, it's the slicks on.
We can go to the wets,
okay.
But in the race, by the time you come in and swap with the way these are, you'd lose so much time, you'd stay out. It's just whether just before the race to make the decision we could put the wets on, but it really has to be really wet for them to make any sense. 2
races today. You're looking for 2 podiums, 2 wins. What are you looking at?
I'd like 2 wins, but at least podiums.
Okay, fantastic. James, best of luck. Catch up with you later.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Right, let's go and speak to our invitation class. 2 wins so far this season for Niall Bradley. I can see his car just over behind there. We'll go and have a word. Here we are then, just like magic, found Niall Bradley in the car 47. Now, Niall, you've got to explain what you're doing today, because you're in the BMWs, but you've not qualified, so starting from the back, you're also in the Brit car. What's your diary like today, mate?
First of all, we got Britcar quali. We come straight in from that. We got 10 minutes to swap over then. We'll be then going to Kumho race 1. So we've got to swap the wheels, refuel, and go back out. But because we didn't get here yesterday to qualify with Kumho, we're having to start at the back of race 1. And then wherever we finish race 1 will obviously determine for race 2.
Now, you've won 2 BMW races as an invitation already this year. Starting from the back, you must be looking forward to that.
Yeah, it should be good fun. It should be good fun. But look, I'm not here to prove anything. I just want to keep it clean, if you know what I mean. Get it off the line, get away from the back, try and pull a couple of safe moves, and if I can, early doors to try and get back on to the back of the A-class blokes, and then just play it out from there. Then we've got a 15-20 minute race. It's not, it's not like it's over in 5 minutes. So I'm going to try and keep calm and slow start and maybe a quicker finish, but we'll see what happens.
Because 3 races today, you've got to look after the car, haven't you?
We do, yeah. We definitely have to look after it, yeah. We played with it since Brands. At Brands we felt like there just wasn't something sweet with it, and we found the issue on Thursday, so we found a few more horses in it, so it'll be good to see what it's like here today. So yeah, we gotta look after it. We definitely.
So car 47, one to look out for at the back of the BMWs. What's your sort of aspirations like for the Brit car? Different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, I done Britcar night race last November. Planned to do 1 race. Surprised myself how well we done there, and then decided to join the second race. But if it's anything like last year, we managed to finish P2 Britcar last year, so we just see it's a bigger grid today, a lot of blokes out there for championship, and again I know the feeling when you're in a championship, and I'm not about to start playing with people's championships. Sometimes you got to lift out and you just got to bide your time, really. But we'll see what happens. It's measuring. We're just measuring ourselves really to see what the car and I can do against different championships, just to see where we stand.
Being typically British, scorching hot yesterday, been a little bit of drizzle in the air this morning. How does that play with your setup for the cars?
To be honest, I don't think it's wet enough to make any changes at the minute. So Britcar runs on a Dureza. If it's wet, you're allowed to use a Dunlop wet, but you're only allowed to use a Dunlop tyre or a Goodyear. So yeah, we'll go out in the dresses, see what happens, and then just play it by ear. But I don't think we need any changes yet anyway. We'll just play it by ear.
Cousin Ronan behind you over there, he's racing as well. Do you race together, or is it brother? Brother, fantastic.
Yeah.
There he is, just doing something with the engine over there. Are you racing against him or with him?
Yeah. Ronan's in a different class. Ronan's racing in Kumho, but he's in a different class. So he's a Class B, slightly lower spec car. But yeah. My other cousin Adrian was supposed to be here. Both of us were supposed to be starting on the back, both Class A cars, but because Liverpool were lucky last night, he's not making it today.
No, best of luck today, mate. Let's go and see if we can find some of our BMW Mini drivers in the Kumho Championship first race of the day. And we have found not just a mini driver, but the mini driver, Zach Blackwell. 4 races, 4 wins, and on pole here at Snetterton. Great season so far. Just sort of summarise it up to this point.
Yeah, it's been a solid start to the year. I've enjoyed the races. Had some really good battles with multiple different people, so that's been enjoyable. A bit of a shock start to the season for me, really, because coming into it a little bit sort of unknowing to what my pace was going to be like. It was just like a lot of unknowns and not a lot of testing going into it, because we just rebuilt the engine literally just before the first race, so from a blow up at the last season. So it's just. So
is 4 wins a surprise then? It sounds like.
Yeah, 4 wins is a surprise for me, because like I say, I'm new to the whole car racing thing. I come from motocross, and 4 wins was a complete shock to me, because I did 3 sort of odd races last year as my first, or like my introduction to the racing, and I had 2 fourths, but then I won the last round at Silverstone, and then I had a blow up. So, but that was in the wet. So, and it's looking like we might get a little bit of rain today. So I'm actually hoping for a bit of rain, make things a bit interesting. I do like the rain. I feel a little bit more confident in the rain to the dry. So, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, everybody around the paddock is just sort of doing this morning, just looking up and wondering.
Yeah.
In the mini class, they're all sort of fairly similar minis, of course.
Yeah.
What's maybe possibly different about yours? Getting the extra horses, or are you just a quicker driver?
No, so we're all power to weight and torque ratio matched. I don't know, just maybe a bit of car setup. This is a turbocharged, whereas the guy who's in second in the championship, he's in a supercharged. So there's 2 very different styles of driving, although the cars look the same.
Can you tell us, for people at home, what's the difference between those 2 setups?
In an easy way of talking, it's more like driving from a petrol to a diesel. Okay. So like a turbocharged car's got a lot more bottom end power, whereas the supercharged cars have got a lot more top end power. So you'll hear the supercharged cars more like screaming their cars a bit more, like using the top end of the power range. I
suppose that has advantages depending on the track too. Yeah. So what's the advantage? Who's got the advantage here at Snetterton? Because you've got plenty of long straights, but also some nip and tuck turns as well around here.
Yeah. So I'd say when it's different. It's pretty well matched track here. I think, in all honesty, I couldn't tell you what tracks, because I haven't been to enough yet. But I would say here probably suits an R53 maybe a little bit better because of the long straights. But then there's a lot of tight twisty bits in with the 300 circuit. There's a lot of tight twisty parts through the infield. So with that, the turbos sort of seem to hook up a little bit better. So, and then hopefully the tyres are good to me as well. So they help me out.
That great season so far on pole. Best of luck today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And there we go. It is time to go Kumho BMW Championship racing. First of 2 races today. Over to you, commentator Dave Conrad.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to Snetterton Race Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England. Not quite as sunny, unfortunately, as it was for day 1. Yesterday we're here ready for day 2 on BARC TV, a day of action presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action as always. We'll be underway in just a few minutes' time with our first race of the day. We welcome the Kumho BMW Championship, the first of their two 20-minute races today. Then there's a short pause after that while we have a qualifying session. We'll show you some action from yesterday during that break. Then we have the second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the teenage racers in their Citroën Saxos. Then the first race we've seen this year on our coverage from the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup in partnership with Toyo Tyres. Two races for them today. And that's followed by the Britcar Trophy, their first of their two 50-minute pit stop races today. Quite a varied entry for that race. After lunch, it will be the second race of the weekend for the Praga Cup. They have a 1-hour race with a mandatory pit stop. That's followed by the second Kumho BMW race, the second Britcar Trophy race, and the second Carbon 8 Hyundai Coupe Cup race. So quite a variety of motorsport we have here today for you. Cars are already on the grid for our first race of the day, about to head off for their green flag lap. So we will give you the grid for the Kumho BMW Championship. This championship open to any BMW or BMW Mini, as we just heard from some of the drivers. And it is number 32, James Card, who has set pole position in the qualifying session that took place yesterday. 22 of Russell Dack alongside him. The second row, 76, Jason West, and it should have been Brian Bransom, number 26. Unfortunately, his car broke down during the Snetterton Saloons race held at the end of yesterday's race session, and it looks like he's a non-starter, unfortunately, so no Brian Bransom. Row 3, number 28, Brad Sheehan, alongside 78 of Ronan Bradley. We just heard from the Bradley brothers. The cars move off for the green flag lap. Row 4, the reigning overall champion, number 7, Kevin Denwood. He's in Class C with the BMW Compact, alongside Jazz Sapra. In his first of 4 races today, he won the Snetterton Saloons race yesterday. First of the BMW Minis on row 5, Zach Blackwell alongside Neil Clark. Then we've got Rob Austin, not the BTCC racer of the same name, and Charlie Heatley alongside him. Then number 13, Nigel Williams. He's in Class C of the BMWs alongside Andrew Godfrey with his BMW Mini. We saw him racing his Honda Civic yesterday. Row 8 is Andy Langley and Ionut Carrare. Row 9 we have Trevor Ford, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, number 25, alongside Dan Butcher-Lord in the 23. And at the back we should see number 74, Chris Walton, and hopefully Niall Bradley, number 47, will be there. But he's just been out in the qualifying session for Britcar Trophy. As he explained, he had to quickly swap, and we'll wait to see if he's at the back. He has actually set the fastest time in that Britcar Trophy qualifying session, I can tell you. Now, is he there at the back? There's Trevor Ford and Dan Butcher-Lord. No, Niall Bradley isn't there, unfortunately. He may be starting from the pit lane. We'll wait and see. No Chris Walton either, number 74. This will be a 20-minute race. Cloudy and blustery morning here at Snetterton. We have had some rain overnight, so it might be a little slippery in the early stages. Hope you have a great day here with us at the Snetterton circuit on BARC TV. The opening rounds of this series were held at Silverstone on the international circuit. James Card, our pole sitter here, won a double there, while Niall Bradley, running in the invitation class, had a pair of wins at the second meeting of the season at Brands Hatch. One or two cars suffering some mechanical problems there. Kevin Denwood, running in Class C, car number 7, the BMW Compact, won the overall championship last year. This will be a standing start. The cars will form up on the grid. There's number 17, Ionut Carrare. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I believe he's of Romanian descent. 51 there in the A-Reeve run car is Andy Langley. One or two cars suffering some mechanical issues in the meeting at Brands Hatch, so a couple of cars not out today. There is James Card, the double winner from Silverstone, the season opener. one of the favourites for the championship this year. He runs in Class A for the cars with the highest power to weight ratio. The orange car next is Russell Dack, the Dackmeister as he's known, in the colours of the Jägermeister livery, most so famous in motorsport, particularly in Group C sports cars. Sadly no Brian Bransom. His car suffered problems in the Snetterton Saloons race yesterday. He was leading at the time as well when the car faltered. It was Jasveer Sapra who won that race. Now he's got 2 BMWs here this weekend, Jaz Sapra. He's in Class C in this race in his yellow M3. His grey M3 that he won the Snetterton Saloons race in yesterday. He's doing the Britcar Trophy races in that car as well. So 5 races for Jaz. There he is in the yellow car across the course this weekend. He's the busiest man here this weekend. Jaz Sapra starting on row 4 alongside Kevin Denwood. Zach Blackwell going for 5 wins out of 5 in the BMW Mini category. We heard from him earlier. This will be a 20-minute race. Jason West could be in with a chance here. He had some contact with Brian Bransom in the opening round at Silverstone, if viewers may remember. And his rear wing fell off midway through the race. There's Jason, the black and orange underscore car prepared by the G Sports team. That's Giovanni Di Gennaro's team. Okay, here we go then. A 20-minute race coming up. Ronan Bradley, the only Class B car on the grid. I suspect the first 3 on the grid here, we're fighting for victory. Brad Sheehan in the pink and white number 28 car, the Days of Thunder inspired livery, could be a challenger as well. Waiting for the 5-second board to be held aloft by the marshal on the pit wall. Then the red lights will come on, and when they go out, we'll be underway. There's the 5-second board. Waiting for the red light to come on. It's time to go racing here at Snetterton. Day 2 here on BARC TV. The red lights go out, and away we go. And the BMWs charge down towards the right-hander at Rich's corner for the first time. Good start by James Carr. Decent start at the inside by Brad Sheehan in the pink 28 car as well. They all swing their way through. There's Jaz Sapra, the yellow car. He's getting a wheel onto the curb on the inside. He chases the reigning champion Kevin Denwood up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Onto the brakes, round the 180-degree right-hander. Card leads it from Dack. Sheehan up to 3rd. Not the best of starts by Jason West. He's down to 4th. And there's the BMW Mini category, and Zach Blackwell has lost the lead from his pole position up the inside. There goes Charlie Heatley, the number 44. Blackwell's going backwards there, all over him there as they go into the left-hander at Palmer's. The leader's up towards the left at Agostini. It's the 32 of James Carr that leads. Dack in 2nd, Sheehan 3rd, West is 4th. Then it's the number 78 of Ronan Bradley. Now, is that Niall Bradley at the back? Yes, the green and white car. There is Niall, so he's joined from the pit lane after he had to dash it in from Britcar qualifying. There he is, the green and white car towards the back. So that's Niall Bradley, the Bradley brothers out there. We had hoped to see Adrian Bradley here as well for the family based in Kent, but we heard the reason given by Niall in his interview as to why Adrian isn't here. He was busy celebrating Liverpool's victory in the FA Cup yesterday. There go the BMW Minis, line astern. 46 car Andrew Godfrey was sharing Aaron Reeves' Honda Civic in the Snetterton Saloons yesterday. It is James Card who holds the lead in the 32 as they head out of the end of the Bentley Straights through the final few corners. Then the bomb hole where the circuit drops down a little, then out of Corham and up towards the final corner at Murray's. There's the bomb hole. The Dackmeister in 2nd place. That's the Prep and Lay sponsored car of Russell Dack. He's been overall champion a few years ago in an E46 Compact, now in an M3. As they come up to cross the line for the first time. Card with a clear lead. 2nd place, it is the orange machine of Russell Dack. They're separated. Well, we don't know how much they're separated by because my timing screen's frozen. We'll do that in a moment from TSL timing. Sorry about that. Leaders head into the hairpin for the 2nd time. Brad Sheehan sideways into the hairpin. My goodness, what a save! Power sliding through the hairpin. That's a brilliant save by Brad Sheehan. Said it was a bit slippery out there. He stayed ahead of Jason West as well in the battle for 3rd place. First 4 have broken away as I expected here. Number 28 pink and white livery on Brad Sheehan's car, inspired by Days of Thunder. Jason West in 4th place. Wait to see who comes through next here. And who's leading the various classes further back in the order. Unfortunately, we've got no live timing at the moment, so we'll rectify that as soon as we can. Jason West dropping back from the 28th of Brad Sheehan. Trying to close up there as they go down the Bentley Straight, the back straight here at Snetterton out of Williams Corner, then down towards the left at Brundle, under the bridge, and then the right at Nelson's. The leader at Nelson's now, that is James Card. Minute race for the Kumho BMW Championship. Jason West trying to chase for a podium here. Through the bomb hole, then the long right of Coram, into the left at Murray's, the final corner. Named in honour of the voice of motorsports, Murray Walker. Jazz Sapra's got ahead of Kevin Denwood. And here are the minis, Rob Austin in the number 24 car. As we said, not to be confused with the ex-British touring car racer of the same name. Leads Charlie Heatley. Zach Blackwell didn't make the best of starts. He's back to third. A battle from the back. Dan Butcher-Lord started from the back of the grid, fighting it out with the number 53 there of Neil Clark. Could be a change to the lead there. Yes, Charlie Heatley's gone through at the exit of the bomb hole. Here are the minis. Charlie Heatley leading them through. There's Trevor Ford further back in the field in the number 25 car. He's in Class C. As Austin attacks for the lead, the closest battle at the moment is in the BMW Minis. Charlie Heatley in number 44, the man from Brentwood in Essex, continues to lead the pack. 5 minutes of the race gone, 15 to go. Just waiting for our live timing to come back to life. Apologies for a few issues there. Okay, we've got the timing back now. It's Card from Dak by just under a second at the end of that lap. There are the leaders coming through Williams Corner, named after the Formula One team and its founder, Sir Frank Williams, who was of course sadly lost to the sports just a year or two ago. Certainly one of the most important and revered figures in British motorsport, Sir Frank Williams. One of the voices of motorsports, Martin Brundle, has a corner named after him on this circuit as well. Martin Brundle from Norfolk, as was Lord Nelson, whose next corner is named after Nelson's County. Swing their way through the right-hander at the bomb hole, then it's up towards Coram. Still Card from Dak. Brad Sheehan in third place. Here are the minis. Charlie Heatley, Zach Blackwell now up into second place. Rob Austin's down to fourth. He led the class early on because Dan Butcher-Lord, number 23, has come through. He had to start from the back of the grid. Tailing onto this group is Neil Clark in the 53. 5 of them together for the lead. It could be 3 wide into Brundle here. This is going to be interesting. They disappear under the bridge. Dan Butcher-Lord has gone to the inside, I think, in the number 23 there. There's Charlie Heatley. He's held his lead. Blackwell side by side with Butcher-Lord. Blackwell with all 4 BMW wins to his name so far this season. The ex-motocross competitor, scrambling as it used to be known. Then Austin, Clark, the 46 of Godfrey in the white car moving to the outside. Here are the leaders. James Card still leads. His late father Roger raced in this championship for many years in a beautiful E30 M3, which I believe James Card still owns. Second place. Oh, we've got a tangle there. That's Jazz Sapra and Kevin Denwood. Smoke from Sapra's car. I think that maybe, is that tyre smoke or is it engine smoke? We'll see. Pick that up momentarily because the leaders are coming into Williams Corner. Zach Blackwell, has he taken the lead in the BMW Minis? I think he has, yeah. Jazz Sapra's car is wounded. No, he hasn't taken the lead of the Minis. It's still Charlie Heatley, but Jazz Sapra we can see in trouble there with damage as a result of that collision. So he may not get all 4 races in today unless he can repair that yellow machine. See the damage to the front of the car. We'll try and see what happened there up at Rich's corner. Sapra had already got front end damage, look. And something broke going into the corner there. They both spin, Denwood as well. That was bizarre. They seem to have identical spins. Denwood saving it. It looked to me as though something either broke or flew off Jazz Sapra's car there. I saw a bit of debris fly up. I reckon something broke on the number 40 car, sent it into a spin, and then suddenly Kevin Denwood, it was as if he spun in avoidance. Here are the minis. Heatley from Blackwell. Austin back up into third, so Dan Butcher-Lord has dropped back. I think he ran wide up at Riches in the first corner. 51 there is Andy Langley. Fakenham, so on his local circuit today. Good close battles among the BMW Mini Coopers. Identical 1600cc Mini Cooper S's. It's Charlie Heatley, number 44, the man from Essex, in the 4-4 Motorsports car, with a clear lead in the class at the moment. Can he end Zach Blackwell's unbeaten run? Well, Blackwell's back to third because Rob Austin has come through into second place. James Card still leads overall by a couple of seconds. Brad Sheehan still third. Class B is being led by Ronan Bradley. Class C invitation is Niall Bradley. And Class C is now it was being led by Kevin Denwood. We'll check if it still is after a bit of a spin. Yes, it is. Because his rivals in Class C are further behind. Trevor Ford is quite a way down the order in the number 25 car. Nigel Williams at the back of the field, and Jazz Sapper, of course, in trouble. The other Class C car of Pete Miller is not here. Great battle here, and a bit of trim hanging loose from the side of Zach Blackwell's car. There's been some contact in the battle of the minis. Into the pits comes Jazz Sapper. Damage to his car after that spin, as we saw. There's Kevin Denwood. He's still going in the number 7 after that moment. Here are the minis. Effectively 2 races in one here. We've got the BMW Saloons battling it out, and then the BMW Minis. There's damage there. You can see, I think it's the wheel arch trim hanging off the side, and both sides is damaged, look, on the car of Zach Blackwell. He's in trouble here. So there's been some contact in that battle for the lead of the Minis. Zach Blackwell's car dragging some bits of trim around. Meantime, here's your leader, and a change for second place. I think Russell Dack has hit problems somewhere, because Brad Sheehan has taken over second place. There he is. There's West in third. Have we lost Russell Dack? While we were watching the minis there, something's happened to the 22 car. Has he had a spin somewhere, I wonder? There he is. He's down to fourth place. So something's happened to Russell Dack there. He's had a moment somewhere. It is slippery out there, and these cars all rear-wheel drive, of course, these Saloons. Lead gap was up to 3.5 seconds, near enough, at the end of the previous lap. Here comes Jason West now in the G Sports Run car, attacking for second place on the back of Brad Shear. We saw him have a couple of wins at Brands Hatch last year. He runs wide over the curbs there on the exit of Agostini. Up to the left-hander at Hamilton's, then the right at Oggy's, and right again at Williams. Sheehan starting to eke out a gap again over Jason West. They head down the Bentley straights. There's over 8 minutes of this race to go. Here are the minis. This is for 8th overall. Charlie Heatley ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, Rob Austin, Neil Clark, and down to 5th in class is Zach Blackwell. Bodywork flapping around. So be careful he doesn't get flagged in as a result of that. So if you have bodywork flapping around and it's judged to be dangerous, you can get the black and orange flag. The black flag with the orange disc, the meatball flag as the drivers call it. That means technical problem, you need to call into the pits. One car has dropped out so far, Jazz Sapra. There's Russell Dack, similarly coloured car to Branson. Apologies, of course, he failed to start the race after problems yesterday. There go the leaders. They're lapping Trevor Ford in the 25. He's waving them through. Yes, Jason West all over Brad Sheehan there. James Card looking for win number 3 for the season. He took a double at Silverstone at the season opener. It was Niall Bradley who won both races. And contact into the hairpin. Jason West into the back of Brad Sheehan. Sheehan goes around. Well, he tried to get up the inside there. There was no room on the inside. Try and see again what happened there if we can. So that'll put Brad Sheehan down to fourth place, I think. Let's have a look again. Up the inside. Yeah, Sheehan went to take the line for the hairpin. That was a bit over-optimistic, I think, by Jason West, but the main thing is both cars have continued. There's Jason West, still going in second place. It's Russell Dack up to third in the Orange Cup. Left James Card with a clear lead. Here are the minis. Charlie Heatley looking for his first win of the season. Dan Butcher-Lord in the 23 in second place, the man from Peterborough. Zach Blackwell continues to drop back with his side trim flapping in the breeze. The two minis behind them, those of Langley, and running by there, the 46 of Godfrey, I think that was. Anyone for Rallycross? Yodut Carrare has dropped away from them, then Nigel Williams and Trevor Ford rounding out the field. We usually see Trevor Ford's son James out in these races, car number 69, normally in Class D, but he's not out this weekend. Lead gap has come down a little. I think the timing stopped working again because it's showing Brad Sheehan in second place, and he's not, he's down to fourth. It's Jason West now shown in second, the timing a bit slow to update itself there, sorry. 2.5 seconds in it for the lead. Russell Dack in third, Sheehan is down to fourth, and here are the minis. Up the inside, Dan Butcher-Lord having a look in the blue car. Their tail is the number 53, Neil Clark. He's going well on his local circuit too, from Kings Lynn. Here comes Butcher-Lord at the inside, takes the lead, and following him is Neil Clark. That's at Hamilton. Through goes the 23 of Dan Butcher-Lord into the lead of the class. Charlie Heatley just seemed to lose momentum there coming out of Agostini, and now Neil Clark's going for the lead. We could have three leaders in three corners here, and it's the Norfolk mini car that leads in Norfolk. Neil Clark takes the lead of the class. Charlie Heatley goes down to third place. And here comes Rob Austin. I'm wondering if Charlie Heatley's starting to develop a problem here. He just seems to have lost his straight line speed. Dan Butcher-Lord pulls out to the outside, down towards the bridge. He's going to go round the outside on the brakes into Brundle. He's done it. Heatley goes up into second. This is terrific stuff from the minis. Heatley back to second. They seem to be slipstreaming each other down the straights more than using out-and-out power. In such evenly matched cars, that is the way to race. Poor old Zach Blackwell. He's got a grandstand view of all of this. He wants to be at the front of this battle. 4 minutes to go in this first of two races for the Kumho BMW Championship. Supported by Kumho tyres for many decades now. This is great stuff. The BMW Mini is certainly the highlights. James Card still leading overall. Now the leaders are coming towards the end of lap number 8 as the minis start lap number 8, so you can see the gulf between the BMW Saloons and the minis. Behind the big four at the front in Class A, we've got the Bradley brothers. It's Clark side by side with Heatley. Heatley gets the sprint out of the hairpin. Oh, and Neil Clark slowed. I think he missed a gear there coming out of the hairpin. Just lost drive briefly. It's Niall Bradley 5th. Ahead of his brother Ronan. They're in different classes, Class C Invitation and Class B. Then Kevin Denwood, he leads Class C, and then the minis. There's a bit of debris there. Rob Austin runs over it. That's a bit of Zach Blackwell's car, I think. Austin up the inside, takes Neil Clark. A brief loss of momentum out of the hairpin. He's lost 2 places there. Dan Butcher-Lord leads the minis. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Niall Bradley, 2 minutes, .534, and he's down in 5th place. Charlie Heatley has retaken Rob Austin. And he's run wide there, Charlie Heatley onto the grass. Good save, he managed to pull back on. Rob Austin gives him room to recover. He'll surely get ahead of him down the Bentley straight now. Away in front is Dan Butcher-Lord, number 23, and Neil Clark wants some of this as well. They could be 3 wide into the left-hander at Brundle. Round the outside goes Rob Austin. In the middle is Charlie Heatley. Neil Clark trying to get through on the inside, but Dan Butcher-Lord's been able to get away as a result of that at the front of the class. Just over 2 minutes to go. James Card leads by just over 2.5 seconds. Neil Clark muscles his way past Charlie Heatley now. That's through the bomb hole. Up to Coram. It's a long right-hander. And they swing into the left at Murray's. The leaders are coming up to lap this lot. Now it'll be starting the last lap this time. James Card's got his headlights on to warn the back-marking minis that he's there. They've lapped one of them already. That's number 51, I think, of Andy Langley. They've lapped number 17 as well. Look at this, 4 or 5 of them together, and James Card's got to find a way through this lot. He's going to go through the middle as they come up towards Rich's. Excuse me, says James Card. And the ways part, and he's through the middle. They've all missed each other, just about there. Getting out of James Card's way. That was brilliant. It was like the parting of the Red Sea. The minis moving apart there. Straight through the middle went James Card, and he's heading for victory. Neil Clark's heading for the grass if he's not careful, because he's going to get out of the way of Jason West, who twitches his way out of the hairpin there in second place. Russell Dack is still third. There's the orange card monstering up on the back of the minis. James Card avoids that bit of debris on the inside, doesn't want to puncture his tyres. Passes Dan Butcher-Lord. Over the debris goes Russell Dack. Oh, that bit of wheel arch goes flying. Careful, says Zach Blackwell behind him. That's mine. He'll want that back after the race. 30 seconds on the clock, so it's going to be checkered flag this time for the BMW M3 of James Card. He's heading for win number 3 this year, barring any mechanical maladies on this final lap. Had some problems with the throttle on that car at Silverstone. He struggled to get the car dialed in. No problem at all here though. It's a couple of seconds clear of Jason West in second place. Down the Bentley straight for the final time they go. Just the left-hander at Brundles, then the right at Bombhole, at Nelson at Bombhole and Coram, then round into Murray's. Russell Dack third. There's Brad Sheehan. Covered after his bit of contact with Jason West. He's got Niall Bradley up behind him. Jason West trying to close in on the Mike Brewer Motors sponsored BMW of Russell Dack, of James Card rather. Russell Dack back in third place. They're coming to Murray's for the final time. Jason West closing, but it's going to be too late. Our first winner of the day here at Snetterton is going to be number 32, James Card. There's the checkered flag. James Card takes the win. Win number 3 of the season. Jason West comes over in second. 1.5 seconds separate the two of them. And Russell Dack, the Dackmeister, completes the podium, the former champion. What about the minis? Fourth goes to Brad Sheehan. Niall Bradley is fifth. Who's going to come through to win the mini class? It's going to be Dan Butcher-Lord in the number 23. Takes the minis ahead of Neil Clark, Charlie Heatley. Now, where did the previously unbeaten Zach Blackwell finish? Only 7th in the class. He clearly picked up some damage to that car. There's a bit of contact in there as we saw. Last couple of finishers to come through. It'll be Niall Bradley 5th ahead of Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood. They win their classes. Confirm the results just as soon as we have them. Last couple of cars coming over the line then. Then we will confirm the results, waiting for Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood to come in. I think just one retirement there. We lost Jazz Sapra with some damage. Curious incident there. Something broke as he went into the first corner of Rich's and he went spinning around. Kevin Denwood seemed to go off in an identical spin in avoidance. Over the line comes Nigel Williams towards the back of the field there. Just still waiting for a couple of cars to take the checkered flag because it's a long lap here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Waiting for Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood. They were separated by about 7 seconds. I can just see them in the background there. Leaders just failed to catch them. So it's win number 3 for James Card this year. That'll put him in pole position in terms of the points for Class A, and it'll put him in pole position for Race 2 because the grid for Race 2, let's double check, yes, is formed by the results of Race 1. Okay, we'll have a look at the provisional results in a second then. James Card the winner by just under 1.5 seconds. Jason West tried to close in on that final lap, and it was Russell Dack who completed the podium with Brad Sheehan in 4th place. The 4 Class A cars clearly a cut above the rest. Niall Bradley in 5th position. He wins Class C Invitation. Ronan Bradley, his brother, wins Class B. He's the only runner in Class B. 7th goes to Kevin Denwood. He wins Class C. And then we've got the Minis a lap down. Dan Butcher-Lord, his first Class win of the year, ahead of Neil Clark. Then Charlie Heatley, Rob Austin, the 46 of Andy Godfrey, and Zach Blackwell down in 6th in the class, not 7th as I initially said. Sorry, he did beat the number 51 of Andy Langley to the line there, but only just. Yonuk Carrare completing the top 15, and then Nigel Williams and Trevor Ford, the other 2 finishers. We lost Jasper Sapra with damage after that spin. Hopefully he'll be able to fix that damage for race 2. He's got 4 races to compete in today. The Britcar Trophy is out in as well, as we said. Well, hopefully we can catch up with James Card and his fellow battlers in the BMW shortly. Fastest lap in that race, incidentally, went to Niall Bradley, 2 minutes, .179. We can shortly head down to our ace interviewer, Ewan, who is down in Parc Ferme talking to some of the drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Thank you very much. Here with James Card, race winner, 3rd win of the season. How was that one for you?
Oh, tough, very tough. The first half of the race was okay, and then I think we had an incident in the first corner, and then drove the whole lap dropping fluid down, and you couldn't really work out where it was. So the middle part was literally just keeping it on the track and not spinning. And I think a few did spin behind me.
Yeah.
And then, to be honest, I was just going ultra cautious. Don't spin with the lead. And I could see them catching me, but I was like, I don't think they've got enough time, and I'm just going to be careful.
I think at one point it got down to about 1.5 seconds. He was really close behind you.
Yeah, and then I think he made a mistake on the oil, and I didn't. I was probably being overly cautious, but I managed to win, so I suppose it's the right thing to do. And then we caught all the minis right to the end, and that's how I have to admit, I got through the mirror on the straight, and I wasn't sure I was going to.
We enjoyed that. I think you split 5 right down the centre.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure whether to go, and I wasn't sure whether it was a BMW-sized gap between them, but it was, thankfully, and I just thought, Jason's going to get held up there, and at that point, I didn't coast back, but I thought I've got the time now to do it.
3rd win, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, so let's see if we can also speak to Jason West. Where is Jason? We'll go for a walk. Want to speak to Dan Butcher-Lord. Let's speak to Dan. Where's Dan? Dan, how you doing, mate? Minis never fail to disappoint, do they?
No, I think that's been the best race we've had all year. Glad to be back on top. It's been a while since we've had a win, but no. I mean, if I didn't win, I think that would have been one of the highlights of the year.
I mean, there was 5 of you, like buzzing like flies.
The Minis have got a lot of grip that go around the inside, outside, the whole of their ground. I think it's great. So anyone that's got one to join, really.
And one more race to come today as well.
Yeah, so if we start on pole, we've got a good chance of race 2. Other than that, we'll just keep our head down and do our own thing.
Now, one incident there when our race leader split you down the centre. I mean, what do you do in that situation when you know you've got to get out of the way, but you are racing?
Well, I can see there's probably a 2-second gap there. I thought, well, if they've had to yield a little bit, I've probably got a little time to yield as well. But you've got to pick your right chance to let them overtake. Not too late into the corner, try and let off into the corner so you get a good exit out. But other than that, yeah, I think we did a solid drive.
Mate, great entertainment, well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's speak Neil. Let's have a chat as well in the minis. Mini racing, it is just incredible, isn't it?
That's fantastic. I was glad to be involved in all of that up there. Yeah.
What you just checking the tyre pressures behind you there?
Yes. Just just checking where they were from last time, and because it's been feeling good.
Now, second place, you could have been anything. With about a minute to go, I still didn't know who I was going to be interviewing. You could have finished anything between first and first.
Top five, so close in that race, which is good. I think they're trying to find a balance with all the cars, so it's getting closer. And I had a little go in the lead with the minis, and then dropped back again. But no, loved it.
How did you deal with the track condition? A bit of oil down there.
Yes. I thought it was my brakes at first, but coming down to the first corner, the two in front collided, and I saw the flag, and I think most of the way around the circuit as well. So it was a bit tricky for a few laps.
Right, we cannot wait till race 2.
Oh, thank you.
So there we go, we got a really busy schedule today, so we'll leave it there for now. The Praga's right behind qualifying, they'll be racing later on, but for the time being, to round things up from the BMWs, it's Dave Goddard.
Yep, thanks Ewan. Great racing from the Kumho BMW Championship there, their 3rd meeting of the season. Now the Praga Cup is out qualifying at the moment, so they have a separate qualifying session for each race. They had their first race yesterday, of course, and it was the number 77 Mittel Cars entry, Scott Mittel and Charles Hall, who inherited the win after a couple of cars were excluded for infringements post-race scrutineering. More on that a little bit later on, but while we have this qualifying session, we are going to show you some racing from yesterday here at Snetterton. The next race on the programme today is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We're going to show you their race from yesterday here on BARC TV. It's perfect timing there, the cars lined up on the grid for the 6th race of the season for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, 1600cc engines, just moving off for their green flag lap, and it is the championship leader, Harry Hickton, who's won 4 races out of 5 so far, in pole position alongside number 58, Harvey Dent. Second row is the Irishman in car number 22. That is Dara Flock, alongside number 871, Jensen Bell. Max Hall, the only man to beat Harry Hickton so far this year, starts 5th on the grid alongside number 16, Jacob Heap. Row 4 is Travis Chapman, 77, number 10, Harry Smith. Row 5, Adam Harding and Jamie Good. And on the 6th row, Oliver Cottam. He'll be a little bit disappointed, I think, to be that far down the grid. One of the more experienced drivers on the grid in these cars, alongside CJ Morgan. Row 7, Jamie Petters, last year's top rookie, alongside Gabriel Doyle-Parfait. Row 8, Adam Parker and Zach Palmer. On the 9th row, Charlie Constable and Oscar Dix. Moving on back to the 10th row, Jacob Baldry starts alongside Riley Price, then Luke Scrooby and Jack James, Ben Carter and Jonathan Moore, Joel Ryan and Alexander Mostav, and Sandro Ballesteros rounds out the grid. Car number 93 has a 2-place grid penalty for an incident in the previous round. Number 93 is Max Hall, so he's moved back from 3rd to 5th on the grid. The championship opened on the Silverstone International Circuit, where it was a perfect weekend for Harry Hickton, the son of long-time saloon car racer David Hickton. Came in as a complete novice to the championship last year, having never even raced karts, and he won the first 2 races this year, his first wins in the championship. They then had a triple header a few weeks ago at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. Harry Hickton scored 2 wins there, was beaten into 2nd place in the first race by Max Hall in car number 93. Hickton, of course, leads the championship. Max Hall in 2nd. He's the leading rookie in the points. And it's Jensen Bell, number 871, 3rd place in the standings. These young racers have come through the world of karting, or in 1 or 2 cases from a short oval racing background. Some of these could be the British Touring Car Championship stars of the future. This is their training ground, some of them as young as 14. Keep an eye on Jamie Petters. He's had a bit of a frustrating season so far. That's the blue and Dayglow yellow car there, number 322, brother of Dan Petters, who used to race in the pickup truck racing championship, now racing elsewhere with a Porsche. '53 there is Jack James, winner of the Junior Saloon Car Scholarship in the winter. This is a 15-minute plus 1 lap race. So when the time counts down to 0, we go into the last lap. It's not checkered flag when the clock is down to 0. The last lap signal goes out instead. The Junior Saloons do it a bit differently. We've just had a 3-hour race. This race will fly by over just 15 minutes. To the grid they come then. Harry Hickton will be on pole in the number 46, a number more famous in motorcycle racing, of course, the red and blue car. 58, Harvey Dent, the black car with the red roof. 22 is Dara Flock. The Irishman alongside 871 Jensen Bell. 93 Max Hall in the blue and yellow car. Number 16 Jacob Heath in the grey Lucas Oil sponsored machine. Once the grid is into line, the marshals will give the all clear, the red lights will come on, and then we'll be underway for 15 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. And these identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. In position then, Waiting for the 5-second board to go up from the start marshal's rostrum. You can see the first 3 rows of the grid. There's the 5-second board from underneath the gantry. Waiting for the red lights to come on. Junior Saloon Cars, first of 2 races this weekend, gets underway. The red lights go out and down towards the right-hander at Riches for the first time. Looks like everybody is away cleanly. Good start by Harry Hickton in the number 46. Harvey Dent in the blue and orange, the black and orange car alongside, trying to sweep around the outside. Are they all going to get round the first corner for the first time? It looks a little like it. A little bit of bumping and boring in there. 1 car wide onto the grass, but it's Hickton already a few car lengths clear with the lead. Attacking up the inside, Jacob Heaps made a good start in the number 16. He's going through into second place on the hairpin. Great start by Jacob Heap from the 3rd row of the grid. He's up to second. A bit of rally crossing there for Oliver Cotton in the number 98, the blue and pink car running wide. He's had a slightly frustrating start to his season, trying to fight his way up the order in the early stages. They head towards Agostini for the first time. Then the 46 of Hickton leads. It's Heap in second. Harvey Dent, number 58, is in third. That's Jensen Bell trying to move up on the inside in the 871, attacking Max Hall in the blue and yellow car number 93. Ahead of them is Dara Flock in the number 22. Everybody around the first few turns okay here on the Snetterton 300 circuits. Almost 3 wide there for third place at one point. Harvey Dent, Dara Flock and Max Hall in there. That's Jensen Bell. And in behind them, I think that's the 333 of Adam Harding, possibly. Yes, it is. He's made a good start from 9th on the grid. Out towards the back of the circuit they go for the first time then. Can anyone stop Harry Hickton? He's won 4 races out of 5 so far this year. So far, good, clean racing from the youngsters. Side by side there, the number 33 and the 11.33 of Jacob Baldry. 11 is Oscar Dix. A little bit of leaning on each other there down the straights. A bit of smoke there from Oscar Dix's car. Up the inside there for 3rd place. Try and work out who that is in a second getting through. A little tricky to see the numbers on 1 or 2 of these cars, especially with the low sun at this time of the afternoon. There's Jamie Petters, the bright yellow and blue car, no mistaking that livery. Everybody seems to be around the first lap so far okay. There's the 53, Jack James, the scholarship winner over the course of the winter. It's Harry Hickton who leads, Jacob Heap in second place. The battle is on for 3rd, 3 wide almost out of the final corner at Murray's there. Oh, and there's contact in the pack there. That's Adam Harding involved, Jamie Petters. On the grass was the 280 of Gabriel Parfait, I think. But hopefully they've survived that with just bodywork damage. Looks like Adam Harding made an over-optimistic charge through the middle there. It's the 77 car moving up to challenge Travis Chapman, the green and black car there. He's going well. Fling their way through the right-hander at Riches. Up towards Wilson's hair, but it's Hickton in the clear ahead of Heap. It's Harvey Dent in 3rd place. Travis Chapman side by side with Dara Flock for 4th position. Behind them, number 93, Max Hall. We'll try and get a replay of what happened there at the final corner. Yes, 1 car across the grass there and cannoned into the side of Jamie Petters. That was Adam Harding, sending other cars scattering wide onto the grass. I think Harding took the worst of that. We'll see if everybody comes round on this next lap. Adam Harding, I can tell you, has headed into the pits, so damage for him. Hopefully Jamie Petters, yes, I think has been able to survive that. There he is in the background. There's the fight for 4th position. It's Hickton from Heap and Harvey Dent, that is, in 3rd place. Then Travis Chapman fighting it out with the 22 of Dara Flock and Max Hall in the 93. Scored his maiden win at Cadwell Park. He leads Jensen Bell in the rookie standings this year. All at the inside there takes Dara Flock coming through Oggies. Scrapping going on here. Behind them, Jensen Bell, the 871, the ex-Oval racer. Behind them, it is the number 30 of Jamie Good. 303 there, that is Zach Palmer coming under fire from Jamie Petters. Behind them, the number 92 of Adam Parker in the black and green machine, his familiar colours from last season. Of course, last year's championship was dominated by Charlie Hand. He's moved on up. We'll see him racing tomorrow in the Britcar Trophy with his Renault Clio, or the Westbourne Motorsport team. A few Westbourne cars in this race as well. There's Jamie Petters. You can see the damage where Adam Harding cannoned into him. chasing the Vinnersport car of Zach Palmer, 303. He's got the novice cross on the back of his car. Your first 6 circuit races, you have to wear that black cross on the yellow background. Harry Hickton continues to lead, Jacob Heap in second. Harvey Dent on his own now in third. The main focus is this fight for fourth. Running wide onto the grass there was somebody towards the lower end of the top 10. Pick number 59 heading through there, CJ Morgan. Leaders fairly well spaced out now. The lead gap is just over a second. Hickton ahead of Heap. There's Dent third. Max Hall is fourth. Travis Chapman ahead of Dara Flock now in the 22. Who does that belong to? My guess is Adam Harding. One of the marshals will pick that up as a souvenir. Somebody's run wide onto the grass there. Saw a cloud of dust. Oops, sideways there for Max Hall. 8.71 of Jensen Bell ahead of CJ Morgan. This is the fight for 7th place. Travis Chapman, I think that is, has dropped back behind there. It must have been Travis Chapman who ran wide onto the grass there. He's dropped a few places. He was 5th going into Riches there. Down towards the left at Agostini. The mirror hanging off Max Hall's cars. There's been a bit of rubbing in the pack. Jensen Bell chased by CJ Morgan. Travis Chapman trying to fight his way back up the order. Then we've got the 22 of Dara Flock, who's lost a couple of spots. Certainly a brightly coloured car there for Jensen Bell, the 871. Reminds me of the National Hot Rods raced by Steve Burgess, 286 in years gone by in the days of the Toyota Starlets. Very similar paint job. CJ Morgan behind him in the 59. Leaders are heading up to Brundles once again. There's a yellow and red striped flag. That's the slippery surface flag, warning of either oil on the track or debris. Here come your leaders, and the lead gap has come down a little. Bit of a lock up there. It's that front bit of bodywork there. Oh, and the leaders clipped it. So is the second place man, Jacob Heap. I don't think that does belong to Adam Harding, actually, because we saw him head into the pits after that incident down at Murray. So somebody else has shed a front bit of bodywork there. Everybody's going through it, so the debris flag didn't make much difference there, has to be said. Hopefully that hasn't damaged anybody's tyres. There goes Hickton from Heap. Already coming up to the 7.5 minutes to go mark. So they'll be halfway through the times as CJ Morgan lunges past Jensen Bell there. They both go out wide onto the grass. That was a bit optimistic there by CJ Morgan. Leaders head over the line. 0.7 of a second in it between Hickton and Heap. So Jacob Heap is closing in slightly. Made a great start up into second. Can he take his maiden win here? There's CJ Morgan battling it out with Dara Flock in the 22, who tries to close the door there at Rich's corner. Here's a replay of that incident. CJ Morgan diving at Jensen Bell. They both went rallycrossing. I think they did used to have rallycross here many years ago at Snetterton. Well, just about every form of motorsport has been staged here over the years, even drag racing on one of the straights in the infancy of that sport, back in the 60s and 70s. Just under 7 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. It's still Harry Hickton who leads ahead of Jacob Heap and Harvey Dent. The main focus, though, is this midfield battle for the lower reaches of the top 10. Jensen Bell has got going again after that incident earlier on. CJ Morgan behind him. There's the number 6, that's Charlie Constable. I don't know whether Dara Flock has got a problem there. He's dropping back down the order in the 22. Keep an eye on that the 22 car. He was in the leading runners early on, but Dara Flock was in 7th place at the end of the previous lap. I think he's dropped further back now. 303 of Zach Palmer now ahead of Flock, and that might be something to do with it. There's damage to the front of Dara Flock's car. He's got 92 of Parker behind him now, then Petters. Here are the leaders. Just going through the foreground there. Hickton still ahead of Heap. Harry Hickton has the fastest lap of the race, 2:25.928. As you can see there, the front of Dara Flock's car stoved in there as he attacks the 3:03 of Zach Palmer, back up the inside, retakes the place. Adam Parker in behind them, the 92. Saloon is on for third place here. Harvey Dent under fire from Max Hall. Two leaders are already clear of them though. We'll see what the gap is as they cross the line. 0.764 of a second is the gap. Now up to just over a second as they go over the line. 4 laps completed. Harvey Dent still third, just ahead of Max Hall. They're side by side as they go over the line. Harvey Dent will have the inside line for the right-hander. Stays ahead of Max Hall. Somebody out of the race, 2.80. Gabriel Parfait is out. Contested the scholarship over the winter. He's out of this one. Not too sure where that is that he's pulled up. Damage on the front of that's number 33 car as well. That's Jacob Baldry. So 1 or 2 rather battered cars, but I think we've only had 1 retirement so far. Maybe not even that. Yes, Gabriel Parfait is out. Adam Harding, I thought, was out of the race. He's got going again after pulling into the pits to check the damage. He's a lap down. Here is a replay of Gabriel Parfait suddenly turning sharp left. Has he lost his steering there? Does he avoid the wall? Yes, only just. He pulled very suddenly to the left of the road there. See some damage to the front of the car. I'm not too sure what's happened. That's at Marshall's post 18, so towards the end of the lap. Sort of 4 minutes of this Junior Saloon Car Championship race to go. Tended to go by quickly this race. There's somebody else kicking up the dust there. CJ Morgan has got back ahead of the 871 of Jensen Bell. This is the battle for 8th place. Behind them is Charlie Constable, number 6. Leaders separated by just over a second. Here's the fight for third, and through goes Max Hall. Gets ahead of Harvey Dent there into Brundles. The blue machine there, the Westbourne Motorsport car of Max Hall up into third place. There've been just 2 winners so far this year. All through consistency. Jensen Bell is third in the points coming into this race. There's our 2 leaders, Harry Hickton from Jacob Heap. Now, Jacob Heap is quite a way down the championship. He hasn't had a lot of luck so far this year. He's only 13th in the points. This would be by far his best result of the season. There's Travis Chapman up there in 5th. Jamie Good is next in the number 30. Side by side there, Jamie Petters with the 92 of Adam Parker. Here's the fight for third. Hall still ahead of Dent. Battle for 5th headed up by Travis Chapman, number 77 in the Jeekins race preparation build car. We saw Alfie Jeekins racing this championship last year, the former rallycross driver. There's Charlie Constable, he's running well, ahead of Zach Palmer. 11th place. A lock up there for the 77 of Travis Chapman, but he holds 5th position. Number 10, Harry Smith running well. He's up there in 7th place, the number 10 car. There's a fight at the back. I think we found who that bit of bodywork belongs to. Look at the front of Riley Price's car, number 17. That's missing its front balance. Riley Price down in 24th. The lead gap is up to 1.4 seconds. There's Jamie Petters. Well, since that contact on the first lap, he's had the front bumper hanging off. Adam Parker and Oliver Cottam swarming over the back of his car. Oh, somebody's gone grass tracking. He's going to rejoin just in front of this group as well. Who's that? Excuse me, say the pursuers there. That's Charlie Constable, number 6, who's had an off. That's the Oryx competition car. It's over a minute plus 1 lap to go. There's Travis Chapman still leading the 5th place fight ahead of Jamie Good, Harry Smith, then CJ Morgan, Jensen Bell and Dara Flock rounding out the top 10. Side by side, Oliver Cottam and Jamie Petters. Leaders are up at the far end of the circuit at the moment. Harry Hickton has controlled this race, just as he did in both races at Silverstone. Defeated by Max Hall in race 1 at Cadwell Park, but then won races 2 and 3. All taking a 2nd place. Now, Adam Harding on the podium a couple of times at Cadwell, but early damage for him, stymieing his efforts in this one. 20 seconds on the clock. Leader goes over the line. Now, we had about 15 seconds left there, so I think we'll get this lap and one more. There is Harry Higton. He's heading already for win number 5 this season. Jacob Heap up there in second place, by far his best result of the season. Higton, Heap and Hall, your top 3, the 3 H's. Max Hall still holding off Harvey Dent. There's another bit of bodywork. I think that might have come off Charlie Constable's car looking at the colours when he went off. If ever you're after parts for a Citroen Saxo VTR, Marshall at a junior saloon car race. I jest, of course. It's all about learning to race for these young drivers. Harry Higton, another superb, dominant performance up front. Here's a replay. Ah, that might be who's lost the rear bumper. Number 36, Joel Ryan. Running wide onto the grass. A couple of cars running wide there. In fact, that was coming out of Nelson's. Jensen Bell under fire from Dara Flock. Behind them, Zach Palmer. And then this fight's still going on between Petters, Parker and Cotton. There goes your leader. The clock has gone down to 0. I think we'll get one more lap out of this. There's Harry Smith further back, just ahead of CJ Morgan. Now they're chasing Jamie Good in the number 30. This is the fight for 6th position. Travis Chapman has pulled away slightly ahead of them. There he is. Higton into Brundle, then Nelson. His father David has raced saloon cars, including classic touring cars, for many years. A great drive by Jacob Heap in the Lucas Oil number 16. There's Adam Harding. That's the car that got damaged on the first lap. Look at the state of that. He's kept it going though. Made a pit stop to check for damage, but he's still on the lead lap, running at the tail of the field. Through Murray's comes the race leader. There were still a few seconds on the clock when they came through last time, so I think this will be last lap. We can see as they cross the line. No checkered flag being prepared, so it is last lap this time for Harry Higton. What's his lead over Jacob Heap? It's up to 3 3/4 seconds now, 3.729 to be precise, so he's pulled away on that last lap. New fastest lap for Higton, 2:25.653. The fight for 3rd place coming down towards Richard. It's still close between Max Hall and Harvey Dent. They were side by side on the way in. Leaders will come down towards Agostini. Harry Higton has got this race in the bag, barring any major disaster. Jacob Heap has dropped back slightly, but the battle is still red hot for 3rd place between Max Hall and Harvey Dent. There they are in the background. It looks like Max Hall has got it at the moment. Max Hall up there in 3rd. Been a good fight between these two for 3rd place. Hall had that 2-place grid penalty. And they're well clear of the fight for 5th, which is still headed by the black and white car there, Travis Chapman ahead of Jamie Good. They will have another race tomorrow, these cars. Jacob Heap chasing on. He'll be pleased with 2nd place here, his best result of the season. Harry Higton has pulled away now. He's kept honest by Jacob Heap early on, but Harry Higton really is dominating this championship. Remember, he came in last year as a complete novice. He'd never raced anything before. Learned quickly. Oh, he's sideways there. Coming through Nelson. Takes a bit of curve on the outside. Needs to take it easy here through the last couple of corners. Heap in 2nd place, and the fight for 3rd is going to go to the line between Hall and Dent. There is Max Hall in 3rd. He's pulled a couple of car lengths clear of Harvey Dent now. But here comes the leader round the final corner. It's going to be win number 5 out of 6 rounds this season. Really dominating this championship. Number 46, Harry Higton, pole position and another flag-to-flag victory. There is the checkered flag. Harry Hickton takes the win. Second place, best result of the season for Jacob Heath. He'll be elated with that. And third place will go to Max Hall, I think. They're coming up towards the line now. It is the number 93 of Max Hall in third. Fourth goes to Harley Dick. Good fight between those two. The battle for fifth headed up by number 77 of Travis Chapman in the Jeekins prepared car. Sixth will be Jamie Good. Seventh place is CJ Morgan getting through for sixth there on the run to the line, just ahead of Jamie Good. They finished a tenth of a second apart. Harry Smith, Dara Flock and Jensen Bell completing the top 10, then Zach Palmer, Jamie Petters and the rest of them. Plenty of entertainment yesterday, as we've just seen from the Junior Saloon Car Championship, while qualifying continues for the Praga Cup UK. And just give you a very quick update on the times for the Praga. This is the number 87 car that is at the moment quickest, ahead of the 4 and the 29. We'll update you further on that shortly. But now we can hear from some of the drivers in the Junior Saloon Car Championship ahead of their first race, which is coming up shortly.
Okay, here we are about to go for our third round of the Junior Saloons, and I'm catching up with Jensen Bell, car 871 here. Jensen, 14 years of age, racing around the likes of Silverstone and Snetterton here. You're new to the class, of course. Yeah. Podium at Alton Park a few weekends ago.
Cadwell Park.
Cadwell Park.
Yeah.
Cadwell Park, folks. How'd your season go? Because that's not your only good result. You've had a few good finishes.
Yeah. I've had, I think, basically all of my finishes so far this season have been top 10, just trying to get consistent good placements and just trying to work my way up the field a little bit more, yeah. Got a podium last week at Cadwell, as you said, yeah. Fantastic. And just trying to move up further, yeah.
You've qualified pretty well this weekend as well.
Yeah, I got 5th for race 1 and 7th for race 2, yeah.
Tell us a bit about, I'm sure this isn't your first ever sort of motor racing experience. What's your background in cars or karts? Where have you come from?
I used to do non-contact oval racing in the junior productions back home in Scotland. I started in 2019, so I was about 10 years old. Yeah. I started racing a Peugeot 206, and I started doing that, and I was getting quite fast at that. I got a podium, I got 3 podiums in my first ever race meeting, and I just started getting faster and faster until I was starting to fight for like the championship. Then I saw this, so we decided to move to this. Yeah. I
think when I was 10, I was watching CITV. And you were racing cars. The car is up on sticks behind you at the moment. What's going on? Just sort of like general stuff?
It's just a few like random bits you have to do for scrutiny, and that all the gearboxes at the cars have to be taken out just to check for flywheels, make sure they're not too light and all that, yeah.
14-year-old driving around against Silverstone, Snetterton. How does that feel? Can you describe how that feels?
It feels like unnatural. It feels really weird at this age. Like my dad used to race as well, but he wasn't until he was 39 until he started racing circuits and that. It's a weird feeling. Yeah.
It's a busy old track as well, because there's like 30 of the junior saloons out there.
Yeah.
So you're used to the non-contact oval racing. You dig it. You get the old sort of like bumper tickler, don't you?
Yeah, but pale racing. Yeah. Just seeing Cadwell starting third for a restart on race 3. I was looking behind me. There's like 27 cars behind me. I was like, oh no, this is going to be weird.
Ambitions for the weekend?
Another podium.
Yep.
Hopefully, yeah. That's just my main goal. But as long as I finish, I'm happy. Yeah.
We've got 2 races to achieve it. Good luck.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's see who else we can find in the Junior Saloon paddock here at Snetterton. Okay, here we are. We've literally moved about 5 metres across the paddock here with a Harry Hickton, who is, let's be perfectly honest, smashing it, mate, in the Junior Saloons. 5 wins out of 6 races on pole today. How are you doing it?
Well, last season I developed all the experience and I've just stitched it all together this season. Have some great coaching, great team behind me. I've got all the support from my family, my friends, and I think just stitching it all together is making all the success come through.
Now, the Westbourne Motorsport team, they run 6 cars here this weekend.
Yeah.
It's a great team to have behind you, isn't it?
Yeah, they're brilliant. I mean, the mechanics are so good, everyone's so friendly. I mean, we're all friends here, the drivers. If you've got a problem, speak to them and they'll be nice about it, do whatever they can. I've got the coach here, part of the team, and he's just brilliant, helping me out.
Now, you're all in the Citroen Saxos. What are you doing differently? Because they're all almost identical, aren't they? What's the secret sauce?
I just drive faster. No, I mean, again, it's just all the experience of driving. It's the pacing, qualifying, to the racecraft. You have to, I mean, it all just comes together, and I know it's just like painting all the little pieces and making all big one good painting.
And with such a busy grid, how important is it, as you have been, to be at the front when the flag goes down?
Yeah, it's a great advantage, and like the first race of the season at Silverstone, the first lap I was 3 seconds ahead and I just ran away with it because at the front and then a busy pack behind you and they just keep fighting and fighting. So that's an advantage because a lot of them will be there fighting, more in contention behind you. So that's the advantage, yeah.
Now, 15 years of age, so you've technically got another couple of years in this class. Are you sticking around? I know the season's not done yet, a long way to go, but what are your plans sort of moving forward?
Well, in the far future, long time ago, I want to be in the touring cars, and that's where around I want to be. But short term, we don't know. Just see how the year goes, and what opportunities come up, and who we talk to, and what we find, and how everything goes.
Harry, incredible start to the season. I'm sure we'll talk to you at Park Fermi a bit later, mate.
Hopefully, yeah.
Right, let's see if we can find out one more driver before we go Junior Saloon Car Racing. Here we are then again, we're still with the Westbourne Motorsport team, and I've got Max Hall here now. Other than Harry Hickton winning 5 races, Max is the only other driver to win a race this season. He's hard to catch, but let's talk about your season. First time in the Junior Saloons, how are you finding it?
Yeah, I think it's a really good championship. I like the cars. I was in Ginetta last season, but I think I prefer this. Yeah, it's just really good.
You prefer the Saxos to the Ginetta? Because Ginetta's like one of my dream cars to race in. You've already been that already at 15 years old. What did you learn from driving a Ginetta that you can bring into the Saxo here?
Just all the racecraft. It's hard racing in Ginetta, and bring that into this. It's basically the same thing, so yeah.
Racing's racing, isn't it? So what are your sort of hopes for the day? What has got to win this season already? I'm sure you're thinking of podiums, aren't you?
Well, I'm aiming for the win again, but I'll be happy with the podium.
You're in Harry's team with the Westbourne Motorsport. Has he given you any advice?
Yeah, Harry's a sound guy. I like him, yeah.
And is he teaching you anything? With his 5 wins, is he sort of passing on any knowledge or keeping it secret?
No, I haven't really asked him, to be honest.
Cool. Best of luck for the race this afternoon. We are about to go Citroen Saxo racing in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It is over to your commentator, Dave Collard.
Thanks very much indeed, Ewan. The cars just coming up to the grid then for our second race for the Junior Saloon cars this weekend in their identical Citroen Saxo VTRs. This grid's set by the second fastest time recorded by each driver in qualifying, and it's a familiar face on pole position. Harry Hickton looking for his double for the weekend, looking for number 6 for the season, with Max Hall, number 93, alongside him. Second row, Jacob Heap, number 16, got his best ever result yesterday with second place. Alongside him, number 77 of Travis Chapman. Row 3, Harvey Dent, number 58, alongside Dara Flock, the Irishman, in number 22. Row 4, Jensen Bell from Scotland in 871, and CJ Morgan in number 59. The fifth row, treble 3, Adam Harding, had to make a pit stop to check some damage after a collision in yesterday's race, finished at the back, so aiming for better fortunes here, starts alongside Oliver Cottam in 98. Row 6, Harry Smith, number 10, and 30 of Jamie Good. Jamie Petters, last year's top rookie on row 7, alongside Gabriel Parfait in the 280 car. Then Adam Parker, number 92, 303 Zach Palmer. Row 9 is Charlie Constable, number 6, and 11 of Oscar Dix. And behind them, row 10, Riley Price, number 17, and the scholarship winner during the winter, 53, Jack James. Row 11 is Jacob Baldry, alongside Ben Carter, 33 and 57. 12th row, Jonathan Moore, number 12, alongside 13 of Luke Scrooby. The penultimate row, Joel Ryan, 36, number 19, Sandro Ballesteros. And at the back of the grid, treble 8, is Alex Mostav. Looks like we have the full grid in position there. It'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. There'll be a green flag lap first of all, just to allow the drivers to get some heat into their tyres. Well, as we've been hearing, the season has been dominated so far by Harry Hickton. He scored a double on the Silverstone International Circuit in front of our cameras earlier this season. Podium completed in race 1 by Harvey Dent, the 58 car, and Connor Duncan, who's not out this weekend. The second race, Harry Hickton headed home Travis Chapman with Harvey Dent third. Dent had a bit of misfortune in the triple header at Cadwell Park the second meeting of the year. Harry Higton was beaten for the first time by the leading rookie in the points so far this year, Max Hall, who we just heard from in number 93. He took his first win. Adam Harding had a couple of podiums at Cadwell as well, with a third and a second. Max Hall had a second place, but he failed to finish race 3 at Cadwell Park. Adam Harding was second, and Jensen Bell got to the podium, as we heard, in third place there. Dara Flock was on the podium for the first time at Cadwell too. The Irishman, he's in the blue car with the darker orange bonnet flashes there. Back on the third row of the grid. This will be a 15-minute plus 1 lap race, so when the timer goes down to 0, we won't see the checkered flag next time around as we did in the BMW race. We'll see the last lap signal instead, making things just a little bit more interesting. A bit more interesting. We have an extra lap to run. One or two cars with a bit of bodywork damage in yesterday's race. We only had one retirement though. Gabriel Parfait, number 280, dropped out. I think his steering broke. Adam Harding had some contact with Jamie Petters as well. Alex Mostav and Sandro Ballesteros at the back of the field. With a name like Ballesteros, surely he shouldn't be in a Saxo, he should be racing a Golf. Never know, he might do one day. These youngsters, as we heard, as young as 14 to 17 years of age, these drivers. Training ground for the Saloon Car stars of tomorrow. Big teams like Oryx Competition, Westbourne Motorsport in there. Harry Higton, another pole position for him. His father David, a long-time Saloon Car racer, including with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, among others. There's the very bright pink and blue car, it's Oliver Cotton. Jamie Petters, the blue and yellow. He's had a slightly disappointing season so far, aiming for better fortunes here. Another team with a number of cars out there is Jeekins Race Preparation. They've come into this form of racing from the world of rallycross. Alfie Jeekins, competed in junior rallycross before joining JSCC last season. He's now moved on to greater things. There's the number 33, the black and green car. That was Jacob Baldry. Had a bit of contact in yesterday's race. They come up to the grid then, it'll be a standing start. And 15 minutes plus 1 lap of junior saloon car racing's, so as you've seen, different conditions to yesterday's race. These overcast conditions. Marshals on the pit wall signal them up to the grid then. Thank you to all our volunteer marshals here at Snetterton this weekend. We couldn't go racing without the Orange family. Have a look on the BARC website, barc.net, if you want to find out more about possibly becoming a volunteer marshal, getting up close and personal to British Motorsport. Back of the grid, pulling into line then. Harry Higton in the red and blue, number 46 in pole position. Max Hall alongside him, his nearest pursuer in the championship, the blue car with the yellow bonnet flashes. Second row, Jacob Heap in the grey Lucas Oil car. He's having a cracking weekend. Travis Chapman in the white, black and green, number 77. Dara Flock has had a lively season so far. His rookie campaign, number 22. A lot of these cars you can see with novice crosses on the back. The black cross on the yellow background. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then. The 5-second board is held aloft. 15 minutes on the clock. The red lights come on. The revs rise and away we go down towards Riches for the first time. Everybody is away cleanly. Could be 3 wide into the first corner. Travis Chapman's got away well on the outside in the number 77. He's going to go side by side with Harry Higton into the first corner. Higton's got the inside line. He takes the lead. Looks like it's Chapman up into second place. Side by side though as they head out of Riches up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. They're still side by side. Jacob Heap is in third in the number 16. Higton will have the inside line for the hairpin, and it's Harry Higton who leads. Travis Chapman second, Jacob Heap. So there's a spinner in the pack. Charlie Constable in the number 6 has gone. Somebody else off as well. The number 12 of Jonathan Moore facing the wrong way. Riley Price, number 17, has lost his front bumper as a result of a bit of contact in there as well. We had a few bumpers go missing yesterday. Somebody ploughing off wide coming out of Palmer's there. Who was that? We'll try and pick that up as they come. I think it's Harry Smith, number 10, possibly. As Harry Higton leads up the inside, Jacob Heap attacking Travis Chapman for second place. Typically busy starts for the JSCC. Wide onto the grass. Oh, Jacob Heap's gone. Wallop straight into the barrier and straight back into the pack. Look out, goodness me, that was close. Let's hope everybody misses him. Yes, they've all seen him. They've all missed Jacob Heap. There must have been some contact in there in the fight for third. He was battling with Max Hall, I think, and Jacob Heap spun across into the barriers there. He's not going to repeat his second place from yesterday. A rather more fraught first lap then. That's allowed Harry Hickton to escape into the lead. We'll try and see what's happened there. It's Jacob Heap there. He tried to move across to take the line for Hamilton's. Contacts with, that was Travis Chapman, and walloped straight into the barrier and straight back out into the pack. Amazing, everybody missed it. That could have been very nasty. Brilliant avoiding action there from all of the second half of the pack. Hickton leads. It's Max Hall second. Travis Chapman, I think it was, who had that bit of contact with Jacob Heap. Jensen Bell up in fourth place in the very brightly coloured 871 car. As he told us in his interview, an oval racer since the age of 10. I could barely ride a bicycle when I was 10 years old, never mind race cars. Hickton leads the way. They come round to the conclusion of the opening lap. Hall in second, then Chapman, Bell. Fifth position is Dara Flock. The rest of them charge their way through. CJ Morgan in the purple number 59 car under fire from Oliver Cottam as the leader crosses the line to complete his opening lap. 1.25 seconds his advantage over Max Hall. Dara Flock attacking Jensen Bell for fourth place into the first corner of Riches. He goes through on the inside. Jensen Bell fights back. It's Ireland against Scotland for fourth place. Hickton who leads the way. And from Andover near the Thruxton circuit in Hampshire, and up the inside Dara Flock has taken fourth place. Oliver Cottam going well too, diving past CJ Morgan there into sixth position. Then the treble three of Adam Harding racing with Jamie Petters. They tangled on the opening lap of yesterday's race. Adam Harding had to pit for a quick running repair. Finished at the back of the field. Harry Hickton continues to lead. There's somebody off there. That'll be Jacob Heap's car, won't it? Yes, parked up next to the marshal's post. He's out of the race. Thankfully he's okay. Oliver Cottam running well. Jensen Bell, the 871, trying to get up the inside for fourth place. Then it's Cottam, Morgan, Harding, Petters, and Jamie Good, number 30 in the grey car, is next in the order. Kicking up a bit of dust out to Travis Chapman in the 77. There's Jacob Heap's car parked up next to the, near the marshal's post. Adam Harding puts a wheel onto the grass there. The Orex car chasing the 59 of CJ Morgan. Charge their way down the Bentley straight. It's still Harry Hickton who leads the way. Trying to close on Oliver Cottam here. This is the battle for seventh place. Harry Hickton from Max Hall. Third is Chapman, then fourth place it is now Dara Flock ahead of Jensen Bell. Swing their way through the bomb hole. You see the circuit drop down into that corner. It's named the bomb hole by motorcycle racers, I believe, because of the way the circuit drops down. You feel it much more. You see it there, the dip they go into. Feel it much more on a motorcycle. Side by side there, the number 58, that's Harvey Dent. It must have been him who went off on the opening lap. He went wide as he's dropped quite considerably down the order from his starting position. Number 11, Oscar Dix, racing with him in the Jeekins prepared car. Left-hander at Murray's. Hickton leads by 1.3 seconds over Max Hall in second place. Travis Chapman third, chased by Dara Flock, who wants a podium here. CJ Morgan under fire from treble three of Adam Harding. There's Jamie Petters in that distinctive blue and yellow car. We saw his brother Dan Petters racing in the pickup truck racing championship over the last couple of years as Dara Flock goes through on the hairpin up into third place. Takes Travis Chapman. It's the active welding car up into third position. Are we going to see a podium for Dara Flock? Jensen Bell down to fifth. Out towards Agostini, once again the long looping left-hander named after Giacomo Agostini, one of the successful motorcycle racers of all time. Oliver Cottam's closing up on this group as well, in that pink and blue car. Side by side there, Jamie Good attacking Adam Parker, goes through, Gabriel Parfait behind them. retired from yesterday's race, looking to make up for lost laps and points. Hickton with the fastest lap of the race, 2:25.609. It's the one retirement, I think. Yes, Jacob Heap out of the race. A shame after that brilliant second place yesterday. He took the fight to Harry Hickton in the early stages. Swinging their way through the midfielders. There's Parfait under fire from the 92 of Adam Parker. Where's our scholarship winner, Jack James, number 53, the Londoner? He is back in 22nd place at the moment. Hasn't had the best of weekends, has to be said. Need to improve all the time. Dara Flock under fire from the 77. It's Travis Chapman in another of the Jeekins team cars. Jensen Bell in behind in the 871. Coming up towards halfway through the 15 minutes anyway, not half distance in the race, and of course we'll have an extra lap as well. Better run by Oliver Cotton here. He's had a fairly quiet season so far, quite a way down the points. Harry Hickton, who led the points coming into this weekend by a clear margin ahead of Max Hall. It's Oliver Cotton 6th in the points coming into this round. He was having higher aspirations ahead of his third season in the series. There's Jack James, 53, the scholarship winner. Bell under fire from Cotton. Third place fight goes into the right-hander at Riches. Travis Chapman runs a bit wide there. Brings the car in. Round Wilson's hairpin. Originally Montreal, renamed in memory of Justin Wilson, the IndyCar racer. Sadly lost his life in the USA a few years ago. CJ Morgan battling with Adam Harding. We mentioned yesterday the most famous landmark here at Snetterton that used to overlook that hairpin, sadly not there anymore. The Scary Tree. Used to be a very imposing presence here at Snetterton, but sadly now gone. Running wide there, Oliver Cotton trying to get the cut back at Agostini as Jensen Bell chases Travis Chapman for 4th position. Two leaders have got away. Dara Flock now established in 3rd place. Hickton and Hall still separated by just under 1.5 seconds. 2:25.123, the new fastest lap for Harry Hickton. All running wide there, Travis Chapman gets onto the grass. This is going to allow Jensen Bell to come through out of Oggies into Williams. Through goes Jensen Bell, up into 4th position. Brightly liveried Oliver Cotton, number 98, on the attack as well. He tries to move towards the inside. Chapman's fighting back though, trying to slipstream Jensen Bell down the Bentley Straights, as we know as the Revit Straights. Jamie Petter's not far behind them. CJ Morgan and Adam Harding as well. Bell back at the inside, holds Cotton off. Travis Chapman having retaken the place down the straights. Here comes Oliver Cotton on the inside as they go towards the bomb hole. They drop through the right-hander. Cotton's on the inside here as they go towards Coram. They're side by side on the run into the long right-hander. They're almost leaning on each other. Look at that. Inches between the two of them. Jensen Bell will have the inside line for the left at Murray's though. Slightly later on the brakes as well. And holds the place. He runs a bit wide on the exit, but just about holds back Oliver Cotton. Great fight between these two for 5th position. Over 5 minutes to go. Harry Hickton is still your leader. He's already gone through. He's 1.5 seconds up still. The gap stabilising along with Max Hall. There's a black and white flag out there. That's the driving standards flag. Now that might be a warning to somebody for exceeding track limits. We don't know who it is though. We couldn't see the number there. 2:24.9 now the fastest lap for Harry Hickton. He continues to lead from Max Hall. They've stabilised in 1st and 2nd places up front. The only real battle is now for the final podium place. Zach Palmer 3:03 running a bit wide there through the hairpin. Some call it the Sear pin because that corner used to be known as Sears. And it used to turn right straight into the back straight before this new infield loop was built a few years ago here at Snetterton. This circuit improving hugely under the control of Motorsport Vision, headed by Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the ex-Formula 1 driver and Formula 1 commentator, alongside Murray Walker. Adam Harding at the inside, take 3, takes CJ Morgan. Fighting back is Harding. This is terrific. These tips side by side out of Agostini up towards the left at Hamilton. No prizes for guessing who that corner's named after. Harding a bit wide onto the grass there. Terrific fight with CJ Morgan. Harding up the inside into the right at Oggies. Who's going to come out of this with the advantage? This is for 7th place. Harding's now got the inside for Williams' corner. And he goes through. This has allowed Jamie Peters to tow up onto the back of him. He's pulling about four other cars along with him. This is brilliant. We've got Jamie Peters, Harry Smith, Gabriel Parfait is in behind them as well. 5 of them together for 7th place. And Jamie Peters is going for the inside, the rookie of the year last year. Here he comes. He's got both of them. Oh, brilliant. Jamie Peters. Now CJ Morgan back at the inside. This is terrific stuff. They swing their way through. Peters has made it stick. Adam Harding's lost 3 places in one corner. He's going to lose even more now because he's gone rally crossing on the outside coming out of Nelson Corner. Parfait behind him. Then it's Palmer, Jamie Good and the rest of them. Oh, superb. Less than 3 minutes to go. I just wish this race could go on for half an hour, don't you? The Vinner Sport car there of Zach Palmer chasing. CJ Morgan back up the inside, retakes Peters. This is all for the minor places as well. Hickton's already gone through with the lead, still 1.3 seconds up on Max Hall. Dara Flock is in 3rd place, and Travis Chapman and Jensen Bell. Oliver Cottam in 6th. There's the fight for 4th. Everybody else is fighting to be 7th behind CJ Morgan. Here's a replay of some action from further back in the order, and there's a bit of a collision. I think that's at Oggies. Now, who's that's gone around? Jacob Baldry is one of them. Can't quite see the number. Number 13, the other car, Luke Scrooby. They just missed the barrier there. Jacob Baldry tangling with Luke Scrooby in unlucky 13. They've dropped to the back of the pack as a result. There go the leaders. Hickton from Hall. Dara Flock in 3rd place. There's yellow flags out at Oggies because of that car that's gone off. Luke Scrooby's car, I think, is stranded there. And here comes this fight for 7th. Jamie Peters up the inside again. You can tell he's an ex-mini stocks racer from the short ovals, can't you? Not afraid to make a few full sends, as they call them these days, I believe. I don't know, I'm old-fashioned, I don't speak more. Side by side still as they come through Hamilton's there. Behind them, Zach Palmer, he's come through nicely. Harry Smith on the grass in the number 10. There's yellow flags out there, so he'll have to back out of that move on Gabriel Parfait because Luke Scrooby's car is off there. No overtaking under yellow flags. CJ Morgan heads this battle. Zach Palmer up into 8th position. He's come through nicely. And Peters, Parfait, Harry Smith in the number 10. Jamie Good in the number 30, the grey car. Adam Harding's dropped back in this group, you can see there as well. Adam Parker, the 92, and there's somebody else in there too. Can't see the number on that black car at the back. There's so many of them together. Sliding it there, CJ Morgan, bit of a lock-up through Brundles. Up on the curb goes Zach Palmer, he's up on 2 wheels. There's 2 cars over the grass, Jamie Good and Adam Harding. Contact on the run into Brundles there. They go across the grass, they managed to save it. This is fantastic, 30 seconds left on the clock then. We'll wait to see whether Harry Hickton gets across the line to start his last lap, whether we get 2 more. This time I think he's already gone over the line. Yes, he has, with 18 seconds on the clock, so we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Superb midfield battling. Drivers are loving this. The fans are as well. I'm sure the marshals are as well. Somebody having a bit of a moment towards the back of the field there. The leaders have already gone through. There's Dara Flock on his own in 3rd. Here are our leaders. And Max Hall still not quite able to catch Harry Hickton, although he has just done the fastest lap. Max Hall with a 2:24.919. That's only a few hundredths quicker than Harry Hickton has managed on his best lap. Hickton actually got away a little bit. Max Hall ran a bit deep into the hairpin. Down to the left, that's Agostini. Dara Flock still in 3rd place on his own. He's about 8 seconds off these two. Is Harry Hickton heading for win number 6 this year, or can Max Hall make it his 2nd victory? It's just between these two now. They're coming around to start the last lap this time, and Zach Palmer gives CJ Morgan a little bit of a push there as they come down into Agostini. It's 3 wide behind them. Look at this, Jamie Good, Jamie Peters and Gabriel Parfait are 3 abreast, and Harvey Dent could cut underneath all of them here. Something had to give there, and that something was Parfait running wide onto the grass. There could be 4 wide into the left at Hamilton. Look at this, absolutely superb stuff. Onto the grass goes Parfait. Somebody seems to go wide on the grass every time they go through Hamilton, don't they? Jamie Good has now gone to the front of this group. Petter's back up the inside. Can't keep up with this. He's now slotted in behind Parfait. So Zach Palmer's up to 7th. It's Morgan 8th. Then this fight for 9th. There go the 2 leaders. And yes, Max Hall is definitely closer to Harry Hickton this time. They'll have one more lap to go in this terrific second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Is Harry Hickton going to make it 6 out of 7, or is he going to be defeated for a second time this year by Max Hall? Max beat him in the opening race at Cadwell Park, the triple header. Up to the left-hander at Murray's. Now Hall is going to try and get into the slipstream. No, these cars don't have a DRS zone. Moving to the inside is the 46 of Hickton. He moved towards his pit crew there. I wonder if he thought that that was the last lap. He seemed to move over towards the pit wall to signal something to his pit crew. I wonder if he thought it was the last lap. No, there's one more lap to go. The time has only just gone down to 0. Max Hall puts a wheel onto the grass as he chases hard. Dara Flock is still in 3rd place. Then Chapman, Bell, Cotton, Palmer 7th, and Hickton runs a little bit deep into the hairpin there. Hall is definitely putting him under pressure, the Westbourne Motorsport driver. It's superb. All the way down the order. It's anybody's race for 7th still. Here they come then up towards Agostini. Max Hall is getting closer. You can see Harry Hickton is now starting to defend. Here they come into the left-hander at Agostini. Just between these two now. Bit of dust being kicked up in the background, but we stay with this lead battle because Max Hall knows it's the last lap now. And he knows he's got to try and unleash his attack when he can. A little bit of a lock-up there from Hickton, who's really under pressure here. Here comes Max Hall. Harry Hickton has won every race in front of our cameras so far this year. Beaten only once at Cadwell Park. The man who beat him at Cadwell Park, Max Hall, is getting ready for an attack in the final few corners. Can he get up alongside the 46? He's getting closer and closer as they head down the Bentley Straight for the last time up towards Brundle. Is he going to try and slipstream him on the inside into the left-hander? No, he won't get the chance there. They head under the bridge. It's still Hickton from Hall into the right-hander at Nelson. In the short straight, Hall's made a mistake. He's run wide, just put a wheel onto the dirt there. Into the bomb hole they go. Has that cost Max Hall his chance? Brilliant racing, great racecraft from these 2 young drivers. In decorum for the final time. Pick up the battles behind as soon as these 2 have come through, and it's into Murray's for the final time. I don't think Max Hall is going to do it, and it's going to be 6 out of 7 in the 2022 Junior Saloon Car Championship for Harry Hickton. Max Hall pushing him hard in the last few laps. The team celebrated. Hickton P1, it says on the pit board. Harry Hickton makes it 6 of the best for 2022. 2nd for Max Hall. Dara Flock will come through to take 3rd place, a rather lonely race towards the end for him. The Irishman takes 3rd. There's still better. Oh, somebody's off on the final corner. Can't quite make out who that is. 4th goes to Travis Chapman. Jensen Bell is 5th. 6th is Oliver Cottam. Zach Palmer, good run through the field for 7th. CJ Morgan tops the terrific battle for 8th place. 9th goes to Gabriel Parfait. Jamie Petters is 10th. Then Adam Harding. Harry Smith comes over in 12th position. Now, who's that car that's gone off? I think it might be Oscar Dix, number 11, that we've lost. Oh, Alex Mostav has pulled up as well further around the lap. He was at the back of the field. Here's a replay of the final lap. Oh, it did all come to a head coming into Brundles for the first time. That's Jamie Good, Harvey Dent and Wallop. Adam Parker smashes into both of them. Oh dear. Harvey Dent, enough said. Yes, plenty of dents in his 58 car, unfortunately. It was Oscar Dix who spun out on the final corner. He makes it home. Yeah, Harvey Dent and Adam Parker both headed into the pits on the final lap there. Jamie Good also involved. We saw him come across the line with some bodywork missing. Right, let's have a look at the results provisionally then. Harry Hickton, the winner by half a second, just over, ahead of Max Hall, and Dara Flock completing the podium. Travis Chapman taking fourth, and as high as second in that one, with Jensen Bell fifth ahead of Oliver Cottam, and then that terrific battle for seventh place headed up by Zach Palmer ahead of CJ Morgan. Gabriel Doyle-Parfait taking ninth, good result for him. Jamie Petters 10th ahead of Adam Harding. Good efforts from him in the early stages, dropped back to 11th ahead of Harry Smith, then Charlie Constable. Jamie Good taking 14th after that last lap tangle. Joel Ryan, number 36, completed the top 15. And then behind him were Riley Price, Jack James, Sandro Ballesteros, Jacob Baldry after his tangle with the 13 of Luke Scrooby. Jonathan Moore was 20th. Oscar Dix, after his last corner spin, completed the finishers because, as we saw, Harvey Dent and Adam Parker involved in that tangle. They retired into the pits on the last lap. Alex Mostav pulled off on the final lap as well. We lost Luke Scrooby, as we saw, and Jacob Heap was a casualty on the first lap. Bit of clearing up for our volunteer marshals to do. There's one of our members of the Orange family covering some bodywork from Nelson's Corner. Right, so we can now head down into Parc Fermé. Ewan is down there, and he will be talking to some of our drivers in that terrific Junior Saloon Cars second race of the weekend.
Well, cheers Dave, sensational once again. We're down here in Parc Fermé, and race winner for the second time this weekend. Harry, congratulations. How was that one for you?
I mean, the temperature, the day is a lot colder, but it's still a lot hot in there. I mean, working hard. Max is behind me, always got my eye on him, because he's a quick driver, and we thought we'd run away with it. We were just pulled away from everyone else, I saw, because in testing and qualifying we just pulled away from everyone else, and we had that pace, and we thought that would happen, but I just wanted to keep him at bay, keep him behind me, and I managed to do that.
With one lap to go, you seem to come to the pit wall to your crew. Did you think that was the end, or did you know there was one more lap?
No, it's just coming down the straight, theoretically meant to get less drag going down the pit wall.
Okay.
And so that's just how that works, yeah.
I mean, you're sweating buckets, mate. He really put the pressure on behind, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's happened multiple times this season now, and it's something I've got to adapt to more. Still made a couple of little mistakes, but managed to adapt to it and just keep going. But yeah, I mean, it's something we've got to get used to, and something which should get more exciting throughout the year.
Mate, amazing weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's speak to Max. Third place yesterday, Max. You promoted yourself to second spot on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. It was a good race.
You nearly caught him.
Yeah, he just got away too quickly. I didn't really have enough time to get him back.
I mean, the last few laps, you were probably less than a car length behind. You just touched the grass right at the end there. Yeah. Do you think you might have caught him on the last lap?
I think I could have if I didn't make that mistake, but everyone makes mistakes, so...
I mean, for you guys, it's all learning, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Max, well done, great weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's go and speak to Dara Flock here, car number 22. They've got so much damage on these cars today as well. Dara, great end to your weekend, mate, third place.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. I was making a few mistakes, but I got to go past Chapman, and then I just couldn't catch up with Max and Harry.
Yeah. Once the front two got away, they really got away, didn't they? But there was a great race behind you as well, but you were sort of on your own in third place, but you kept your composure.
Yeah, I was just trying to not make any mistakes, be consistent. I could see they were just getting away in front, so I just tried to do my own race, really.
I mean, the Saxos never fail to disappoint. It's fantastic racing. What's it like being out on the track out there?
Yeah, it's really fun, like overtaking, and the cars are all the same, so it's an even playing field, so it's really fun out there.
Dara, great into weekend. Well done, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, mate. Right, there we go then. What do you think, Dave? I think we want to see the Citroen Saxos next year in maybe endurance racing. What do you think? Back to you.
Well, yes, Ewan, that would be something, an endurance race for the junior saloon cars. I'll put it to their coordinator, Dave Beecroft, maybe. He's racing later on as well. He's got his car out in the Britcar Trophy. We'll see Dave Beecroft on track, but next up on track, it is going to be a series we've not seen so far this weekend, the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup Series in partnership with Toyo Tyres. Second meeting of the season for this budget saloon series, aimed at getting newcomers into racing. Started 10 years ago by long-time racer and former Car Magazine editor John Winter. He runs the Exit 13 vehicle graphics company based in Milton Keynes. Exit 13 was by junction 13 of the M1. great entertainer is John, and he firmly believes in the philosophy that motorsport should be fun. It certainly is great fun. The Carbonates Lighting Coupe Cup Series with Toyo tyres, open to any Hyundai Coupe, any generation. We've seen generation 1, 2 and 3 cars in the series up to now. We've also got out there a couple of the new S3 Coupe, the newer design. One of those is being raced by the man who dominated the opening 2 races of the season at Cadwell Park up in Lincolnshire, Alex Kersley. He and the number 17 of Wayne Rocket have done the majority of the winning in this series over the last few years. So we'll see the Hyundais out on track shortly. There's a bit of clearing up to do from the junior saloons first of all. A bit of bodywork to be cleared away, a couple of cars being recovered as well. I'll take you through the grid shortly. So the favourites likely to be Wayne Rocket and Alex Kersley, but neither of them I can tell you has taken pole position. It's number 69 Alistair Dendy with his new car has put his car on pole position with number 1 Alex Kersley alongside him. Second row, 87 of Neil Hurren, the ex-Toyota MR2 racer, alongside 43 of Adam Jones. Row 3 we've got Luca Stacchini Anzanello to give his full name. Brilliant debut for him in Cadwell Park, taking a second place. He's on row 3 alongside Wayne Rocket in number 17. Matt Mitter, number 10, is on row 4. He had a podium at Cadwell Park as well, starts alongside Michael Evans in number 5. Row 5, Eddie O'Kane in the number 9 car. That's the O'Kane Irish Foods car, alongside 51 Paul Lorry, not to be confused with the golfer of the same name. Row 6 is Becca Taylor, she's new to racing this year. And 26 Roger Owens, he's got one of the new S3 coupes in this race. Darren Banks, number 27, on row 7 alongside Johnny Rocket. Great name that is. He's the son of Wayne. And Spencer Hirons and Kevin Sandford will round out the grid. We'll have the cars lined up then. They're just coming out of the assembly area now. The course car just completing a lap to make sure the circuit is being cleared. Thank you to our volunteer marshals once again. So the grid is in position then. In pole position there is the number 69 Alistair Dendy, the Unit 18 Automotive sponsored Gen 3 Coupe, Unit 18 being a Volkswagen Audi Group specialist, alongside that beautiful looking number 1 of Alex Kersley, the series champion. There's no points on the Hyundai Coupe Cup. It is a series, not a championship, but the most meritorious driver each year is given the number 1. Stunning looking S3 Coupe there, the new car sponsored by Lancaster Insurance, the Lancaster Bomber we call Alex Kersley. Neil Hurren's there in the plain white number 87. We don't seem to have Adam Jones, number 43. He may have had some problems in qualifying, but the number 17 is there. Wayne Rockets from Denmead in Hampshire, runs a car dealership and also the Rockets Wraps and Graphics business. Applying some of the liveries to this series. Alongside him it will be Luca Stacchini off the inside there, the black and gold car. A couple of these drivers document their exploits via their YouTube channels. You can look them up online. Becca Taylor is one of them. Look up Driving Bex, B-E-X, on YouTube. She has vlogs of her racing experience. New to racing over the last few months. From Louth in Lincolnshire near Cadwell Park. We'll see her further back on the grid for this one. This will be a 15-minute race. Well, while we wait for this race to get underway, they'll be heading off on the green flag lap shortly. Just waiting for a bit of clearing up to be done. Ewan caught up with a couple of the drivers in the paddock earlier on.
Here we are then ahead of our first race of the weekend in the Carbonate Hyundai. It's got Alex Kersley here, car number 1, and very successful in the Hyundai 8. Start that again. Carbon 8 Hyundai. Here we are then, we have found our pole sitter, Alistair Dendy. Alistair, first of all, great lap.
Thank you.
Talk us through it.
Well, my first fast lap was a mess. I nearly spun it, went across the grass, gathered myself up, had another go, and it was just really, really quick, and that was it. I pitted.
How are track conditions? There's been a little bit of drizzle, a bit of oil out there too.
Yeah, it's quite unpredictable. Quorum is odd. It's got grip at the first half, and the second half is, strange.
Talk us through. You weren't at Cadwell Park where Alex had 2 wins because you had an accident.
Yeah, I crashed my road car 2 weeks before Cadwell and broke some ribs, so I couldn't race. But yeah, back today.
And how was the old ribs today?
Pretty sore.
Not sore enough to stop you getting pole though.
No, and hopefully not sore enough to stop me winning the race, but we'll see.
All right, mate. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. That is Alex and Alistair, our front pole sitters for the race today. The first of 2 Hyundai Coupe Cups with Toyo tyres. Over to you, commentator for the race, Dave Goddard.
Cars are now underway for this first of 2 races today for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. It is the Gen 3 of Alistair Dendy, who we heard from in pole position. Certainly looks very impressive, the Unit 18 sponsored car. Good to have him back after that incident with his road car earlier this season. One to watch here could be Luca Staccini, comes from Perugia in Italy. He's raced in Club 100 karts and also in the Enduro car series. Works as a music producer and sound engineer and a disc jockey. Look him up on YouTube as well. Very smartly prepared number 28 car. Could be one to watch here. Best result of 2nd on his debut at Cadwell Park. Alex Kersley and Wayne Rockets, those you mentioned, are the winningest drivers, you could say, over the last few years. There's Michael Evans, the Cadbury's Caramel car, as I call it, the yellow and purple. Car I was lucky enough to do a couple of laps of Silverstone in at the beginning of 2020. There's the 120, that's Driving Bex, as she's known, Becca Taylor. Alistair Dendy, number 1 of Alex Kersley. In the background there, gorgeous Ford Mustang in the crowd. Oh, Becca Taylor's got a problem. The 120 car pulls over on the Bentley straight, so that's probably going to be a delay to the start while they get that car sorted out. She's signalling to the marshals. There's a problem with the 120 car. That's a great shame for Becca. There's the number 51, that's Paul Lorry. Another S3 coupe, that's Roger Owens, 26. There's that Ford Mustang on the top left of the picture there. Nice if we could get that out to do a few laps. Another S3, the new shape coupe we've got out there is Darren Banks, number 27, the red car. Darren Banks, sales director for Michael Banks Cars, also based in Andover in Hampshire. Becca's got it running again, so the marshals have fixed whatever the last second hitch was there for Becca. Driving Bex. First drive in the car was only 3 days, she tells us, before her first race at Cadwell Park. Okay, cars in position. Then we are missing the number 43, unfortunately, of Adam Jones from the 2nd row of the grid. This will be a 15-minute race. Alistair Dendy on pole. Alex Kersley will start as the favourite, going for 3 wins out of 3 this year. Neil Hurren behind them in the plain white car, number 87. We're just waiting for Becca Taylor to get up to the, I suspect she will start from the back of the grid. That's the Generation 1 Hyundai Coupe. You can tell the Gen 1 and 2 cars apart because the Gen 2 cars have double headlights. Here we go then, the race gets underway. No, we didn't wait for Becca Taylor to catch up to the back of the grid. They get underway anyway, and down towards the first corner they go. Alistair Dendy in the Gen 3 Coupe, number 69 on the inside. The number 1 on the outside is Alex Kersley. They're all away well. Decent start by Paul Lorry in the 51, 3 wide behind him. Roger Owens trying to go round the outside in the 26. Side by side for the lead as they head into the hairpin for the first time. Alistair Dendy's got the lead. Neil Hurren up the inside. They're 3 wide, still behind. It's very close, these virtually standard Hyundai Coupes. Several of them prepared by John Winter. Only real modifications allowed are safety measures. I think Neil Hurren's gone wide there. Yes, Alex Kersley up the inside to take second place, coming out of Palmer's, but it's Alistair Dendy, number 69, the Unit 18 car, that's got the lead. Here comes Wayne Rocket. He started back on row 3. He's going to go through on the inside of Neil Hurren, coming out of Agostini. Side by side there, the white and blue halved car. Note the zipper design down the middle. Shades of the BAR when they made their debut in Formula 1. Remember that livery? The 555 Lucky Strike livery, half and half. That's how the Rockets have liveried their cars, Wayne and Johnny. There is Luca Staccini, the number 28 car on the left of your screen. He's fallen behind Eddie O'Kane there, the number 9. Runs YourIrishShop.com and O'Kane Irish Foods. I wonder if they sell Guinness. Eddie O'Kane trying to close up here on the leading group. Neil Hurren holding off Wayne Rocket for third place. It's Dendy who leads from Kersley. Drive by Neil Hurren so far, the plain whites, number 87. Bit of a lock up there from Eddie O'Kane in 5th position in the number 9. 6 behind him is Luca Staccini. I think it's Matt Mitter behind them in car number 10. Get out into the bomb hole for the first time. Still Alistair Dendy who has got the lead from Kersley. Now, has Becca Taylor got going, the 120 car? Saw her trying to come round to the grid there. Luca Staccini with the Italian flag on his rear wing, chasing now Eddie O'Kane. He's a bit wide onto the curb there. Wayne Rocket trying to go side by side with Neil Hurren as they come through to complete lap number 1. Over the line go the leaders. Just over a second in it between Dendy and Kersley. Then it's Rocket and Hurren exactly side by side. 7,000ths of a second separated them as they went over the line. Matt Mitter, number 10 in the black car, trying to make his way through on the inside. Eddie O'Kane holds him off. Staccini in behind them, so Mitter's made up 1 place there. Behind them is Darren Banks, number 27 in the S3. Lifting a wheel there, Alex Kersley, as Neil Hurren continues to hold off Wayne Rocket for third place. Rocket was ahead, but only just at the line. Paul Lorry and Johnny Rocket round out the top 10. Johnny had a podium at Brands Hatch at the end of last season. Managed to beat his father. Johnny Rocket began his racing career on BMX bikes, if I remember rightly. Quite successful in those. They head down towards the left-hander at Agostini once again. Still Wayne Rocket, Rocket Senior, unable to do anything about Neil Hurren ahead of him. Eddie O'Kane is next, then Staccini's got back ahead of Matt Mitter. Banks and Lorry next, then Michael Evans, and behind him is Johnny Rocket. Michael Evans' car repaired after a smash at Brands Hatch last season. Not the fastest cars you've got here, but very closely matched. Snetterton today. This is a great way to break into motor racing if you've ever wanted to have a go. Darren Banks there in that very smart 27 car, chased by the number 51. That's Paul Lorry. Becca Taylor has got going again, and she's ahead of the number 21 car, Kevin Sanford, at the back of the field. But it's still Alistair Dendy, number 69, who leads the way. Based in Milton Keynes, near to John Winter. It's an ex-John Winter car that he is racing today, which I think was the first Gen 3 coupe to be raced in the Hyundai Coupe Cup by its founder, John Winter, celebrating its 10th season this year, this budget racing series. They've entered a team of cars to the coupes into the Burkett 6-hour relay at Silverstone. They won it a few years ago, the relay race, as Eddie O'Kane battling with Luca Staccini there. Staccini goes wide onto the curb. It's going to allow Matt Mitter to come through in the value rater back to number 10 car. Side by side over the line. This is for 6th position. Banks behind them. Then it's Paul Lorry. Then we've got Michael Evans in the yellow number 5. Back up the inside is Staccini. Look up his racing on YouTube as well. There's Johnny Rocket, further back in the order. tricky to tell Wayne and Johnny Rocket's cars apart, and there's contact at the hairpin. Matt Mitter climbs over the curb into the side of Eddie O'Kane there. Get off, says the number 9. There's damage to the front of the 10 car of Matt Mitter. Darren Banks getting involved as well. Well, they're all bottled up into the hairpin there behind Luca Staccini. That's allowed the first 4 to get away. Dendy from Kersley, Hurren, and Wayne Rockets still stuck at the back of this group. Wayne Rockets' car's got the pink mirrors. I think Johnny Rockets has got green wing mirrors. That's how you tell them apart. Darren Banks has got ahead there of Matt Mitter. There you see Johnny Rocket's car with the identical livery. He's ahead of Roger Owens in the other S3 in the race. Midfield battle continuing to heat up. This is for 5th position. Now Darren Banks is up to 6th and he's challenging the number 9 of Eddie O'Kane in the Gen 2 car with the double round headlights there. It's the S3 behind them and Matt Mitter trying to close up. Matt Mitter's fired up after that collision with Eddie O'Kane, I think. Paul Lorry behind them. Then we've got Michael Evans in the yellow and purple machine. Darren Banks sponsored by Michael Banks Cars. This is their sales director. Further back we've got Johnny Rocket ahead of Roger Owens. Behind them further back in the order is Spencer Hirons in the 65. Becca Taylor's next, then Sanford, and of course the 43 car didn't take the start. Things cooling down a little after those earlier midfield exchanges. It's still Alistair Dendy who has got the lead. Cornering on the edge of adhesion there through the right-hander at Coram. He's locking a wheel slightly there, Paul Lorry. Somebody's kicked up some dust in the background. Leaders have gone over the line already. A second between Dendy and Kersley now. Fastest lap of the race by Neil Hurren, 2:25.347. He's trying to pull away from Wayne Rocket into 3rd place. This is the battle for 5th. Staccini ahead of O'Kane now. And Banks in 7th. 8th is Matt Mitter. Paul Lorry 9th. Michael Evans is 10th. His father Alan has raced with him in the series for a few years as well. But I think Alan's car got wrecked at the end of last season at Brands Hatch. He had a collision with Andy Wilmot, if I remember rightly. There's one of the Evans family involved there anyway. In fact, I think it might have been Michael racing Alan's car. Have to have a look back at our footage from last year to be certain. Swing their way through the left-hander once again. Still Alistair Dendy leads the way. Alex Kersley, the double winner at Cadwell Park, giving chase. Paul Lorry and Eddie O'Kane further back. They took podium finishes in the second race at Cadwell Park. There is our leader, the beautiful blue and white number 69, the Unit 18 automotive car of Alistair Denby. There's the 3rd place fight still. Neil Hurren, and with the fastest lap of the race at the moment, holding back Wayne Rocket. I mentioned that Rocket has been one of the most successful drivers along with Alex Kersley in this series over the last few years. That's no mean feat to be able to hold him off all the way for 3rd. Just under 6 minutes of this race to go. It's 4 quite a way clear. They're 8 seconds clear of Staccini, who's now in 5th position. Is everybody still running further back? Yes, they certainly are, with the exception of course of Adam Jones. Towards the bomb hole, through the drop and then up towards Coram and into Murray's. With a lock up there from Rocket in 4th place. There's Staccini in the background on his own now in 5th position. He's trying to catch this lead group, and now Wayne Rocket gets the better exit from Murray's there. He's finally going to go through into 3rd, or is he? Fighting back up the outside is Neil Hurren as they head over the line. The gap increased by just under half a second that time through. Alistair Denby pulling away slightly. Hurren's back on the inside, but Rockets has got the move done, and he's up into 3rd position. Now he'll get the hammer down and go after the 2 leaders in the 2 later cars. It's Kersley closing up slightly there into the hairpin, and Wayne Rocket runs in too wide there into the hairpin. Neil Hurren was a bit late on the brakes as well. This battle continuing to intensify. Here's the next group. Stacchini is through into a clear 5th place. 6th is Eddie O'Kane. He runs wide on the hairpin. Darren Banks is there in the red car. Matt Mitter behind them in the number 10. Great fight between these three. And behind them, Paul Lorry as well in the number 51, the purple, white and green and probably several other colours car. Nearly a change for 3rd there. Neil Hurren had a look into Agostini. Here comes Darren Banks. This is down into the left-hander at Agostini. Darren Banks at the inside. He goes through into 6th place. Matt Mitter trying to follow him. O'Kane out on the wide line again. Mitter's on the curbs. There's Paul Lorry behind them in that multicoloured number 51. Michael Evans in number 5 in the Stroke Association promoting car. And they're being closed down by Johnny Rocket and by Roger Owens as well. And off goes Eddie O'Kane onto the grass. Now, the Hyundai Coupe in the late 90s was briefly used in rallying. Australian Wayne Bell was their leading driver. Not sure of their form as a rallycross car. We did see one in Clubman's Rallycross driven by Martin Rogers a couple of times. Bit of rallycross there from Eddie O'Kane. Lost out to Matt Mitter. He's got Paul Lorry and Michael Evans up behind now. This is the battle for 6th position. Just over 3 minutes to go. There's Johnny Rocket behind them. Certainly a great looking car, the new S3 Coupe, isn't it? First time this year we've seen those cars in this series. Michael Evans closing up on the number 51 of Paul Lorry. Lead gap is up to 2 seconds now. New fastest lap by Alistair Dendy. He's done a 2:24.553. Wayne Rocket is now established in 3rd. He's pulled a second clear of Neil Hurren as Matt Mitter gets ready to try and attack Darren Banks for 6th position. Stacchini is on his own now in 5th place. He's not really catching Neil Hurren either, as Darren Banks under real pressure from Matt Mitter, who gets the cut back on the inside of the exit of Riches. He's going to be later on the brakes for the hairpin as well. And Matt Mitter through into 6th position. Eddie O'Kane has a go as well. Nearly clips the back of Banks as Matt Mitter misses his braking point. He got all the work done into the hairpin and then braked too late. Darren Banks takes the place back again. This is terrific stuff in the midfield. Up towards Agostini they go. Roger Owens has dropped back a little, as we can see there in the 26 from Johnny Rocket. As Eddie O'Kane, big lock up there. Nearly into the back of Matt Mitter. I think Eddie O'Kane might be having some braking issues, and Matt Mitter's having issues staying off the curbs. Runs wide there, coming out of the left-hander as Agostini. They're all queuing up behind Darren Banks to try and have a go at the new 27 car here. Outside the top 10 we've got Johnny Rocket, Roger Owens, then it's Spencer Hirons, the navy blue number 65 is 13th. Then Becca Taylor and the 21 of Kevin Sanford round out the field as Matt Mitter attacks. He goes through up the inside, forces his way down the inside at Williams. Here comes Eddie O'Kane. Banks has lost momentum there. As a result, they can see a bit of damage to the left rear corner of the white and maroon O'Kane Irish Foods car. They're going to be 3 wide under the bridge if they play their cards right. Matt Mitter's going to be later on the brakes. Eddie O'Kane up the inside again on the grass. He's really throwing that car around. And Paul Lorry closing up on him now as well in the 51. The MSO Web Agency car. Down the drop into the bomb hole. Out the other side. Matt Mitter trying to get his foot down and escape here. The leader has just gone over the line. Alistair Dendy's nearly 3.5 seconds clear of Alex Kersey now, so Alistair Dendy looking good for his first win of the season. Started his racing career in karts in the 1990s before racing at Castle Combe briefly in a Peugeot 309 of all things. Then had a break from the sport before moving into Citroen C1s in recent years and the Enduro car series as well. There he is, still leading, pulling away from Alex Kersey, who I think is now under threat from Wayne Rocket, his big rival of the last few years. But there's a new name on top by the look of it in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, sponsored by Carbonate LED Lighting in partnership with Toyo Tyres, and that's Alistair Dendy. He's heading for his first win of the season. Rocket is closing down Kersley. Neil Hurren looking on from 4th place. Dendy's done the fastest lap of the race, 2:24.553. Running wide there, Kersley coming out of Agostini, but Wayne Rocket is not able to capitalise. You can see now the lead gap has spread out slightly. Stacchini still 6th, then it's Mitter ahead of Banks, O'Kane and Laurie, the last we looked. Pick up the midfield battle shortly. But I think Alex Kersley is going to be defeated here for the first time in 2022 in the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. Down the Bentley Straight they go for what will be the final time. They will complete 7 laps of this, one of the longest circuits in UK national racing. Snetterton 300 layout. Alistair Dendy has controlled this race from the start, from pole position in the Generation 3 Coupe, the ex-John Winter car. It's a beautiful blue and white livery. Wayne Rocket is not finished yet. He's having a go at Alex Kersley. He wants 2nd place. 2 big guns of the series, arguably these two. Quick stab of the brakes there through the bomb hole and Coram just for confidence. They're up in towards Murray's though for the final time. I don't think Rocket's going to get through. It's going to be a win though for Alistair Dendy. The checkered flag awaits. Alistair Dendy heads up the Senna Straight for the final time and takes the checkered flag. Dendy wins it. 2nd place is going to go to Alex Kersley, I think. They're going to finish almost side by side, just 1/10 of a second in it. Kersley takes 2nd, Rocket 3rd, Neil Hurren 4th. Great race there between the top 4. 5th place is going to go to Luca Stacchini in the number 28 car, and then the battle behind headed up by Darren Banks ahead of O'Kane, Johnny Rocket. Michael Evans on the grass there almost out of the final corner. He's going to try and make a move on Johnny Rocket here. Matt Mitter has taken 6th place. It's Banks in 7th. In fact, then O'Kane, Laurie, and a photo finish behind Michael Evans. I think just got there ahead of Johnny Rocket by less than 0.2 of a second. Roger Owens is next home, then a gap back to Spencer Hirons in the 65 car. Becca Taylor and Kevin Sanford will complete the finishers. Here's Becca, driving Bex, driving home in the 120. Had to start from the back after problem on the green flag lap. You can read all about it on her social media and in her video blog on YouTube. Here she comes. Into the left-hander. Well done, Becca. Her first ever race at Snetterton. Only her 2nd meeting in the series. There's Spencer Hirons. Just crossed the line. Bex Taylor comes in to take the flag. Final finisher will be Kevin Sanford. Good stuff then from the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. They have another race later on, our final race of the day. Be another 15-minute thrash for the Coupes. The win goes to Alistair Dendy, his first win of the season, taking the win ahead of Alex Kersley by 4.5 seconds at the flag. He was just over a tenth of a second clear of Wayne Rocket, who was challenging hard in the final couple of laps. Neil Hurren taking 4th ahead of Luca Stacchini, and then the fight for 6th place headed up by Matt Mitter, 3 seconds clear of Darren Banks. He just held off the battling Eddie O'Kane, Paul Laurie, Michael Evans, and then Johnny Rockets. Roger Owens was next home ahead of Spencer Hirons in 13th, 14th for Becca Taylor, and Kevin Sanford, the final finisher, in 15th place. Adam Jones, unfortunately qualified on the 2nd row, didn't take the start. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from some of the drivers shortly. Our next race, the last one before the lunch break, is going to be the Britcar Trophy. We can head down shortly to Ewan in Parc Fermé as the final car. Kevin Sanford crosses the line. But let's hear from some of the drivers at Ewan down in Parc Fermé.
Here's Dave here in Parc Fermé with our race winner. Well done, Alistair. On paper, that looks quite straightforward, but it wasn't really, was it?
It was. He's just driven into my car. No, it wasn't. It wasn't straightforward. It was hard hanging on to the tyres. At the end, I had to really push at the start to get away from Alex. And then it always looks easy when you win, but it wasn't.
I mean, when you got out the car there, you were sort of like crunched over a bit. How are the ribs?
It's pretty sore.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, it's pretty sore. Every curb is like...
One more race today, you're going to be okay though, yeah?
Yeah, some paracetamol and maybe a rub down, yeah.
Yeah, drugs. Good idea. Good luck. We look forward to seeing you later, mate.
Lovely, thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's speak to Alex here, who's just to our right-hand side. Then we'll have a chat with Wayne here. He's just literally just driven into the back of our race winner. Alex, congratulations, mate. Second place. It's how you kind of predicted, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's always good to try and nail them on the start, but yeah, I just couldn't quite rein them in.
It was almost like for that race there was like a force field between the two of you. You just couldn't close him down.
Yeah, I felt it. Yeah, it's. I overheard Ali saying about tyres. It is more about tyre management on these, and I just didn't manage them as well as Ali did.
When you say you didn't manage them, what can you do differently? What do you mean by that?
Oh, I suppose just go a bit easier on them, really. Just try and make them last a little bit longer, keep them in that window for a bit longer. And you know, I'm learning. Although it's the same tyre as the old car, it's bigger. The car's different, so it's just learning.
And you had a good view in the rear view mirror of your old car there too, Neil.
I know, yeah, she was behind me all the way. Yeah.
Blowing her kisses.
Yeah, I know. That's all right.
Well done, mate. Second place. We'll look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's speak to Wayne here and assess some damage. Wayne, mate, amazing racing.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah. We to come through. Obviously, we qualified a little bit lower than we wanted to, and I was a bit disheartened with being 2 seconds off the pace. But in the race, that was so much fun.
It was great to watch, and you just giving us a little kiss there under the bumper.
Well, I just wanted to make Alistair ready for race 2 in a minute.
I'm sure he will be. Congrats.
Cheers, Alan.
Right, we've got a busy schedule, so coming up next we've got the Britcar Trophy first race of the day, so we'll hand over to Dave Goddard.
That'd be great. To be fair, Wayne did mention that it's a big old Gen 3 car, as he told me. Would you agree it feels like a big car? Yeah, it's a bit of a cute.
Right, apologies for the brief silence. I was just noting down the starting drivers for our next race, the Britcar Trophy, 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. Some of these cars shared by 2 drivers, some driving solo, and with the cars just about to be on the way to the grid, we can hear from a couple of the drivers who Ewan spoke to earlier on.
Here we are then in the pit/paddock for the Britcar Trophy race, the first one of the day, and I found Charlie Hand in the Finding Nemo livery. It took us 10 minutes to find Charlie, but here he is now. 2 wins already this season. You had 14 wins in the junior saloons last year, so you've continued your form. Talk us through your season. Only had 2 races at Silverstone, but again the 2 wins. Phenomenal start.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. Can't really do much better than that, so hoping to keep that form.
And you got pole today as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure for both races. I definitely got pole for the first race, but it was really tight between all the Clios actually.
Now, up into the Clio class in the Britcar Trophy, a step up from the junior saloons. What did you learn last year and previously that you've sort of brought this success through to this bigger class?
I mean, it definitely helps that they're both front-wheel drive. Obviously, the actual handling of the car is quite similar, especially when you lose the back end and stuff. Trying to save the car is a lot similar to a Saxo. So, in that respect, it's definitely helped.
And how did you find the track today? Because the race before you, the BMWs, dropped a bit of oil down there. You qualified, I think, after those guys, didn't you? How was the track this morning?
I felt it was definitely a bit slower than on Friday. Obviously, it's quite hard because we don't actually race on Saturday, so you don't know how obviously the track progresses. And 3 hours on slicks yesterday with the endurance definitely adds a bit of grip. So probably a little bit more understeering, but obviously we're going to combat that with setup change. So hopefully it'll be good for the race.
And Snetterton is it's a 3-mile track, lots of straights, lots of turns. What's the key to winning here?
Be fast.
It is that simple, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, especially down the straights and stuff with the faster cars, you've just got to be quick through the infield so you can build that sort of gap so then they can't just tow back up to you again. And yeah, just sort of managing that really.
And going from 15-20 minute racing to 1 hour racing, any differences there?
I mean, I did a lot of training over the winter because obviously I'm by myself, so I've got to do the whole race. But It's not. I don't think it was that much of a big jump. Obviously, when you get into a more GT endurance, you're going to be doing hour stints anyway. So it's definitely good practice.
Great start to your season. Look forward to seeing you later on today.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
So there we go. We'll try and find one more driver in the Britcar Trophy races here in the pit lane at Snetterton. Racing coming up very shortly. Okay, before we go, Britcar Trophy racing here with Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy. Raced yesterday in the Snetterton Saloons, got a second place there. Hoping for more of the same today, I imagine.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
And how did qualifying go this morning?
Hectic.
Yeah?
So, yeah, not the greatest, to be fair.
But where are you on the grid?
Were we fourth?
We're fourth, but we don't actually know because actually qualifying hasn't been issued yet onto the TSL. So we're somewhere on the second row, we believe. So we'll find out sooner or later.
What did you learn yesterday from the saloons that you can take into today's race to do with track conditions and sort of the overall circuit?
Slicks are faster. the guys in front were on slicks.
Apart from that, and as well, we did a few bits of different changes to the car that way didn't work too much. So now we've learned a few more bits of how to set up the car coming into the next race.
We know you've been in hospitality this morning, not sort of indulging yourself, but doing some data. What data have you been looking at, and what are your tactics, if you can tell us this morning?
Yeah, we've just been looking at VBox data. Obviously, just been comparing our lap times to see where we can. I am faster than him in some sectors.
In some?
Due to traffic, mate.
Now, at Silverstone a few weeks ago, you got a win and a pole, and there was a bit of a mix-up in race number 2, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was, but that's racing. It happens sometimes. It was a little bit disheartening, but for our first weekend, you have to take what you got. So
third overall in the championship, first in class. It's a great start to your season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great start to the season. It gives us a platform to build on, and now what we've just got to keep on doing is take that momentum forward.
And who's going out first today? Because you went out first yesterday, Mark.
I think I'm going to go out first.
Think?
Yeah, we're 90% there.
To be decided.
Yes, to be decided, but yeah, it's 90% certain that you'll.
Look forward to seeing racing. Best of luck, guys.
Right. Thank you very much. Take care.
Right, it is time to go for our first Britcar Trophy race of the day. Over to you, Dave.
Thank you, Ewan. Yes, the car's just coming to the grid for the first of 2 Britcar Trophy races today. This will be a 50-minute race, a mandatory pit stop. The pit window opens 20 minutes into the race. Now let's have a look at the grid then as the cars line up. A big variety of different cars out there, and it's a familiar face from the Kumho BMW race earlier on, Niall Bradley, who has taken pole position with his BMW. Alongside him will be the number 40 car. Now that's Jazz Sapra, and sharing with Brian Branson, who raced yesterday. Brian Branson will start that car. It's Jazz Sapra's other car, the grey BMW we saw racing the Snetterton Saloons yesterday, not the yellow one from this morning. The second row will be car number 3, which is a BMW of Sonny Gill and Jagdeep Verdi. It's Sonny Gill who will take the start, the ex-Kumho BMW champion. And alongside them, number 74, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Mark Lee will start this race. Owen Hizzy will take over. That'll be one of the favourites for this race. Another SVG Motorsport Ginetta on row 3. Neil Wallace will start. Ian Astley taking over. Alongside number 111, the Data Motorsport Ginetta, Axel van Nederveen drives solo in that car, the Dutchman. Row 4 is number 179, the Jeff Steele Racing BMW. David Gooding starts, and the very experienced Nigel Greensall will take over that car at the pit stop. Alongside then, the Mac G Racing Mazda RX-8. That's driven by Johnny McGregor for the first stint, and Josh Tomlinson takes over. The fifth row of the grid is Team Brits in number 70 with their BMW. Chris Overend starts. James Whitley will take over. Number 19, the Thorny Motorsport BMW driven by Callum Noble. He drives solo, starts alongside. Row 6 is the Valuga Racing number 79 car. That's a BMW M4. Justin Dodge starts, and Charlie Hollings, familiar name from the British Endurance Championship, will take over. Alongside them, number 35, which is the Chandler Motorsports VW Golf Cup car. Harry Yardley Rose starting. Reese Hurd takes over. Row 7 is number 77, another Golf. That's the TSR car. Rob Taylor and Anthony Rogers. Rob Taylor starts. 55 of Saxon starts alongside them. James Alford in his Golf. He drives solo. Then we've got a pair of Clios. 2 Westbourne Motorsport cars. Treble 5 is started by, well, Charlie Hand driving solo. We just heard from him, the championship leader, reigning junior saloon car champion. And alongside him is the number 69 Westbourne car. James Black will start. Jack Meakin is taking over. Row 9, a pair of Clios from Motor Swan. Number 4, Scott Simon. And number 11, Richard Ashmole, both soloists. Then on the 10th row is another Clio. That's the number 89 Hyro Motorsport car, started by Joe Harrison. James Harrison takes over. Alongside one of Team Hard's cars, that's a VW Golf, started by Jake Owens. Dan Truman takes over. Then we've got number 81, which is one of the invitation class cars by the look of it. That's a BMW Z4, number 81, driven by Callum Bates. Starts alongside the 41 Westbourne Clio. John Billingsley starts. Giles Billingsley takes over. Number 72 is Chris Murphy in the other Whitebridge BMW Z4. Starting alongside number 76, the Toad Motorsports BMW. William Lynch driving solo in that one. Number 44 is entered by SVG Motorsport. That's the first of their Ginetta G40 Cup cars. The number 44 started by, well, driven solo, sorry, by Peter Dilnuts. Alongside them, number 13 from Motor Swan. That's the Clio of Steve O'Brien and Darren Gerhardt. Steve O'Brien starts. 64 is the JW Bird VW Scirocco. Paul Goodlad is the driver. Then we've got another Ginetta alongside. Number 36, Steve Moore starts. John Wood is taking over. Another Ginetta, number 91 in the G40 Cup, Julian Daniel in number 91. Number 88 is the Orex Motorsport Seat Cupra, started by junior saloon graduate Harry Rice, and it's the junior saloon coordinator Dave Beecroft who will take over. 3 SVG Motorsport Ginettas round out the field. Number 59 is Andy Ball. Car 31 is driven by Jez Sussex. He'll hand over to Tony Whitney at the pit stop. And number 78, completing the grid, is Rob Morgan. That's your lineup then for the first Britcar Trophy race of the day. A fine sight they make. There is the number 24. That's the Ginetta of Neil Wallace, sharing with Ian Astley. That's a unique Mazda RX-8 from Mac G Racing. Their Tyrannis failed to finish yesterday's race. Oh, we've got a car stopped on the grass, I can see there. Over to the left of the grid. I think that's the Thorny Motorsport BMW of Callum Noble. Can't quite see the number right. I think that's John Thorne's colours though. And the recovery vehicle needed to tow it back in. Rest of the grid in position. We've got BMWs, we've got Golfs, we've got loads of Ginettas. Of course, the Ginetta G40s have their own separate class this year. The other classes determined by engine size. Class 1, the most powerful cars. We've got Class 1 Invitation. There's one Invitation Class 1 car. That's Niall Bradley, the pole sitter. Class 2, we've got a pair of Golfs and the Team Brit BMW. Not a pair of Golfs, sorry, a Golf and a Scirocco. The number 64 VW Scirocco is a Class 2 car, sorry. In Class 1, we've got BMWs, Ginettas and the Mazda RX-8s. Class 3, we've got 3 Golfs and the Seat Cupra. Class 3 Invitation is for the 2 BMW Z cars. We should have had Will Stacey in that class with his Lotus Elise as well, but unfortunately he's not here. And then the Clios have their own class as well. But it's in the Clios that we have our overall championship leader, Charlie Hand, the reigning junior saloon car champion. The Ginetta class is currently led in the points by Richard Durham. Unfortunately, he's not out. Class 1 is led by Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy in the SVG Motorsports Ginetta, the G56A. They're third in the championship overall behind Hand and Durham. Class 2, the points leader there is Kester's Fiesta. Kester Cook in his Ford Fiesta, very modified Ford Fiesta, but he's not here. So Chris Overend and James Whitley could take the lead of that class in that very purple Team Brit BMW. You can see it on the left there. Team Brit, of course, the team that helps those with physical and mental handicaps to overcome their problems and rehabilitate themselves through motor racing. A very worthwhile cause. It'll be a rolling start for this race. 50-minute race. The pit window opens 20 minutes in and is open for 15 minutes. Oh, hello. The 24 car right in front of our camera hasn't got away. Neil Wallace has stalled it. Bringing the marshals for a push. Oh, no, it's not the Ginetta. It's the car in front of it that's not got away. That's one of the BMWs. And there's a traffic jam on the grid. Now, which BMW is that? I think it might be the car of Sonny Gill. It hasn't got away. What is it with BMWs and having problems on this grid? Oh dear. Something overheated on it. Has it been sat there for too long? So that means that the grid is all jumbled up as they head round on the green flag lap. There's going to have to be a red flag, yes, because the grid is now completely out of order. We're going to have to line them up again, I think. It should have been the rolling start, but we're missing about half of the grid because the car in third on the grid, Sonny Gill, didn't get away. There's Niall Bradley, the 47. Number 40 is Jazz Sapra's car, being started by Brian Branson. Now, he was leading the Snetterton Saloons race yesterday, but he broke down halfway through. Jazz Sapra won, driving solo in that event. There's treble 5. That's Nemo, Charlie Hans Clio. There's the BMW Z4s. Callum Bates has got his hood up today. The Seat Cupra with Harry Rice on board. So the red flag out because of that obstruction on the grid. There goes the number 3 car being pushed into the paddock. Sonny Gill and Jagjit Verdi sharing that car. Hopefully they can start from the pits. Sonny Gill and Jagjit Verdi, ex-Ginetta racers. "50 minutes on the clock above the grid there. You can see on the gantry next to the red lights. There'll be 2 50-minute races today. And what normally happens in race 2 is the drivers that went second in this race will be the starting drivers for race 2. They swap round. Aha! Our friends in the BMW seem to have lost some liquids. Is that water or is it coolant? Yes, I think that car has overheated on the grid, that's why it didn't get away. Big hello to Jeanette Stevenson in our comments thread. She's supporting her husband Richard Ashmole in the number 11 Clio. Where's he starting on the grid? He is 18th on the grid. Right, we'll try again then. Let's get the grid back into line. Niall Bradley in the white and green BMW on pole. Heard from him in the paddock earlier. Grey BMW of Brian Branson alongside. Second row, we've got, well, there's a gap on the second row now, no Sonny Gill. Mind our camera, Niall Bradley. Does he want another interview? Give us a wave. Yes, it is a mixture of water and antifreeze, we've been told by the marshals. Spilled on the grid there by the number 3 BMW, unfortunately. Number 74 Ginetta, Mark Lee, the transport company boss from Yorkshire in the SVG Motorsport run Ginetta. Owen Hizzy, very quick GT racer, we'll share with him. The 179 BMW, that yellow car is going to be worth watching as well. David Gooding starts it. Nigel Greensall will take over, and Nigel has raced everything, up to and including historic Formula 1 cars. I remember him racing in the Boss Formula Series, big open single seats. He had a Tyrrell in that series a few years ago. Competes in the Fun Cup Endurance Series as well, for the VW Beetle lookalikes. You name it, Nigel will race it. Team Brit behind him, the number 70 BMW there, well up on row 5. Okay, the whistle's blown from the marshals. I think we're about to get rolling. Thanks for your patience there during that brief pause. Right, we get them moving once again. Cut slightly into the lunch break, I think, this race, but not by too much. Clio's towards the back of the little Ginetta G40s as well. To the very back of the grid, Rob Morgan, the number 78.
So the green flag lap is now underway. We have got 2 cars.
Josh Barrett and Chaz Draycott on the public address system in the background. Pick your winners then. Who do you think is going to take the first Britcar Trophy race of the day? Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee had a win at Silverstone at the season opener. Sebastian Dubois, newcomer in another Ginetta, was the winner of the second race. He's not here this weekend. That second race thrown into confusion by a safety car period during the pit stops. 2 cars starting from the pit lane. That's the number 76 BMW of William Lynch, the towed motorsport car. And there's treble 1 Axel van Nederveen as well, the Dutchman. He had a couple of wins last season in this series with his Ginetta. That's the Data motorsport car. He also co-drove on occasion with Adriano Medeiros, the Brazilian ex-Formula Ford star. He's raced BMWs as well. It's Niall Bradley, born in Ireland but now based in Kent, leads them round. Brian Branson sharing with Jazz Sapra. Jazz Sapra not wanting to end up with 2 broken BMWs here today. Charlie Ham, the overall points leader, leading the Clio class. Looking at the other categories, Class 1 is led in the points by Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy. Class 2 by Kester Cook. Class 3 is Anthony Rogers and Finn Jones with the TSR Golf, but Finn Jones not here this weekend. It's Rob Taylor sharing with Anthony Rogers. The G40 Cup class led by Richard Durham, he's not here. And the Clio's, of course, Charlie Ham. Number 19 there in the purple and green of Jeff Steele Racing, that's Callum Noble. Not Jeff Steele Racing, sorry, Thorny Motorsport. That car is Jeff Steele running the 179 car, apologies there. The Scirocco of Paul Goodlad. Big grid of cars here. Form up 2 by 2 then, ready for a start. 50 minutes of racing. Pit window opens with 30 minutes to go. I'm looking forward to this race. Who's it going to be then? Our first Britcar Trophy winner of the day here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. This car into pit lane. Revs begin to rise up towards the red lights. Niall Bradley and Brian Branson in the 2 BMWs, the 2 Ginettas of Neil Wallace and Mark Lee behind them. Being held by the red lights. The red lights go out and the race is on. Down towards the first corner at Riches we go then. Who's going to take the lead? It's Niall Bradley with a good start on the inside, side by side with Brian Branson. Good start by the Team Brits BMW at the inside there of Chris Overend. He's ahead of David Gooding in the yellow car. 2 cars join from the back in the pit lane, Axel van Nederveen and William Lynch. It was Lynch who had problems on the grid, I think, the black car. Swing their way through the hairpin for the first time. One of the Golfs running wide there, the 55 car of James Alford in the Saxon car. 79 in the middle there as well is Justin Dodge in the Veluga BMW M4. We saw Veluga find success in the British Endurance Championship yesterday in Porsches. But it's the 47 of Niall Bradley who has held his lead from pole position. Second is Brian Bransom in the number 40. Mark Lee in the Ginetta in third, ahead of the similar car of Neil Wallace. Then Johnny McGregor. He'll be hoping that RX-8 goes well today after his Taranis broke down yesterday in the British Endurance Championship race. Running out wide, the Beluga BMW, a couple of the Clios as well. Too many cars in too small a space there, heading out of the left-hander at Agostini. Two BMWs have already gone clear. It's Niall Bradley from the number 40 of Brian Bransom. There's David Gooding holding off the Golf of James Alford, number 55. Behind them is one of the Motor Swan Clios. That's number 11. We mentioned Richard Ashmole. Charlie Hand hasn't made the best of starts there. He's a couple of places back in the Clio class. Lee in third place, chasing the Beamers. Neil Wallace under fire from Johnny McGregor, Johnny Mack as we call him, and there's the number 19, Callum Noble, in the Fordy Motorsports, the purple BMW. Chasing hard after that rotary engine Mazda RX-8. Certainly a different machine. Johnny McGregor never afraid to try something different. He's the only driver in the UK to have raced an Arinara Husaira. I'm not making that up, it's a Polish-built sports car. Appeared briefly in Britcar a few years ago. Three leaders have gone fairly well clear. It's Bradley from Branson, Mark Lee in third place. Neil Wallace is next. Here comes Johnny Mack to the inside in the Mazda. Neil Wallace closes the door on him in the SVG Ginetta. Callum Noble behind them. Then it's the number 35 Golf of Yardley Rose. Harry Yardley Rose running well. Oh, Mark Lee runs wide on the hairpin, but he holds third place, not under any threat from Neil Wallace. Harry Yardley Rose ahead of the BMW of Chris Overend. Then we've got David Gooding and James Alford rounding out the top 10. It's Niall Bradley with a clear lead in his BMW over Brian Branson. You know how quick Jazz Sapra is in that car. If you were watching yesterday, he won the Snetterton Saloons race at a canter. Callum Noble trying to close on Johnny Mack now, and Noble gets it sideways, kicks the tail out there onto the curb, coming out of the left-hander at Agostini. Start to settle in then, in the first couple of laps of this mini enduro race, 50 minutes. The window opens 20 minutes into the race, so that's when there's 30 minutes left on the clock. Neil Wallace under fire from the 33 of Johnny McGregor. They put in a lot of effort, MacG Racing, in both Britcar Trophy and British Endurance, but often for little reward, so they deserve a good result here. Racing now, Neil Wallace in the Ginetta. Johnny Mack has a look. They head under the bridge into Brundle Corner, and he goes through up into fourth place. There's Callum Noble behind him, the number 19 car. Chasing now Neil Wallace. Ian Astley, the quicker of those two drivers, will take over later on. Next through we've got the Golf, driven by Harry Yardley Rose. That's the Chandler Motorsport car. We saw Stephen Chandler racing in the series last year, and encouraging fellow young guns into racing. 2 laps completed by our race leader. Already 3 seconds clear of Brian Bransom, Niall Bradley. And Mark Lee now rather on his own in third. He's another 3 seconds back. Another 6 seconds back, I should say, in third. Johnny Mack up to fourth. Side by side there between Noble and Wallace, and Callum Noble goes round the outside, takes 5th position down the Senna straight into Riches. Neil Wallace starting to fight back, but that car will climb back up when Ian Astley is on board the meter mark Ginetta. The gap back to Yardley Rose. Chris Overend is 8th, 9th David Gooding, and James Alford 10th in the Golf. The top 6 cars are all in Class 1. Harry Yardley Rose is leading Class 3. Class 2 is led by Chris Overend for Team Brits. The Clio's led by Richard Ashmole, the number 11, because Charlie Hand didn't make the best of starts. What about the Ginetta G40 Cup cars? Peter Dilnock, number 44, leading that class. Here come Clio's, and I think Richard Ashmole has lost the lead of the Clio class there. Yes, who's this that's come through? Blue and yellow Westbourne Motorsport car. I think that's the 98's car. It's taking the lead of the Clios. Or it may be the 69 of James Black. Yes, 69 James Black. Sorry, couldn't quite see the number on that car then. Charlie Hand just behind them though in Treble 5, Nemo. See, we found Nemo, he's racing Snetterton. Number 4, the other Motor Swan car in 4th place, it's Scott Simon. They've got a Golf up behind them. 44 minutes this race still to go. Early stages here of this Britcar Trophy race. Axel van Nederveen catching up there. There's the 35, Harry Yardley Rose in the Chandler Motorsports VW Golf. Chased by Chris Overend, also leading his class, the Team Brit BMW. Team Brit came into this weekend leading the British Endurance Championship with their Aston Martin. Sadly, it went up in smoke in yesterday's race, a 3-hour race. Here's the Clio fight. Richard Ashmole chased by Charlie Hand. It's James Black in car 69 leading the class. This group of 777 Golf, which is driven by Jake Owens. Oh, and running wide there, Charlie Hand goes rally crossing. Just get ahead of Richard Ashmole, and then ran wide onto the curves there. Axel van Nederveen is going to try and blitz by all 3 of these Clios in the much quicker Class 1 Ginetta. Through he goes, had to start from the pit lane, of course. The leader is still Niall Bradley, fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 2.237. Leads by over 6 seconds now, and Chris Overend has an attack there, gets through on Harry Yardley Rose. Chris Overend getting the very purple BMW ahead. Wheel of tyres in the background I heard there, somebody's lost it somewhere. Pick that up in a moment. Harry Yardley Rose flashing the lights there on the Golf. Behind them, David Gooding in the yellow Jeff Steele Racing BMW. James Alford dodging about there in the 55 Golf. It's the Saxon car. Chris Overend was scheduled to share this weekend with Julian Thomas, the man behind Race Logic V-Box. Julian not able to be here. He's an historic racer as well. Here's a replay from down at Murray's. One of the Ginettas going off. We said we heard a squeal of tyres in the background. Was it that Ginetta? Yes, the number 31 car of Jeremy Sussex having a spin. Sharing a car with Tony Whitney. Towards the back of the field, and look at these Clios going at it. Swarming up on the 777 Golf of Jake Owens. Charlie Hand back to the inside. He's got the 2 Motor Swan cars alongside him. And oh, one of them's gone straight on. Who's that going off? The number 4 car completely misses his braking point. Scott Simon finally brings the car to the stop. If he hadn't got that car stopped, he'd have been heading for Norwich. 7, Jake Owens under fire from Charlie Hand, the overall Britcar Trophy points leader. Won the vast majority of races in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, took a dominant title in his Saxo. This championship proving one of the avenues open to Junior Saloon racers. We've got Harry Rice on the grid today in the Seat Cupra. The lead gap is now up to over 9 seconds. Oh, Bradley ahead of Brian Branson. And they're nearly 8 seconds clear of Mark Lee in the Ginetta. We concentrate on battles further down the order. Johnny Mack is still 4th in the Mazda. Callum Noble 5th ahead of Neil Wallace. 7th is Overend, then Harry Yardley Rose. We saw that battle for 7th. Behind them is David Gooding. Axel van Nederveen from the back is up into 11th place. And how's William Lynch doing in his BMW after starting from the pit lane? He's up to 25th, but I can tell you he's come back into the pits, so there's further problems with the 76 car. And Scott Simon has brought his Clio in as well after that trip over the grass. The pit window is not yet open, so they're just coming in to check on problems. I can tell you that well, I was going to tell you that the number 3 car had joined the race at the back, but I don't think it has. It did appear briefly on the timing screen, but now it's disappeared again. There's Scott Simon in the pits and his Clio. So it may have been a braking problem that sent him flying off there. We also saw the 76 of William Lynch back in the pits as well. We saw that car have problems on the grid. There goes your leader. Here's a battle further back. David Gooding in the 179 car. has got ahead of Harry Yardley-Rose now. That's for 8th place. And Yardley-Rose goes wide. Axel van Nidderveen goes through. That's the bomb hole. Coming through from the back in the Ginetta. He had a couple of wins last season, so that's a quick car. Quick driver, the Dutchman as well. And Harry Yardley-Rose starting to drop back after a rapid start in his Golf. We head up the straights. Notification that 777, Jake Owens in the Golf, has been kicked for exceeding track limits. It's a first offence though, so you won't get a warning flag just yet. Your second offence is a warning flag. After that you will get a time penalty for exceeding track limits too often. Sonny Gill's number 3 BMW keeps appearing and disappearing on the timing screen as Axel van Nidderveen makes up another place past the 179 of David Gooding. Yeah, so I think the number 3 car is back out there, just a few laps in arrears. Neil Wallace has lost another place there. See, no, Callum Noble is 5th. Neil Wallace, no, he is still 6th. Oh, that was the Team Britcar for a second, the other purple BMW, that's further back in 7th place. There it is. He's lost out to Van Nidderveen now. Another place made up by Axel from the back of the grid. He's going to be one to watch, trying to make up as much ground as he can before making his pit stop. The lead gap is over 11 seconds now between Bradley and Branson. Mark Lee in 3rd place in the Ginetta, next Johnny Mack in the Mazda. They're all fairly spaced out, the leaders. This is the battle for 7th place. Chris Overend under fire from David Gooding, the battle of the BMWs. 179 looks similar to Jazz Sapra's in the cars here this weekend, but it is a different car run by Jeff Steele Racing, BMW specialist. Jeff Steele had a season as a driver in British touring cars a few years ago. That was way back in 1994. He had an ex-Team Dynamics BMW. Team Dynamics, what happened to them? Jeff Steele had a season as a driver after he graduated from modified saloons. He did 1 year in BTCC in the independence class, or privateers they was known then. Now runs his various BMWs. Chris Overend ahead of him here in the Team Brit car, ahead of David Gooding. Axel van Nidderveen charging away ahead of them. His last lap time was a 2:07. The car ahead of it, Neil Wallace's Ginetta, last lap was a 2:09, so he's going to catch the purple and white Ginetta soon as well. Fastest lap of the race was done earlier by the leader, Niall Bradley, 2:02.237. His last lap was a 2:06.3, Branson was a 2:05.2. So is Brian Branson catching back up on the leader? We'll wait and see. It took nearly a second out of him on the last, well, over a second out of him on the last lap. Mark Lee is still 3rd, he's 12 seconds back on the 2 BMWs. So Van Nidderveen is now up to 7th. Current quickest car on track though is Brian Branson, 40 BMW. Pit window not yet open, it will be open in 5 minutes time. The Golf running wide, that's Harry Yardley-Rose. 55 James Alford behind him, they're 10th and 11th for 2 VWs. Yardley-Rose still leading Class 3 ahead of Alford. 3rd in Class 3 it is Jake Owens and 3 Golfs. Class 1 is as overall. Class 2 is led by Chris Overend, this purple BMW ahead of the number 79, which is Justin Dodge, the Beluga BMW M4, the blue and black machine. There it is. 3rd is Paul Goodlad, who started further back up the grid, the orange VW Scirocco, 3rd in Class 2. The Clios are led by James Black ahead of Charlie Hand and Richard Ashmole. The G40 Cup led by Peter Dillnut ahead of the number 36 car driven by Stephen Moore and number 91 Julian Daniel. There's a more powerful Ginetta, the G56, that is. Axel van Nidderveen up to 7th from the pit lane. Is he going to be a contender for victory? Top 3 in each class have success penalties for race 2. Later on they have a few seconds extra at their pit stop. If you win your class, you have to serve an extra 15 minutes in the pits. Speaking of the pits, William Lynch has just left the pits in his number 76 BMW. Problems with that car, unfortunately. Scott Simon is still in as well. Problems with the Clio, as the leaders now lapping some of the slower markers on the G40 Ginettas, going a lap down there to Callum Noble and Neil Wallace. Just got a glimpse of the leader going through in the foreground. Niall Bradley still clear of Ryan Branson. Their last lap times were about the same. Just to answer one question in the comments, because of the delayed start of this race, will it affect the lunch break and remaining race times? Yeah, the afternoon racing should get away on time at 1:45. Just need to cut into the lunch break slightly with this race running a little delayed. There's the battle for 5th place. Just to wait for a second. Because please stop the arguing in the YouTube comments, thank you. Strapline is motorsport should be fun. We are here to enjoy it. Not to argue in YouTube comments, thank you. 33 minutes just over of this race to go. The first race for the Britcar Trophy. 10.666 between the two leaders. 8 laps completed so far on this long lap here at Snetterton, just over 2 minutes a lap. Mark Lee is still in third, 12 seconds off the BMWs, as Neil Wallace is now starting to turn up the wick and attack Callum Noble's BMW. BMWs and Ginettas all the way at the top, with the exception of the Mazda RX-8, so Johnny Mack still going well in 4th place. So it's a good result. That's a relatively new car, debuted it last year. And here comes Axel van Nederveen. He's got the 5th place battle in his sights. Now there's the white Ginetta in the background. He must be one of the fastest men on track at the moment. Yeah, he's lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker than the two ahead of him. He's only lapping less than a second off the pace of the leaders, as Neil Wallace sends it up the inside in the hairpin. Can he get the car stopped? Not quite in time there, he overshot. And through goes Noble once again. A little ambitious there by Neil Wallace. Tried the move on Callum Noble, but braking a bit too late. There's a Ginetta G40 about to be lapped. They need to watch their mirrors here, these two, because Axel van Nederveen said he's lapping several seconds quicker than them. As Wallace tries again, he hasn't noticed van Nederveen behind him, I don't think. This is the fight for 5th position now. Is van Nederveen going to be able to catch the leaders before the pit stops? I don't think so, because there's only 90 seconds before the pit window opens. Callum Noble in 5th position. Lead gap is still just over 10 seconds. Niall Bradley, regular Kumho BMW competitor, he's raced in the modified Saloon series based at Brands Hatch in the past as well with his BMWs. And hope to have a couple more of the family out. Ronan Bradley we've seen racing in Kumho BMWs, no Adrian Bradley though.
76 is going back out.
Second place is still Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra, regular Kumho BMW racers for the last few years. Jazz Sapra started his career at the same time as his running mates Lee Frost and Lucky Kera. Lucky we saw take the win in the British Endurance Championship, showing the McLaren with Ewan Hankey yesterday. But was meant to share a BMW with Lee Frost in the invitation class today, Lucky, but not able to, sadly. He really will race anything. So will Jazz Sapra. He's a traditional club racer, will race anywhere his cars are eligible. Axel van Nederveen not able to get past these two yet, as he met his match here after his charge through the field from the pit lane. They're lapping the number 31 Ginetta. We saw Jeremy Sussex have a spin earlier on in that cup. Underneath the back marker of Riches. And again, this time Wallace is going to the outside. He's not going to get through there, surely. Side by side on the right-hand hairpin at Wilson's. And yes, Callum Noble holds him off. These two are so busy fighting each other, Axel van Nederveen can't get through. There's no space. Now the pit window actually works in 2 segments for this race. It changed the rule this year to stop the pit lane being too crowded. Certain classes can now pit, As Maxwell van Nederveen up the inside. Whoa, he's lost it! And he spins coming out of Agostini. All those laps chasing to try and get past Callum Noble and Neil Wallace. And he spun it. We'll have a look at that again. Wallace having got ahead of Noble already there. Poor old Maxwell van Nederveen, and I think he stalled the car as well. Hot Ginetta engine is not easy to restart. We'll have a look at that again in a moment. Poor old Axel van Nederveen. Neil Wallace had already gone through. Van Nederveen down the inside. Finally got past Callum Noble, but then round he went. Great shame for Axel, and he's going to be back to square one, isn't it? Now the pit window is open for the first segment of cars that are allowed to pit. See who's going to be the first cars to come in. A couple of cars that have come in. The Taylor and Rogers Golf has come in. Peter Dillnut, the G40 class leader, has come in. And Paul Goodlad in the VW Scirocco as well. So the G40 leader is now number 36, driven by Steve Moore. Niall Bradley continues to lead, but the lead gap has come down. It's down to just over 7 seconds now. We're watching the midfield. 10 laps completed. Bradley leads by 7.25 seconds now over Brian Branson. You can see the grey BMW in the background. Yeah, a couple of corners behind there. So Wallace is up to 5th, ahead of Noble. Now Van Nederveen hopefully has got going again. We've got Harry Yarnby Rose, the Class 3 leader, has come in his Golf. James Alford's in as well in his Golf. Justin Dodge has come in. He'll hand over to the very quick Charlie Hollings in their BMW. Chris Overend has brought the Team Brick BMW in. Jake Owens is in as well to hand over to Daniel Truman. So cars in the Ginetta Cup classes 2 and 3 able to pit at the moment. Class 1 cars pit separately. I've just spotted the number 3 BMW there going past Charlie Ham. So Sonny Gill is back out there. And the leader, I think, has come in. Yes, there he is. Leader is in. There's the Clio leaders, still James Black in 9th overall, ahead of Charlie Hand. And they're being passed by the recovering BMW of Sonny Gill, who goes off. Oh, everything's going wrong for the number 3 BMW here. The race lab car of Sonny Gill, former Kumho BMW champion. He's got it going again. Trying too hard, I think, to get back up the field. He's a few laps behind, 3 laps down after his early problems. Scott Simon, we saw the Clio go off earlier, I think he's out of the race. He hasn't rejoined after we saw him come in earlier on. So Motor One have lost one of their Clios by the look of things. Okay, Jazz Sapra is now your leader, with Niall Bradley having pitted. Mark Lee has been in as well, and over to Owen Hizzy. And we can head down to Ewan in just a moment in the pit lane.
Owen, we just saw Mark come in, but he went straight through the pits, went back out. What happened?
I don't know, to be honest. He hasn't been called into the pits yet.
So he wasn't called in, but he came into the pits and he has to drive, so that you can't stop and just wait, can he?
I don't know if he was in the time of pit window, so...
I mean, he's having a great race. It's frustrating, but hopefully we can get back around and get it back in as quick as possible, yeah?
Yeah, that's the plan now.
So we expect you to go out on the next lap, yeah?
Yeah.
Best of luck. Cheers, buddy. Dave, bit of confusion down here in the pits. Mark Lee came in, but he wasn't called in, so we had to keep on going. One more lap, then Owen Hizzy's going to get in the car. Back to you.
Well, we'll come back to that in a moment. Callum Noble's come to a stop. The number 19 BMW. What has happened there? He was 5th. Oh, big blow up for the BMW. Oh dear. That is a major engine blow up. The Senna straight disappears in a cloud of smoke. And that engine has detonated for Callum Noble. That BMW very much out of the race. Now, we'll have to see if there's any oil down on these centre straight as a result of that engine letting go. I think the reason that Mark Lee may have gone straight back out is the field is split into two for its pit windows. There's a Group A and a Group B. And I think Mark Lee came in a bit too early. There he is. Now, where is the Ginetta in the field at the moment? I think it is still in third place. Yeah, the oil flag is out from the marshals, the red and yellow striped flag to warn of possible fluid on the circuit. If there is a serious oil spill, we may see a safety car. Neil Wallace has come in to hand over to Ian Astley. Callum Bates, number 81, has been in. There's probably a few more cars that have pitted. David Gooding came in as well to hand over to Nigel Greensall. So your leader is still Brian Branson. It's Johnny McGregor up into second place now in the Mazda RX-8. And Mark Lee is behind them, but he's got to come back in, of course. There's the 24 Ginetta. Neil Wallace will get out. Ian Astley getting in. He, I think, is the quicker of the two drivers. There is the race leader. We haven't seen much of Brian Branson. He's some 33 seconds clear of Johnny McGregor at the moment. I suspect the BMW might come in this time. Menacing looking car, that, isn't it? The winged E46 M3. So just under 23 minutes of the race left to go. One of the BMW Z4s, that's number 81 Callum Bates rejoining from the pits, running in the invitation classes. So the majority of the cars have... David Gooding might have come in early as well. That car showing as having pitted twice. There's the number 777 Golf. Has Branson come in? Yes, he has. There's the Clio leader, Charlie Hand. He has yet to stop. James Black has come in for the lead of the Clios. The Gooding and Greensall car is back in, so I think that car came in a bit early as well. Wait to see what Mark Lee does in the Ginetta. They've got until the 15 minutes to go mark, so another 7 minutes to make their pit stops overall. But it is, as we said, split into two groups. Johnny Mack is in. Mark Lee is back in, this time to hand over to Owen Hizzy. So Charlie Hand is the leading car that has not stopped now. He's out on the back of the circuit. The Billingsley family haven't pitted either in their Clio. There's one car under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. It's the number 179, the Gooding and Greensall car. So that car, depending on what the stewards decide, could receive a penalty. Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy in the pits, so in the pit stop taking place, the driver change taking place this time, and I think Ewan is down there in the SVG pit.
So here we are in the pit lane then. Mark Lee came in about 3 minutes ago, but he came in too early. He had not been called. He is in this time legitimately, handing over to Owen Hizzy. They won the BMW Kumhos yesterday. So as soon as Lee Mark gets out of the car here and moves away from the car, we are going to try and have a chat straight away, just to clarify from his point of view why he made his way into the pits. Just giving a few words of advice to Owen Hizzy here. They've got 90-second pit stop. They've got to close the door. They've already lost a good 30-40 seconds with Mark Lee coming into the pits incorrectly. And there we go, we're going to push him away. It's gone right over the pitman's foot there, so we're going to try and get Mark as soon as we can. Let him get his helmet off. Mark, could we get a chat straight away, mate, just to find out what happened there?
Yeah, I got a pit board with SVG on it with no name on it saying in, just as I went past, so I just presumed it was for me.
I mean, you're having a great stint, weren't you? It's a bit disappointing, but you had a fairly good second up there too.
Yeah, we'll see where we get.
Best of luck to Owen.
Yeah, hopefully.
There we go, Dave. So all things sorted out here in the pit lane now. Back to you, Dave.
So that's what happened with Mark Lee. The SVG Motorsport have got several cars in this race. He read the wrong pit board, unfortunately. Everybody has now made their stops, or is in the process of making their stops. And it looks like Niall Bradley has cycled back into the lead in his BMW. Now we've got to wait for everybody to complete their outlaps and see where everybody slots in. I think the order is going to be about the same. We might see Lee and Owen Hizzy lose a place, though, to this car, the McGregor Tomlinson Mazda. Josh Tomlinson, yes, they're behind the Mazda there. It's coming out of the pits, that extra stop, dropping them to fourth. Wait and see where they slot back in there. Looks like it is Niall Bradley that has retained his lead. There he is in the 47. He made an early pit stop. And he is, by the look of it, about 4 seconds clear now of Brian Branson. Where's that grey BMW? More than 4 seconds when he's completed his outlap. I think we just saw the BMW in the very background there. Niall Bradley over the line, completes 14 laps. 18.5 minutes of the race to go. Everybody's done their stops. Nobody's missed the pit window. Still in the pits is Charlie Hand and the Billingsleys. They were the last to stop. John and Giles Billingsley in the number 41 Clio. Oh, Charlie Hand getting a push start. Stalled his Clio. Now that could lose him a class win. Wait and see. Rejoining though. The lead gap is 14.4 seconds. So if anything, Niall Bradley has gained a bit of time at the pit stop. There's the leader in the background. There's the number 3 car. That's now got, I think, Jagjit Verdi on board. Yes, they've made a stop, so it's Jagjit Singh Verdi on board. Car number 179, that's the Gooding Greensall car, the yellow BMW, is to be given an 18-second time penalty, which I think we added on after the race. That's for speeding in the pit lane. So a penalty for the number 179. Did I just see a puff of smoke out of the back of the race leader? Yes, I did. Keep an eye on that. Hope he hasn't got a problem. There's Dave Beecroft in the Seat Cupra, coordinator for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, so a busy weekend for him. And Owen Hizzy, very quick Ginetta GT racer, has caught Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda. This is for 3rd place. Owen Hizzy making up for that mistake at pit stops. Here he goes. Look on the inside, he won't get through, I don't think it's Hamilton's. Still Bradley from Jasvir Satra now on board the number 40 car. So the car's owner back on board, the car started by Brian Branson. Ian Astley is 5th in the second of the Ginettas by SVG, as the other one goes up the inside there, side by side down the Bentley straight. Owen Hizzy, I think, is about to take 3rd place. Owen Hizzy, another graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship a few years ago. Axel van Nederveen, having recovered from his spin, is 6th as Hizzy completes the move into 3rd place. 7th is the car of Justin Dodge and Charlie Hollings. Charlie, a pro racer. We saw him in Chris Goddard's Ferrari in the British Endurance Championship yesterday. That car suffered a few problems, unfortunately. James Alford is 8th in his Golf. He leads Class 3. Ahead of Harry Yardley Rose and Reese Hurd. Reese Hurd on board that car now. And in the Team Brit BMW, James Whitney is in 10th. We've also got a couple of cars under investigation for pitting outside the window. He said the pit window is split into 2 groups to avoid congestion in the pit lane, and the cars that are under investigation for possibly pitting outside of their window, number 47, which is the race leader, so the leader's one of them, 76, which is William Lynch, although he's made 3 stops anyway because of problems with the car, and the other one is the 179 car again. I think David Gooding and Niall Bradley both came in early. Bit of rubbing here between a Ginetta and a BMW. The BMW is Callum Bates, he goes off. Oh, the 36 there of John Wood at the wheel now, started by Steve Moore, that car. I think he was concentrating on the Golf behind him. Oh, the 179 car isn't going to serve a penalty, it's parked. There it is. Well, it's all happened for David Gooding and Nigel Greensall. First they get an 18-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane, then they're under investigation for pitting outside the window, and now the car's retired. Oh dear, it's all gone wrong for Jeff Steele Racing. There's the Golf, 777, now driven by Daniel Truman. It's got ahead of the Ginetta and the BMW. There's another Ginetta, number 91 is Julian Daniel. Who's leading that? That's the G40 Ginettas. Peter Dillnot in 44 is back in the lead. Now we're waiting to see, because we saw a notification come up that Niall Bradley, the race leader, is under investigation for pit window instead. We think he may have pitted outside of the window. I think he came in too early. We'll wait and see what race control decides. The pit window is now closed because everybody's made their stops. There's Jazz Sapra. Where's our third place car? It's Owen Hizzy in third. How far behind is he? The lead gap is 21 seconds between Bradley and Sapra. Third place is still Owen Hizzy. There's the leader, under investigation for possibly a pit window offence. Getting more messages through from race control. That's just about the 179 car. It won't need to serve its penalty because it's out of the race. Leader comes up to lap further, number 70, which is James Whitley at the wheel now for Team Brit. That's the yellow BMW. The yellow flag is out for that yellow BMW, of course. No passing at Williams corner. There's Bradley from Sapra. Hizzy is third. Then Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda. Ian Astley fifth in number 24 Ginetta. Sixth is Axel van Nederveen in 111. Charlie Hollings is seventh in the number 79 BMW M4. James Alford's Golf is 8th, he leads class 3. Reese Hurd 9th, Whitley is 10th. Behind them is the Clio class leader, that's the car of James Black and Jack Meakin. Jack Meakin having taken over. That's the blue, yellow and pink car, the Westford Motorsport. Behind them, Taylor and Rogers. Anthony Rogers now on board the black number 77 Golf. Behind them we've got Richard Ashmole 30, the second Clio. Where's Charlie Hand? Now Bradley continues to lead. Where's Charlie Hand? He's down to 4th in the Clios and 17th after that delay when he stalled at his pit stop. There he is. He's just behind Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta. Clio class led, as we said, by car 69, the 11th place overall. Just a couple of retirements so far. Scott Simon, of course, we lost in the number 4 Clio. Callum Noble, of course, has blown his engine in his BMW, he's out. And also, I think William Lynch has retired now, the 76 BMW. Well, he's made 3 pit stops. He's currently shown as being in the pits, so I think that car is out. We, of course, lost the Gooding and Greensall car as well. I think Ewan is down in the pit area. He is down with Westbourne Motorsports, the leading Clio team at the moment. Car 69 is leading the way. I think Ewan is talking with James Black. Right, we'll try that again in a bit. There's the leading Clio, number 69. Blue and pink Westbourne Motorsport car. The lead gap is just under 22 seconds now between the 2 BMWs. The Ginetta of Owen Hizzy is further back by a further 28 seconds in third. Closest battle on track, I would say, is for 9th place at the moment. James Whitley, Reese Hurd and this car of Jack Meakin. Message from race control, the black and white flag being shown as the number 70 car in trouble. That's Team Brit in problems. Looks like an engine failure. Team Brit have already had one car go up in smoke this weekend, their Aston Martin yesterday. And they've lost another engine by the look of it there, the number 70 of James Whitley, started by Chris Overend. They were in 9th place and they're out. I hope that car isn't on fire. We don't want another Team Brits race car on fire. So Jazz Sapra we just saw go through there, just under 10 minutes of the race to go. There is Jazz. I don't think he's going to catch Niall Bradley here. Try his hardest. Now he said a car was going to get a black and white flag for exceeding track limits. It was the 555, Charlie Hand. He is on a warning. If he does it again, he'll get a time penalty. It's usually your next offence is a 5-second penalty. Sapra a bit of understeer there through Agostini. Looks like he is going to have to settle for second place this time. It's well clear of Owen Hughes in third in the Ginetta, but it's great to see Niall Bradley out in front. Some saying in the YouTube comments it's a bad day for BMW fans. Well, it's not, because we've got BMWs running first and second still. A few of them have hit problems. We saw the number 3 car get pushed off the grid. They made a later start to the race, but they're still going. Sonny Gill and Jagjit Verdi. It's Verdi in the car at the moment. There's Axel van Nederveen, the 111 Ginetta. He's in 6th place. He's nearly 15 seconds behind Ian Astley's version. Wrapping some G40, that's the number 59 car, Andy Ball. G40 class, a new initiative from SVG Motorsport this year. It's being led by Peter Dillnut. He's well clear of Julian Daniel. The 36 car is third in that class. By John. Closing stages now. There's our class leaders on the right of your screen. Still Black and Meakin lead the Clios. James Alford is still in the top 10 overall. He's 8th in the Golf. Dodge and Hollings now lead Class 2 because, of course, the Team Brit BMW has dropped out with engine failure. Charlie Hollings in the number 79 Beluga BMW now leads in Class 2. William Lynch rejoining again. He's been in and out of the pits all race long, sadly. There's number 44, that's Peter Dillnut. He leads the G40 class, all run by SVG Motorsport, their Ginetta G40s. Niall Bradley continues to lead. We've had a notice come through on the timing screen. Number 47, team manager to race control immediately. To do with that pit window offence, I would think. So team manager of car 47 has been asked to report to race control, so we'll hopefully get more news on that when we can. Who is the team manager for Niall Bradley? Is it his brother Ronan, perhaps? So is that car going to receive a penalty? We'll wait and see. He's still out in front. He's 18.5 seconds up on Jazz Sapra, who has closed in early. There is the leader. There's a yellow flag out. I would imagine that's for the number 70 BMW. Towards the end of that, it was here that it pulled off. Coming up on one of the Clios now. I think that's the number 13 car of Steve O'Brien and Darren Gerhardt. On wheel, Darren Gerhardt. Here's a scrap down the order, 2 of the Ginettas, sliding a bit wide, the number 31. We've already seen Jeremy Sussex have a spin in that car. It's Tony Whitney on board now. And Sprinkler going again in the field next to the circuit. It's a very rural circuit, Snetterton, surrounded by farms. There's the 72, that's Chris Murphy. He's an ex-Britcar champion. He's raced an Aston Martin, now in the BMW Z4. 59 of Andy Ball under fire from Tony Whitney. These two down towards the back of the field. I think number 3 is in trouble again. Jagjit Verdi, yeah, he's slowing down again. This is the car that had problems on the grid, and he's probably going to be coming back into the pits. The Ginetta of Ian Astley goes through there. No, he's still going. That was a return of their gremlins from earlier on. 20 laps completed, and still in the lead is Niall Bradley, but his last lap was a 2 minutes 15. And Jazz Sapra did a 2:06.4. Is there a problem for the leader? Niall Bradley just did a 2 minutes 15 on that last lap. So has he got a problem? Has he been off somewhere? There he is. No, I think that car's slowing down. There's only 4 minutes left on the clock, so he's going to try and keep going. Is that Sapra behind him we caught a glimpse of there? There he goes. Has something happened to the leading car? See if he goes into the pits this time. Yes, there's Sapra, he's closing him down. Something's happened to the race leader. So it may be a win for the number 40 after all. He's going to try and keep going, Niall Bradley. We don't know what's happened there. We looked away at the midfield battle. There goes Bradley. Yeah, 2 minutes 12 that last lap. Another 5 seconds gained by Jasper Sapra. There's less than 4 seconds in it between the two of them now. Well, we thought it was all over. It's never over in motorsport until the checkered flag drops. And yes, Niall Bradley is in problems here by the look of it. There's Jazz Sapra. They're clear of the rest of the field, well clear of Owen Hizzy in third place in the Ginetta. Can Jazz Sapra catch Niall Bradley? We saw this in the second race here at Snetterton last season when Mark Lee and it was the number 10 BMW 1 Series swapped places twice on the last corner. Yeah, Mark Lee closed down the number 10. It was the Simon Baker, Kevin Clark BMW. Well, it may have been Ollie Rubin on board on that occasion, and they backed off a little too much, and Mark Lee caught them on the last bend. And there's a little bit of smoke there from the back of that BMW. I saw it earlier. I don't know what the problem is. I hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on him here, Niall Bradley. Jazz Sapra is trying his hardest to close in. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, so it should be last lap this time. It's a 50-minute race for the Britcar Trophy category. Through the bomb hole. Can he hold on? Niall Bradley. Suddenly, we've got a race on our hands between the two BMWs. There's that puff of smoke again. It is engine smoke, you can see from the exhaust there, so there's something amiss with the 47 car. Oh, the 70 car's going again. The Team Brits BMW trying to get to the finish after those engine troubles. The flags being shown to the Ginettas there, the back markers. There's the number 79 BMW, the class leader. There is the 33 of Josh Tomlinson. 4.3 seconds in it. Oh, Bradley's back up to speed. He did a 2 minutes 5 that time. There must be an intermittent problem with the BMW. Try and find out after the race what is going on with Niall Bradley's car. But it's the Mazda RX-8. They're in 4th place. It's proven a bit unreliable so far in its history, this car, but good to see it running well today, number 33. Oh, the Seat dropping out. That's Dave Beecroft. Sharing with Harry Rice. Oh. We've just had notification through. Car 47, the leader. 2 minute stop-go penalty for pitting outside the pit window. Now, there's only 30 seconds left in the race. They won't be able to serve a stop-go penalty in time, so that's going to be added on after the race, I think. Yes, the Seat stopped on the run into Riches. William Lynch back into the pits yet again. We saw the Team Brit BMW coming out of the pits. Again, they got it back in to get the car running again. But the most significant in that flurry of news, number 47, 2 minute stop-go penalty for pitting outside the window, the race leader. I'm fairly sure that's going to be added on to the race leader's time at the end of the race, because I don't think he'll serve a stop-go penalty now. Meanwhile, there's a battle between the Mazda of Josh Tomlinson. He's been caught by the number 24. That's Neil Wallace. He's up the inside, not Neil Wallace, Ian Astley, sorry. He's going through. We're on the last lap now. He's going through for 4th place. Well, here's Jazz Sapra, and this race ending under a bit of confusion. He's not caught Niall Bradley. The checkered flag is about to go out, and Niall Bradley will take the flag. There is the checkered flag. In first place is Niall Bradley over the line with a slightly ailing BMW, we think. Jazz Sapra comes over in second in the car share with Brian Branson. But with that notice of the stop-go penalty, they didn't have time to serve it because it was issued late. That, in lieu of a stop-go penalty, the time is usually added on to their race time. So I think the win is going to go to Branson and Sapra. We'll wait and confirm that later when the official result is published later on. But the rest of the cars come home. Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy take 3rd place, and here's the battle for 4th. Is Ian Astley going to hang on? Yes, he is. He's got clear of the Mazda. So a last lap switch for 4th place. There's the Ginetta G40 class leader, Peter Dilnut, in this group as well. Team Brit are going to get to the finish in their BMW. They lost the class win though, sadly, with those problems. Class 1 cars filling the top 6 places. 4th is going to go to Ian Astley in the car started by Neil Wallace. Through comes the Ginetta. Pick up the rest of the class winners when we give you the results. Josh Tomlinson brings the Mazda home for a top 5 finish. The Mac G Racing team will be pleased with that. There's number 3, Jadjik Verdi and Sonny Gill. A problematic race for them, but they're going to make it to the flag. There's another car stopped just next to the Seat. I think that's the number 70 car, the purple BMW. I think that's expired again as it crossed the line. They at least got it home around the last lap. Now, before we head off to lunch, we will give you the results of that race. They are provisional. Yes, the penalty has been added on in lieu of the stop-go penalty. A penalty of 155 seconds has been added on. There we see it. That's dropped Niall Bradley to 6th place. So the race winner penalised for pitting outside of the pit window. Therefore, your race winners are Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra. They inherit the win in their BMW. Second for Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy, 24 seconds back. And Neil Wallace and Ian Astley third in their Ginetta. 4th place goes to the Mazda RX-8 of Mac G Racing. Axel van Nederveen inherits 5th, and Niall Bradley penalised for pitting outside the pit window. He came in too early, I think. He completes the top 6. 7th place goes to number 79, the Class 2 winning BMW of Dodge and Hollins. 8th is the Class 3 winner James Alford with his Golf. 9th for Yardley Rose and Hurd. 10th for the Clio class winners James Black and Jack Meakin. Behind them we have the Taylor and Rogers Golf. Richard Ashmole second of the Clios. Then 13th place Rowins and Truman in their Golf. 14th Callum Bates BMW, and Charlie Hand 15th, and only 3rd in the Clio class. That might harm his championship lead. Behind them the Billingsleys in their Clio, Chris Murphy's BMW, the O'Brien and Gerhardt's Clio, Paul Goodlad in the VW Scirocco. Peter Dilnut wins the Ginetta G40 class in 20th, ahead of Julian Daniel. The Moore and Wood number 36. Sussex and Whitney were next, and then Andy Ball, Sonny Gill and Jadjik Verdi were next, and the final car left running, I think, was the Rob Morgan number 78. Let's just have a look. No, the other car that was left running was the Overend and Whitney car. They rejoined, of course. We lost Harry Rice and Dave Beecroft, David Gooding and Nigel Greensall. We lost William Lynch with several pit visits, Callum Noble and Scott Simon. Okay then, so I think we can hand down to Parc Fermé now. Again, just to repeat, Niall Bradley penalised there, down to 6th place for pitting outside the window. Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra winners. And we can head down to Parc Fermé to hear from them.
Thank you very much, Dave. More fantastic Britcar Trophy racing, and your winner by courtesy of a 2-minute penalty for our long-term leader is Jazz Sapra. So Jazz is just having a chat here with our pit lane commentator. So I might jump in with Owen Hizzy, actually. Let's jump in with our second place finisher, Owen Hizzy. Owen, congratulations, promoted to second place.
Well, that's news to me, so well, I'll take that. It was a hectic race. Mark did really well, and then I think we just got all confused over the pit stops and everything. And then I managed to claw my way back, spike some traffic, and then...
I mean, it would have been easy for that mistake from Mark to sort of throw things away a little bit, or maybe put you out of sorts mentally, but you held it together, didn't you? Really well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just keep on going, keep your head down and try and recover. That's the best you can do. And if it comes out well, it comes out well. So
great podium place. Good luck in race 2.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's go and find Jazz. He's just walked off here. Jazz, another win for the weekend. Well done.
Yeah, it was a good win between me and Brian. We're doing well. You know, the tyres were going off when I got in it, but just had to keep it going. You know, Brian managed to get quite a considerate lead, so that's kept it going. They were telling me, like, you know.
You're made aware in the car that you're effectively in the lead with
yeah,
the
got
penalty.
radios in the car. Yeah, intercoms are fitted. Like.
Does that affect the way you drive?
No. If you don't want to speak back, you don't press the button. That's it, or just press the button and say, I'm okay, that's it.
And coming as well, Brian, great stint from you at the beginning.
Yeah, it was good, really good. You know, just sort of, we got going and Noel peeled off, and I sort of, you know, got a gap on, I think, yeah, Mark would have been driving then, so to be honest with you, I just sort of maintained it, saved the tyres for Jazz, didn't want to overcook it or have any problems, so just sort of maintained a steady lap time, and yeah, it sort of proved to work, really.
And car's all good for race 2, yeah?
Yeah, car's mega, mate. Yeah, we're going to probably soften it off on the rear a little bit because it was a little bit sort of sketchy on the rear, but apart from that, all good.
Yeah, coming out the corners, like, yeah. Coming out the corners a bit sketchy. Like.
You said you had a spin as well?
No, that was in the first race.
Oh, okay.
That was in the Kumho race. I had a bit of a come-in with another car, but I had a span down top there. Yeah.
Guys, well done.
Okay, thank you, mate.
Right, let's go and see if we can find our Clio winners. James Black and Jack Meakin, and also our Janetta winner, which was Peter Dillness in the car 44. We can see Charlie Hand here. Where's our Clio winners? Let's have a little walk around. Why not? Let's have a little walk around these amazing cars here. Take advantage of them. Car number 69, here we go. Where are the boys? I bet they've gone to speak to their family of their... I've just seen Niall Bradley. Let's see if we can have a chat. Niall, unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm going to see what's happened. But
okay.
Apparently it was something to do with, Rob was telling me on here, it was something to do with a BPA form, but I never got no.
We thought it might be a short pit stop. We're not entirely sure ourselves.
Well, apparently I've been told it's the pit issue with the pit stop as well.
Yeah.
But he had told me before that on the headpiece that it was some document as well that I haven't filled out. But anyway, I'm going to go in now and see.
Unfortunate, but great racing.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
We'll see you later.
Yeah,
cheers, mate. I'm going to see. I can see Charlie, so I'm going to grab Charlie straight away because he had that issue. Oh, you're going to make it through this gap, Alan. This issue when restarting from his pit stop. See if we can get any more information. Charlie, hello. Unfortunate might be the word. What happened in the pit stop?
Yeah, literally just stalled it and then it wouldn't start again. The starter motor's been playing up all weekend, so we haven't had a chance to fix it. And yeah, it's just how it goes.
You had awesome pace.
Yeah, I could see I was catching James in the first half of the race. Got bogged down on the start. I think it was the black Golf or something in front of me. He just all the clears come past on that side, battled my way back up, and then obviously lost it at the end. But
regardless of all that, still a class podium position.
Yeah, obviously we've got 10 seconds advantage over them as well because they came first, so the penalties work out like that. So hoping for a good second race.
We look forward to watching it. Well done, mate.
Lovely, thank you.
Right, we do have our Clio winners here, James Black and Jack Meakin. Jack, congrats.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
James handed over in pretty good position, didn't he?
Yeah, James did a very good job in the first stint, and just sort of I got in the car and had to just crack down consistent laps and keep that lead going.
Were you aware of what happened to Charlie?
For a few laps I was just going around and I could see that there wasn't a car behind me. I was expecting to see the orange in my mirrors, but yeah, and then engineer came on the radio and said that we had a big gap, so I thought, right, we'll just crack down and turn the laps out.
Fantastic. Race 2 coming up a little bit later. What do you do between now and then?
Well, I think we'll just be chillaxing, sort of going over where we can improve, because there's always improvements. We've got maybe a bit of strategy, because we've got a factory now, got a 15-second penalty in the pit stop. Until then, sun's out, And
Guns out.
Guns out. Well, maybe not.
Guys, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right, I would still love to try and speak to actually Axel van Nederveen. What an incredible race he had. Starting from the pit lane, moved up to 7th position, then span down the grid again and worked his way back to the 6th or 7th he finished. Can't see him now. We do have a lunch break, so we're in no rush to go anywhere right now. So I would like to speak to Axel. Love to speak to Niall after he's come out of scrutineering here too. Find out exactly what the actual issue was. But car 44, the Peter Dillnut, our Ginetta winner. So many cars. Just looking for the car number 44 here. If not, we'll try and have a chat with him afterwards, and we'll bring it to you a little bit later. If not, who else can we speak to whilst we're here? I just like walking around these cars, to be honest, Alan, pretending that I might own one. Do you know what? I can't see either Axel or Peter Dillnut. So what we'll do, we'll come back to Dave Goddard, commentator. We are going into a lunch, but he will talk you through what's coming up on the rest of the day. We've got another Britcar, we've got another Kumho BMW. There's plenty going on here at Snetterton. Dave, back to you.
Thanks, Ewan. And while you pick which of those cars you'd like to own, we are going into a lunch break of about 20 minutes or so. It's the Praga Cup next up, their second 1 hour race of the weekend. It's coming up at 1:45 p.m. After that, we've got the Kumho BMW Championship over 20 minutes, a second race for the Britcar Trophy, top 3 in each class with some pit stop penalties as well. And then we've got a second race for the Carbonates Hyundai Coupe Cup. That's all coming up in about 20 minutes or so from now. Let's enjoy a quick lunch break. We'll be back with you shortly.
you want Bobby to come and talk to me. Yeah, well, when it came past, it did smell.
Well, after a fairly short lunch break here at Snetterton, we're almost ready to get back underway here on BARC TV with our next race, the second race of the weekend for the Praga Cup at UK. Entertaining race for them yesterday, won by Scott Mittel and Charles Hall. The top three from yesterday will have pit stop penalties. More info on that in a moment though, because earlier on we caught up with some of the drivers.
Here we are then with Jimmy Broadbent before our Praga race. Now Jimmy, you were on this podium yesterday, but it's been taken away from you. We don't know much yet. Can you shed some light for us?
Yeah, basically we had a problem with a wastegate. It was sticking open at some points, and when that happens you make a bit more boost. It's kind of frustrating that something outside of our control takes that away, given that we were turning the boost down, we were aware it was there, we did everything to slow the car down to make it fair. And given that we both drove amazing yesterday, it's pretty painful to have it taken away, but it is what it is, it's the regs. So
is that the same issue you had in qualifying yesterday too?
And Friday as well, so they obviously couldn't find it. But
is it fixed?
We'll find out.
Now we see Gordy in the car behind you. Just have a look to the right hand side, Alan. Why is he in the car now? Because it seems a little bit early.
Basically we've been given a little bit of a saving grace by the organisers who said you can go test it, go do it in a lap out, that sort of thing, and just see if it's still got the same problem, because otherwise we get to qualifying, same thing happens again, we get excluded again. So obviously we're thankful for that opportunity to go do it, but we're a little bit we're not sure how it's going to turn out. So
because with the point situation, you don't want to not finish, you want to at least get around the track and get some points on the board, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're pretty much out of championship now because of that, because our competitors got a win and we got nothing. So that's a shame, but again, it's racing.
That is racing. So what can you hope for today? What's the best case scenario?
Win on merit and show everyone we can do it anyway.
Best of luck, Jimmy. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
So there we go, plenty of emotion down here in the Praga paddock. Fingers crossed for Jimmy and Gordy to get a finish today and possibly, of course, the podium. It was fantastic racing from Gordy yesterday. Let's hope they can do the same again today and make it more competitive. Here we are then, we've moved over to the Team Mattel paddock, and different atmosphere here. Charlie, you guys were third yesterday, promoted to first now, because we understand, we'll go and speak to them shortly, but the team in second were also DQ'd.
Yeah, it came as a shock to us. We had left Park Ferme and came back down to the team here, and then like I say, I was having some dinner and someone came in and I noticed about the food out, and they told me, yeah, the amazing. I think there was 3 cars. I don't know what the full-on problems were, but yeah, to have what we did yesterday, and then we'd gone out the window, found a little bit better setup for the race. Not hugely the fastest, but just nice to drive. So we were like, well, we've got something to work with. And somehow we've come away with a win in the first race. It's been brilliant.
I mean, in terms of the championship, you guys were top 3 anyway in the championship. You were leading. Yeah. I mean, you're running away with it now, because in progress, what we're learning is as long as you finish, you get some decent points. If you don't finish, that's a really bad scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we've focused on really, is just being consistent, trying to be relatively at the sharp end, and we've had a bit of luck, and we've taken it, we've maximised the luck we've been given, so we know it swings and roundabouts a lot. We are leading, we've just got to try and keep head down in every race at a time.
And your teammates here promoted to second as well. Great day for Team Mattel.
Mattel, we were well chuffed with it, so yeah, when it all happened and it was a 1-2 again, can't go wrong with that.
Best of luck with racing today.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's go and speak to car number 4, also disqualified. We believe it was ride height, but we'll go and find out.
Well, we haven't quite got time for that because the cars are already on their green flag lap ready for the rolling starts. Qualifying took place this morning, and it is the number 87 car that qualified fastest. It is the amateur drivers who start the race today, so yes, Jimmy Broadbent is on pole. He starts the car alongside the number 4 Raw Motorsport car, Matt Bell taking the start, sharing with Rob Weldon. Jimmy Broadbent, of course, sharing with Gordy Much. Second row, it is the Bridles, car number 84. Chris Bridle starts, his twin brother Ed will take over. And alongside then the number 29, started by Dan Gore, Chippy Westmail will take over. Then we've got the championship leaders, number 77, started by Charles Hall. Scott Mittel takes over the 77 car. Then number 31 of Rod Goodman, he drives solo. 7th on the grid should be the number 86, yes, that car is there. Driven by Jem Hepworth, the former Praga champion, sharing with David Morales, the American. Car 85, the white car, is next. That's started by Jay Morton. Ben Collins, the former Stig, the pro driver to take over. And at the back of the field, the University of Wolverhampton car, number 11, Shane Kelly, will take the start, and Stefano Lini will take over. So it's the other way round. So yesterday, the AM drivers start. Pace car leading the round. 9 cars on the grid, and Goldie is on pole. Jimmy Broadbent in pole position. Repeated problems yesterday with the turbo overboosting due to a loose pipe. The car took the win, but sadly was disqualified. We also saw the second place car, which was the number 4 of Rob Weldon and Matt Bell, disqualified because of failing a ride height check. There was another car excluded for the same reason, the number 31 of Rod Goodman, and it was the 77 of Hall and Mittel who inherited victory. They have a 20-second success penalty at their pit stop to serve as a result of that. Okay, here we go then. Race number 2 of the weekend for the Praga Cup UK, their second ever standalone race here on the Snetterton circuits. First was yesterday. Towards the red lights they come then. The revs from these 365 bhp turbo engines rise, and we are underway down towards the first corner, and it is Matt Bell, as expected, who moves into the lead in car number 4. It's a 1 hour race with a mandatory pit stop. They head down towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. It's the number 4 of Matt Bell, experienced sports car racer who leads the way, driving as the amateur driver this weekend though. That number 4 could be one of the favourites here, the Raw Motorsports car. Up into second is Chris Bridle in car number 84, the twins who began their careers karting at Buckmore Park. Up there in second place. They were third yesterday, they inherited third place. They have a 10-second penalty to serve. It was the 29 car of Mittel cars that was second, and they have a 15-second penalty to serve as Charles Hall makes a move. Broadbent's on the grass. Through goes Charles Hall up into third, the ex-GT racer in number 77, sharing with the boss of Mittel cars, Scott Mittel. Broadbent from pole position is down to 4th. Long way to go yet though, a 1 hour race. Out in front it is Matt Bell, number 4. Raced in the European Le Mans series among other things in the past, as well as in British GT. 29 there, that's the car of Dan Gore, the ex-F1000 single-seater racer, sharing with Chippy Westmail. Down in the clear, the Raw Motorsport car. Stunning looking machines, these Pragas, sort of midway between a sports prototype and a single-seater. These 2 cars, you could say. Unique cars, built in the Czech Republic by Praga, who have over 100 years of history making not just cars, but various other machinery as well. They compete in the Dakar Rally in the truck class, motorcycles, military vehicles, even aircraft in the Czech Republic. Very active in the world of karting as well, as Charles Hall in the car that won yesterday, the number 77 black and green Mittel cars machine, trying to make a move on Chris Bridle to go through for second place, and he's done so. Charles Hall had a win at Silverstone as well. He was very rapid from the start there at least in the second race, where a light rain shower threw things into chaos briefly. There's Broadbent in 4th place behind them, the 87, sharing with Gordy Much. He started the race yesterday, built up a big enough lead to hand over to Jimmy. Sadly, the car had that overboosting issue and was removed from the results. Matt Bell continues to lead. Maybe classed as amateurs, Matt Bell and Charles Hall, but they have a lot of racing experience. Former pros, you could call them. Bell's away and gone in front. Rod Goodman is up into 5th place, number 31. He was disqualified for failing a ride height check at the end of yesterday's race. Behind him now is number 29 of Dan Gore. Then the 86, which is Jem Hepworth, Praga champion a couple of years ago, the Devonshire-based racer. She raced with Jimmy Broadbent last season in the 87, until Gordy Much took over. Behind them the number 11, which is the University of Wolverhampton car, run by their motorsport engineering student Shane Kelly, the ex-F3 Cup racer at the wheel. And Jay Morton, the ex-SAS soldier, at the back in number 85, part of the crew of SAS Who Dares Wins on Channel 4, sharing with Ben Collins. 87 car trying to retake 3rd place from Chris Bridle. His brother Ed, the quicker of the twins, as through goes the 29, past Rod Goodman. Dan Gore making the move there, and Jem Hepworth's going to go through as well. He dives underneath the 31. Has Rod Goodman got a problem there, losing places? Maybe he ran wide coming out of Nelson's corner there. Starts to settle down now. Jay Morton at the back, number 85. Here comes the number 11 of Shane Kelly. He's got a run on the 86, no, it's the 31. So Rod Goodman has really lost momentum there. The only solo driver in the race. Around the outside goes Shane Kelly, takes the place away, up into 7th position. As Goodman's last lap was a 1:58, the slowest on circuit at the moment. The leader's lapping in the 1:52s. Rod Goodman could drop to the rear of the field here. Normally a consistent driver rather than out-and-out pace in the Raw Motorsport run number 31, teammate to the race-leading number 4. Lead gap was just over 3 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It's the first year we've seen Praga's running as a standalone series, this one-make Praga Cup UK. Some grand prizes on offer to the winning teams and drivers this year as well. The winning team receives a new Praga R1. They win a new car to race in the series. The winning drivers receive entry to a 24-hour race. Second place receives entry to the entry fees paid towards the Praga Cup 2023. And the third place drivers receive a pair of Praga carts. Very impressive prizes on offer. And the 87, Jimmy Broadbent, the world's most famous sim racer as he's known. There's a lot of work with Gran Turismo. This is not playing Gran Turismo, this is the real thing. Jimmy's made a very quick transition to the real world of car racing. This is Racing Park last season. Jem Hepworth under fire from Shane Kelly, started from the back of the grid. Working through the field nicely. Through Murray's they go. 6 minutes of the race gone. A long way to go yet. 4 cars together towards the back of the field here. Hepworth, Shane Kelly, Rod Goodman and Jay Morton. Jay Morton going well here, keeping in touch with the cars ahead of him. He actually lapped slightly quicker last time through than Jem Hepworth. That's impressive. Jem Hepworth was part of the selection process for W Series this year. Sadly did not manage to land a spot on the grid, but you never know, in years to come we might see Jem in the W Series, of course being dominated by Jamie Chadwick once again. The lead gap is just under 3 seconds now between Matt Bell and Charles Hall. They're 3.3 seconds clear of the third place fighters. Up the inside, Shane Kelly takes the 86 of Jem Hepworth. Good to see the University of Wolverhampton car. They've had 1 or 2 problems with that car this year, but it's good to see it moving through the field now. A good drive by Shane Kelly, the ex-Formula 3 Cup star. F3 Cup for older Formula 3 chassis. Chris Bridle still third ahead of Broadbent. And a gap of 4 seconds back to Dan Gore as Shane Kelly runs wide. It's a wheel onto the dirt there. There's Dan Gore up ahead of this group. 5 seconds ahead of the Hepworth-Kelly battle. Spectacular cars, the Praga R1s. Certainly something very different indeed. The Praga brand only recently launched in the UK. A number of brand ambassadors taking part, and no less a person than the former Formula 1 driver Romain Grosjean is an ambassador for Praga. Running wide there, Shane Kelly. Bit of a lock-up into Murray's. Grosjean competes in sim racing alongside Gordy Much, who will take over Jimmy Broadbent's car. Side by side up over the line, trying to go around the outside is Jem Hepworth. Trying to take the 11 of Shane Kelly following that mistake at the last corner, but he holds on. Kelly in 6th position. Over the line they go. The fastest lap of the race has been done by Charles Hall, 1:50.880. Lap speed's getting quicker and quicker as the race goes on, as you might expect. 4 laps completed now by leader Matt Bell. Charles Hall is starting to hunt him down. Just over 2.25 seconds down. We concentrate on this close battle towards the rear of the field at the moment, headed by Shane Kelly in the University of Wolverhampton car, producing a new generation of motorsport engineers through its courses. Pretty good at producing motorsport commentators, that university as well. Rod Goodman in behind them, the 31. Jay Morton at the back in the number 8. There's our leader. Now he's Charles Hall catching him, only slightly. Matt Bell leads. There is Hall. He'll hand over to Scott Vittel at the pit stop. Of course, that car, the winner yesterday, has a 20-second penalty to serve at its pit stop. This car has a 15-second penalty to serve. Dan Gore and Chippy Westmail, they were second yesterday. It's the Bridles who were third. They have a 10-second penalty, initial time to serve at their pit stop. Dave Kelly pulling away from Jem Hepworth. It's a good drive by the Irish-born racer. Field starting to space out slightly now. Rod Goodman recovering after a bit of a slow start in the 31. Lead gap coming down by just a couple of tenths of a second that time through. It's down to just over 2 seconds between Bell and Hall. Bridle is now nearly 5 seconds off the top two. He's 3 seconds clear of Broadbent in 4th place. Dan Gore, rather on his own in 5th. He's 6 seconds off the 4th place car, but he's 8 seconds ahead of this group. The 86 car was driven in the opening rounds. The Arden by Idola Cup by Alex Connor and Tom Canning. Alex Connor, the young single-seater racer, and Tom Canning, the ex-British GT4 champion. Raced in the invitation class because they are both pro drivers. Here it's Jen Hepworth sharing with David Morales, the GB3 single-seater racer from the US. Jay Morton, of course, will hand over to Ben Collins. He really needed the introduction, formerly the Stig on Top Gear. 5 laps completed then. Still Charles Hall with the fastest lap of the race. Bit of support for Shane Kelly in our YouTube chat. He is running well up there in 6th position. Battle heading under the bridge now. Yes, Kelly's got clear of Jem Hepworth, and she's under fire from Rod Goodman. It's Radical sports car racer trying to fight back. A couple of cars we are missing this weekend, including Tim Gray Motorsport. Their 2 cars not here. They, of course, run the reigning champions, Richard Wells and Alex Capadia. Alex is competing in the European Le Mans Series this weekend, the pro driver of the pair, so they couldn't compete. And also we're missing Miles Lacey, the supercar YouTuber, and Tommy Foster. They won at Alton Park, was able to be here this weekend. Still your leader is Matt Bell. Gap is back up to 2.3 seconds. There are the leaders coming into Agostini. Matt Bell in red, Charles Hall in green. Raw Motorsport leads Mittel Cars. Scott Mittel began racing in the 750 Motor Club Low Cost Series. Almost Caterham 7 type cars powered by Ford Crossflow engines, if I remember rightly, before he turned to building his own race cars. Scott Mittel, he'll take over the car from Charles Hall. They're well clear of 3rd place, the Bridle twins in their car run by Idola Motorsport. They're nearly 6 seconds back now on the 2 leaders. Jimmy Broadbent 3 seconds further back in Goldie, as his cars know. Down through the bomb hole. See how stable these cars are at high speed. They just stick to the road. So much downforce. This unique shape. Beautiful to look at as well, the Praga R1. I was at their headquarters up in Cheshire a short while ago. Great to have a close-up look at a few of these cars and of their some of their karts as well, the Praga karts. Very enjoyable way to go endurance racing. The 85 of Jay Morton catching up to the back of Jem Hepworth, because Rod Goodman has already gone through up into 7th position. Jem Hepworth does seem to be struggling a little here, it has to be said. There goes Matt Bell. It looks as though Charles Hall ran wide there on the hairpin. We'll see what the gap is next time through. It had come down to 1.5 seconds last time through. Yes, Hall's dropped away again. I think he just overshot the hairpin a little. Time to close in. Further back there with the headlights ablaze is Chris Bridle. Still in fourth is Broadbent. Then it's Dan Gore in the 29 car. Looking on the camera lens there above the Bentley Straight, do I see a few spots of rain? Don't tell me we're going to have a repeat of Silverstone. I think it might be beginning to rain here at Snetterton. We've got 45.5 minutes of the race to go. Two leaders well clear. Matt Bell continues to set the pace. Waiting to see if the track surface does begin to change here. No umbrellas up in the grandstand there at the bomb hole. Matt Bell continues to set a relentless pace up front. His last lap there was a 1:55, so the lap time to slow lift his best lap a 1:51. There's Chris Bridle pushing on in third in the grey car. Fourth behind them is Broadbent, there is the 87. The window opens after 20 minutes of this race, so in about 4.5 minutes time. 3.2 seconds is now the gap, so Matt Bell has pulled away. And the lap times are dropping off. Yes, the last lap was a 1:58 for the race leader. The last lap for Charles Hall was 2 minutes. So yes, conditions I would say are beginning to deteriorate slightly. Through the left at Agostini they go. Let's hope we don't have a full-scale cloud burst here. Now, the lap times are certainly starting to rise here. Matt Bell continues to lead. Second race of the weekend for the Praga Cup for the UK. Still see those drops of rain on the camera lens. A little bit of rain in the air. There go the leaders. Through Brundle, then up to the right-hander at Nelson. Are they just starting to take it easy here? They're all out on slicks, I think. Leaders certainly are. Last thing they want is for the weather to get any worse. Here's the battle at the back between Hepworth and Jay Morton. It's for 8th place. Pit window opens in 3 minutes. Yes, there are 1 or 2 umbrellas going up now, so conditions starting to worsen. Will we see anybody switch onto wet weather tyres during the pit stops? I imagine everybody will be in as soon as the pit window opens if conditions are getting worse significantly. Bell leads by 7 seconds now, ahead of Charles Hall. Chris Bridle still third. Broadbent is fourth. Battle at the back goes over the line. Now you can see the drops of rain on our camera lens at Ridges now as Jay Morton trying to make a move here to relegate the former champion Jem Hepworth to the tail of the field. Further ahead of them, this is 5th and 6th, Dan Gore. 4.5 seconds clear of Shane Kelly. His progress up the order has been checked somewhat. Remains in 6th place. Then we'll have Rod Goodman. And then the battle at the back. Here comes Morton up the inside. Is he going to go through? Side by side into Agostini. And Morton goes through. Jem Hepworth seems to be struggling here in the 86. The window not yet open. We're on lap 10 of this 1 hour Praga Cup UK race. 7 seconds in it for the lead. Matt Bell pulling away in car number 4 at the head of the pack. Further 6 seconds back in third is Chris Bride. Jimmy Broadbent is just over 4 seconds behind him. And then 7.5 seconds back is Dan Gore in the number 29 Vittel Cars machine in 5th place. We can head down to the pit area with Ewan, and he's talking to the second driver of the 87 car. Jimmy Broadbent will soon be handing over to the Scotsman Gordy Much. He's with Ewan.
Cheers, Dave. With Gordy, not the start Jimmy would have wanted. What are you looking at on the screen behind you?
Yeah, obviously it's slightly treacherous out there. Everyone's dropped off the pace. There's a little bit of rain in the air. It hasn't fully rained yet, so everyone's just kind of taking it a little bit easy. But yeah, back down in P4, not exactly the start that we wanted, but you know, it's plenty of time left in the race.
You must be absolutely raring to get out there.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what we can do.
Gordy, best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Good, buddy. Okay, so Gordy Much taking from Jimmy Broadbent. It's going to be a great second half to this race. Back to you, Dave.
Yes, it won't be long now, I don't think, before the pro drivers begin to take over, because the pit window has just opened. They have about 15 minutes to make their stops. So the weather looking iffy here at Snetterton, but the lead gap is now 6.6 seconds. Gap closed by half a second on the last lap between Bell and Hall at the front of the field. Hall Motorsport car has set the pace throughout ahead of the Vittel Cars machine. Third place is still the Idola Motorsport car of the Bridles. And then the 87, the Fanatec Praga team car, still there in Vittel Cars in 5th, the number 29. 6th is the number 11, the University of Wolverhampton team. Who's going to be the first car to come into the pits? It's not Matt Bell. He's one of the quicker AM drivers, so he'll keep going a bit longer, I think. Charles Hall, likewise, there he goes. Last lap time was a 1:54, so I think it's improving again out there at the moment. No pit callers so far on this lap. They'll probably just be getting the notification the pit window is open, so they'll go round again, and then the first will start to come in. And it's Matt Bell, the hugely experienced sports car racer. You can stop with the bomb hole jokes in the YouTube chat, thank you very much. I do the innuendos. Through Williams goes the leader. There is Charles Hall in second place in the car share with the boss of Mittel Cars, Scott Mittel, based down in Hampshire. 5.5 seconds between the two of them at that time through, so he's closing the gap very slightly. Took about a second now to do on that last lap from Matt Bell. He'll hand over to Rob Weldon, the number 4 car. Bridles, of course, it'll be bridle to bridle because Chris will hand over to his brother Ed. 5.5 seconds was the gap. What's it going to be this time through? Over the line goes the number 4. Down to 5 seconds now, so he's closing in slowly but surely, Charles Hall. This third sector of the race there, all 36.25. Is anybody going to come in this time around? Rivals go through. There's some 15 seconds off Charles Hall now, 20 seconds off the leader, Ed Rydell. Broadbent is through in 4th place. He's close to within 4 seconds of Rydell now. Dan Gore still there in 5th. I don't think we're going to get any pit callers this time through. Maybe down towards the back. We'll see when Goodman Morton come through. We have got our first pit caller, just as I say that. Rod Goodman has come in. And Jay Morton's in as well, so getting Ben Collins in the car as early as possible there. There is the number 31. Lovely purple paint job. Rod Goodman, the only solo driver, as you mentioned, in this race. Quick check going on. They have to sit for the standard minimum time, which is 2 minutes. There's number 29. I haven't seen much of Dan Gore. He's on his own in 5th place. He's about 5 seconds off the 4th place car of Broadbent's. He's a couple of seconds ahead of Shane Kelly, who's starting to close in now. There he is, Shane Kelly. The car will continue to fly with Stefano leading at the wheel, the LMP3 regular, XF3 Cup champion. There are the Bridles. Chris Bridle still on board in 3rd place. Jay Morton still in the pits, handing over to Ben Collins. There is the 87 Broadbent. Continues on. New fastest lap for Charles Hall, 150.317. Now he's starting to close. So it's down to less than 5 seconds now, closing on Matt Bell. Kelly starting to catch Gore now, and Broadbent is in. Jimmy Broadbent has pitted. Okay, Dan Gore has come in as well. Chippy Westmail will take over. Gordy Much will get in the 87 car. 84 still in 3rd place. Charles Hall is starting to wear down the lead held by Matt Bell, slowly but surely. Chris Bridle further back in 3rd in the 84. There he is. Jeb Hepworth has pitted as well. The 86 car is taken over by David Morales. He'll certainly be needing you to cheer him on. I hope somebody gets that one. Here's our leader. There is the 2nd place man, Charles Hall. I think we can head down to Ewan shortly in the pit lane, with pit stops starting to happen now. He's at the Praga Team 85 pits. Ben Collins has just taken over that car. And yeah, Ewan is down in the Team 85 pit talking to Jay Morton.
Cheers, Dave. Jay, how was that stint for you?
Yeah, very good. I think that's the best stint I've ever done in the car. Now, it felt good, like it started to rain for a little bit, but it felt like the car still had plenty of grip and gripping the tyres in the aero.
We were throwing down some really good lap time, especially towards the end of that stint.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. Like all weekend, I've just progressed and got better. And I think if I'd have stayed out of the court, Goodman, definitely.
I mean, just starting to drizzle at the end of your stint there. Just starting to drizzle at the end. Did you feel that?
A little bit in the low speed stuff. The high speed stuff felt great. It was more just getting.
Great run, mate. Hand it over to a great driver too.
Yeah, Ben's going to bring it home for sure.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, guys.
Back to you, Dave.
Good to hear from Jay Morton. I don't think we've heard from the ex-SAS soldier before. Served in the parachute regiment as well. SAS Who Dares Wins on Channel 4. There's a man who does not know the meaning of the word fear. There's his car, now driven by Ben Collins. Back of the field at the moment, chasing down Rod Goodman. Jem Hepworth's car still in the pit, so and the 29 car, Chippy Westmail, rejoins in the middle of these two. Ben Collins moves up onto the back of the 29 car there. David Morales has just rejoined in the number 86 car. And we can hand down to Ewan in the pits, who is going to be talking shortly to the driver who has just got out of that number 86 car, the Arden Bayadola car. He's talking to number 86, Jem Hepworth.
Cheers, Dave. Now with Jem Hepworth. Jem, how was that stint for you?
Yeah, difficult one. Really annoyed, to be fair. I had a really good start. I was making up places and catching the people in front, and then I kind of just lost my confidence a bit with the rain. I had a bit of a moment under the bridge where it was slippery, and yeah, I just couldn't get my brain out of that moment, sadly. But I've handed over to David now. The car's good, no damage, so yeah, we've got half an hour to get where we can.
great to see you back in Praga. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yes, of course. I love these cars, so I'm very happy to be back in one. Just wish I could have done a better job today, but hopefully David can do us proud now.
We're going to see you in the rest of the rounds as well?
Don't know yet.
Fingers crossed. Cheers, Jem.
Thank you.
Okay, Jem Hepworth, Dave, back to you, buddy.
Jem Hepworth struggling a bit through her stint there, but always smiling as ever. Now, the next 3 cars behind our leader have all come in. Charles Hall is in to hand over to Scott Vittel. Ed Bridle will be taking over from Chris, and Shane Kelly's in as well to hand over to Stefano Lini. So the leader is the only car that has yet to stop. There is the number 86, now driven by David Morales, the 18-year-old from Florida, beating in GB3 single-seaters this year, trying out Praga for the first time this weekend. He makes his way up over the start-finish line. Back of the field at the moment. And, Ben Collins, I tell you, we just saw as we cut to interview there, he's made his way past Rod Goodman up into 6th position. The pits are a busy place at the moment. The 87 car is now there. He is driven by Gordy Much. And Jimmy Broadbent has just got out of that car. The Fanatec team, and I believe Ewan is down in the Fanatec team 87 pits. And he's talking to Jimmy.
Cheers, Dave. Just moved along the pit lane to Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy, not the start you would have wanted after sticking it on pole.
No, not really, but we sort of expected to lose the start there. I think it sort of jumped on the guy next to me. He started ahead of me, so I might have to have a word about that. Yeah, it was pretty fun, getting absolutely mobbed at T1, and maybe made a few wrong choices of where to place my car, but it's my first time starting from pole, so it's all experience.
We heard a ripple of information that he might have started, he might have jumped you just by a couple of metres or so do go and find out. The rain, how much effect did that have?
I mean, I'd say probably like a 3-4 seconds lap, a bit more. Obviously myself, I'm not
back over there, just spin left. I think they just drove into the back of the Praga there.
How was that? We were fighting the drivers, so don't like to see that happen, but at the same time, bad news for them.
The issues that we had with the car over the last couple of days sorted?
Yeah, I think so, all good now. Obviously our guys are working really hard to try and rectify that. Some of them were here till quite late last night, pretty much replacing that whole side. So yeah, all was going to be qualifying, so let's hope it holds for the race.
And Gordy's going to go full guns blazing, isn't he?
He's an angry small Scotsman, so we'll send him out there and see what he does.
Jimmy, cheers buddy, well done.
Thank you.
And there we go, Gordy Much, off he goes, 87. Cheers, Dave.
Okay, so good to hear from Jimmy as always. That car is now showing in 2nd place on the tiny screens, and Gordy Much has immediately done the fastest lap of the race, 149.775. The leader has just come in, the number 4 of Matt Bell. Here he is. That's the last car to stop. He'll hand over to Rob Weldon. Pro car, of course. Just waiting to see how things are going to cycle through now. Mentioning Jimmy's comments regarding the start there, I can confirm that Race Control did investigate the start of the race and did not take any further action. They chose to take no further action over the start of the race. Another fastest lap for Gordy Much, 149.16 he has now done. So the 87 car, it looks like he's going to take the lead here with Matt Bell in the pits. Well, then we'll establish the order behind when everybody's been through. We saw a little bit of an incident in the pits involving a couple of cars, but it looks like they have survived that. Everybody is back out there. Pro drivers now on board. Lap speeds will start to increase. And I think we can head back down to Ewan, who's very busy in the pit area at the moment. With the final stopping taking place, he'll be down there in a second talking to Matt Bell.
Cheers, Dave. All action here in the pits now with our leader, Matt Bell. Matt, Talk to us about that first stint. Awesome stuff, mate.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I mean, it was pretty difficult. I reacted to the red light a little bit quicker, so I got the jump at the start. Pulled a good gap in the first two laps. Still struggling a little bit with the balance of the car, and then obviously the rain started coming, and in a radical you can open your visor a little bit and try and get a feel for how much it's raining, because obviously it streams off the windscreen. And as the lead car, I'm sort of the guinea pig for finding out how much grip there is. So.
But after what happened yesterday and earlier on, you must be thrilled to be out there in front.
Yeah, no, it's good. You know, I mean, I think my pace yesterday was better in the race than it was today. Obviously, different conditions. So I think we got a half decent lead. So hopefully, Rob can keep it on the black stuff, go quickly, and we'll get the trophy we deserve.
Well done, great one.
Thank you very much.
Right, he's been taken over the car leader, Matt Bell, handing over to Rob. Let's see how we get on. Back to you, then.
Right then, the cars have all made their stops, thanks Ewan. And the car we're looking at now, the car we were just talking to, is under investigation, car number 4, for a short pit stop. That could result in a penalty. The stewards are looking into that at the moment. So car number 4, now driven by Rob Weldon, is under investigation by the stewards for a short pit stop. They may have not spent the minimum amount of time in the pits. We shall see. It's on its out lap at the moment, so we'll see where it slots back in relation to the number 87 car, now driven by Gordy Much. Third place is number 77, that's now driven by Scott Mittell. And then 85 of Ben Collins. The pit window has just closed. Everybody's made their stop. We've just had a notification. The manager of car 4 is to report to race control. Management of car 4 to report to race control. It's just come through to us on our feed. There is our race leader, the number 4. He's completed his 18th lap. We'll see what the gap is when the other cars go over the line. The gap is exactly 16 seconds between Rob Weldon and Gordy Much. Much has just done a 1:48.606, the quickest lap of the race so far. So everything has just about cycled through now. We can take a look at the race order. So it's Rob Weldon leading in car number 4. 16 seconds exactly clear of Gordy Much in second place in the 87 car. Third, it should be the number 77. Yes, he goes to nearly 29 seconds down on second place. Scott Mittell. Ben Collins is next to him. He's only 2.3 seconds off Scott Mittell. Then we've got Chippy Westmail. He's 4 3/4 seconds behind Ben Collins. And then the fight for 6. Stefano Lini is on board the number 11 car. He's got 2 cars up behind him. This is the closest battle at the moment. Ed Bridle in the 84 trying to make a move on the 31 of Rod Goodman. He goes through at Riches up into 7th position, and 6 1/4 seconds behind these 3 is David Morales. There he is, the number 86 car. So it's fairly close further down the order as Ed Bridle just runs a little bit wide there through the hairpin. Readers fairly well spaced out. It's all happening further back in the pack. Less than a second covering Leany, Goodman and Bridle, these 3. Bridle now up into 7th place and chasing after Stefano Leany. We've seen race for the Mittell Cars team in the past. Into University of Wolverhampton. Rob Weldon has gone through to complete his 19th lap. Oh, the number 4 car has been given a stop-go penalty. Car number 4, stop-go penalty for a short pit stop. They've got to sit stationary in the pits for 1 second only, but the time taken to get into and out of the pits to serve it, that's going to handicap them. They are 13 seconds clear of Gordy Much, so this is almost certainly going to lose them the lead. So car number 4 has been given a stop-go penalty for a short pit stop. Gordy Much is almost certainly going to take the lead. He's just done another fastest lap of the race, 1:48.258. It was was 2 seconds quicker than, no, 3 seconds quicker, sorry, than Rob Weldon's previous lap. Scott Mittel in third place is some 30 seconds down on Gordy Much now. He's being threatened by Ben Collins. The 85 car is only half a second behind Scott Mittel now, so we could see a change for third place. We need to wait and see if the leader comes in this time to serve that stop-go. He'll be informed by the Raw Motorsport team, Rob Weldon. Gets out of the bomb hole up towards Coram. We know that Ed Bridle's got through to 7th ahead of Rod Goodman, now challenging Stefano Lini. There's only 3/4 of a second between those two. And in he comes. Yep, Rob Weldon comes in to serve the stop-go. Number 87 is surely going to go through to take the lead. There he is in the background. There goes Gordy Much. Up across the line, into the lead. So the number 4 car will pull up to serve the penalty, and we have a new leader. It's this man, number 87, Gordy Much. Now, wait to see how far behind Scott Mittel is and whether he's going to go through into second place. There is the battle for third as well, Mittel and Collins. Now, is Rob Weldon going to get embroiled in that? Are we going to have a three-way fight for second here, I wonder? Waiting for the 77 car to go through over the line at the moment. Weldon has rejoined. And Scott Mittel, what's happened there? Scott Mittel's come through in 5th place. Yeah, he lost a few seconds on that last lap, and Collins is through, so is Chippy Westmail. So it's all change in the minor placings. Collins, Westmail, Mittel is now the order. Further back, Stefano Lini still just ahead of Ed Bridle. Now there's Collins, there's Westmail, and there is Scott Mittel. His last lap was a 1:56, so he must have had a bit of a moment somewhere. Chippy Westmail ahead of him, number 29. Or has that 77 car got a problem? Looked a bit slow there out of Agostino. So it's Ben Collins up to 3rd in the 85, shared with Jay Morton. What's his lap time compared to Chippy Westmail? About the same last time through. Keep an eye on Scott Mittel's lap times. There he is. Looks okay through to the Bentley straight. Gordy Much has gone across the line to complete his 21st lap. He's the only car lapping under 1:50 at the moment. Is that a puff of smoke I just saw there from the 29, or was it tyre smoke? Chippy Westmail. David Morales, meanwhile, has got ahead of Rod Goodman. The lead gap is 21.8 seconds, so Rob Weldon is still second. And here's the fight between Bridle, Kelly and Morales. Not Kelly, Stefano Lini, sorry, he's taken over that car now, of course. So Ed Bridle has got ahead of Stefano Lini. First weekend in that car, the number 11, Stefano Lini. Still learning it as David Morales, the American, closes up. Has a look on the inside of Murray's, he won't get through there. Rod Goodman at the back of the field behind them. Over 17 minutes of this race to go. How far behind Mittel is Bridle? 21 seconds. He's lapping about a second slower. David Morales making a move on the hairpin. Stefano Lini, that was close. I thought he wasn't going to see him there. Gives him room. Morales through into 7th place. Stefano Lini starting to drop back. All 9 cars still on the lead lap though. the final quarter of this second Praga Cup UK race of the weekend. It is Morty Munch in the 87 who has the lead, pulling away from Rob Weldon after the number 4 car had to serve a stop-go penalty. The lead gap is 23 seconds. It's Ben Collins who heads the scrap for third. 5 seconds ahead of Chippy Westmail, who's just done his personal best. Oh, and that's the 11 car. I thought Stefano Lini was slowing down, and he's pulled over. I think that's on the Bentley straights. He lost a couple of places there in the last 2 laps, and it looks like the University of Wolverhampton car is out of the race. There is the 77 with Scott Mittel on board. His last lap was a 1:53, so that car's slightly off the pace. Lost out quite rapidly after the pit stops to Collins and Westmail. Further back it's Bridle 6th, Morales 7th in the car started by Jem Hepworth, Rod Goodman in 8th. There is the number 4 in second place, a rather lonely second place now. He's 23 seconds off the lead. He's 13 seconds ahead of Ben Collins in third place. Already gone through to start his 24th lap. Misfortune yesterday with that repeated turbo pipe problem. The 87 car had its practice times disallowed, was disqualified from the race for the same reason. He took pole for today's race. Jimmy Broadbent started it. Morty Munch taking over. It's looking good here for the 87 car. There's Stefano Lini out of his car. Here comes David Morales all over the tail of Ed Bridle now. This is the fight for 6th place. Through the bomb hole. Camera, you can't really see just how deep that little depression is there at the bomb hole, the way you drop down into it, and then out the other side is Morales up alongside. Has he got through? Yes, he has. Bridle fights back there side by side along the straights here. 13.5 minutes to go as Ed Bridle fights around the outside down towards Riches. It's going to be a brave move against David Morales. Morales holds the place. Down towards the hairpin. Swing their way round to the right. Morales has it at the moment. This is for 6th position with Rod Goodman a bit further back behind them. Closest fight on track other than this is probably between Ben Collins and Chippy Westmail. They're 6 seconds apart. Lead gap is up to nearly 25 seconds now. Going towards the closing stages now. If anything, Morales starting to pull away here from the 84 of Ed Bridle. 3 more rounds of the Praga Cup UK to go after this meeting. They go to Silverstone, then 2 rounds at Donington. Beside the first ever standalone Praga Cup UK champions, it's Scott Mittel and Charles Hall who lead the points at the moment, extending their lead with the win yesterday. Hopefully see Richard Wells and Alex Capadia, last year's champions, return for the next round at Silverstone. And our third place man, the 85 of Ben Collins, taking over from Jay Morton. Heads around Palmer's. See what the gap is back to Westmail now. It was up to nearly 7 seconds last time through. There's Westmail in the background. you see that drivers of the calibre of Charles Hall, Matt Bell, of course Ben Collins are in this series, Jem Hepworth and David Morales as well. Gordy Much to our race leader, phenomenally fast in these cars, as he's currently proving. He's done the best lap of the race of 1:48.123. Nobody else has lapped under 1:49 so far. There is the leader. Just waiting to see what the gap is here as Rob Weldon comes through. To nearly 28 seconds now. Collins is 10 seconds back. Let's compare lap times. Collins is lapping over a second quicker than Rob Weldon. 10 seconds on the clock, 10 minutes left to go. Can Ben Collins catch Rob Weldon? We'll wait and see. Green time there means personal best on the graphics. Chippy Westmail fourth, Michelle fifth. There is our second place man. There you can see clearly what the gap is. Second place man Rob Weldon into Oggies, now taken over from Matt Bell. Gordy Much just so quick in one of these Pragas. Came through junior racing into Ginettas. There on into the Pragas over the last couple of years. Scott Mittel, has he got ahead of Chippy Westmail? Yes, he has. What has happened there? Because the gap between them at the line last time through was some 16 seconds. So what's happened for Chippy Westmail then? Closing back up again. Something happened there to the 29 car. Has he had an off somewhere? We didn't see, unfortunately. The gap is up to nearly 30 seconds now. This is the battle for fourth position then. Mittel now ahead of Westmail. Through the bomb hole. You can see Westmail trying his hardest to get the place back again. Westmail must have lost quite a lot of time there. He may have had a spin somewhere. We'll see what his lap time is as he crosses the line. Behind Scott Mittel in the number 77. Yes, his last lap was a 2 minutes 9. He lost nearly 20 seconds there. Chippy Westmail. We didn't see what's happened, unfortunately, but he goes wide again. He may have done something like that, actually. Chippy Westmail trying a little bit too hard there. New fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, for Gordy Much, 1:48.123. Ben Collins is lapping in the 1:48s now, and David Morales is the high 1:48s. So lap speed starting to increase in the closing stages of this race. So they would understandably increase with the pro drivers on board. Still seeing puffs of smoke as he slows for the turns there. Chippy Westmail, the 29. Is there something wrong with the brakes, maybe? He's fighting on, though. Now Gordy Much goes into the 1:47s, 1:47.533. He's doing a new fastest lap every time, Gordy Much. Meantime, here comes Chippy Westmail onto the tail of the 77 of Mittel. Mittel holds him off. Keeps that fourth place. He's fighting for the championship, of course, and with Westmail and Gore taking second yesterday, they're in championship contention too. Every point vital. Westmail sliding it out of the bomb hole there. Gordy Much still with that 1:47.533, another quickest lap. Westmail wide over the curve. He's pushing too hard here. Over 6 minutes to go. Here is our leader. Total dominance from Gordy Much this weekend. Nearly 32 seconds clear of Rob Weldon. Now he's lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than him at the moment. What's his lap time going to be this time through, Gordy Much? Praga ambassador. Competes in sim racing alongside former Formula 1 driver Roman Grosjean. He's a Praga ambassador, the Franco-Swiss driver. Much now does a 1:47.288. He is blitzing the lap times here. Weldon still second. Here's that battle for fourth place. They're well behind Ben Collins, who's in a safe third. He's still catching Rob Weldon, but I don't think he's going to quite catch him by the end of the race. Only closing by a few tenths of a second a lap. There's 8 seconds between. Can Chippy Westmail get back into fourth place? Westmail lines up Scott Mittel down the Bentley straight. To the left at Brundles, who's on the wrong side to attack there. David Morales now in 6th position. He's got ahead of Ed Bridle, I can tell you, further back. Rod Goodman, the final runner, because of course Stefano Lini out of the race. Chippy Westmail harrying the 77 car as they go through 4. Is that David Morales starting to catch our fourth place battle? Yes, it is. Leader, meanwhile, is about to lap Rod Goodman in 8th place. So David Morales, yeah, he's only 3 seconds off Chippy Westmail now, and Mittel and Westmail so busy battling each other they haven't noticed the 86 car catching them up. This is going to be a three-way fight shortly, coming up towards Palmer's. Gordy Munch was trying to lap Rod Goodman there. There's the fourth place battle. Look in the background, there's David Morales. And his last lap was a 1:49. The two ahead of him, but lapping in the 1:52s. He's going to catch these two. 3.5 minutes of the race to go. Catching's one thing, passing is another entirely, of course. Gordy Much's last lap was a 1:50.2. No fastest lap that time because, of course, he was lapping back marker traffic. Patel still holding off Westmail. There's the tail there out of the right-hander of Williams. Is David Morales going to catch them? Can he get through for fourth place? Be the highest the 86 car has been in this race. As he's weaving up there, starting to limber up. More smoke from the back of the 29. Whether that's just tyre smoke, I don't think it is. Chippy Westmail fighting on, he gets sideways. Is that car dropping a bit of oil? Is that the reason for the bit of smoke? Because that's the second time I've seen Westmail go sideways. He had a moment earlier on because he lost about 20 seconds on one lap, and Morales is right with them now, the 86 car. The man from Miami is ready to attack. Here he goes. He's in the slipstream down the straights. Is anyone going to pull out here into the right-hander at Riches? No. Mittel holds the place, then Westmail. Morales behind them. There's a look on the inside on the exit of the right-hander. He's up alongside Chippy Westmail, David Morales to the inside. They're still side by side on the exit of the hairpin. Has he got the overlap there? No. Westmail is there on the inside for the left-hander at Palmer, and he holds that 5th position. But Morales is attacking. He's not holding back here. Gordy Much's last lap of 1:47.8. They're still side by side for 5th place. Trying to go around the outside of Agostini. That rarely works. David Morales had to back out there. Westmail and Mittel still ahead of him. Gap is now less than 7 seconds between Weldon and Collins for second place. Morales another look to the inside. Westmail moves to cover and the right-hander at Oggies. Try again down the Bentley straight, try and slipstream him into the left at Brundles. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Down the straight they go towards the left-hander at Brundle. Now that smoke's getting worse from the 29 car, but he's still soldiering on. Still attacking. Scott Mittel, Chippy Westmail. Morales just looking on behind them. Gordy Munch has completed his 30th lap. He's now 34.5 seconds clear of Rob Weldon. Mittel holds them on. There is your leader, number 87. Through the bomb hole. I think there'll be one more lap to go after this one for Gordy Munch. Well, this time the 87 car and the team, it looks like they've got it right. No problems earlier in the weekend. They're going to make up for it here as Westmail goes wide on the hairpin, but David Morales not able to capitalise. Still, Scott Mittel holds them off in the 77, looking to preserve his championship lead. Goes to the inside, Morales jinks across, that's a single-seater move if ever I saw one. He's surely going to go underneath the 29 here. They're side by side on the exit of Agostini. Morales, he gets it crossed up and doesn't manage to get through. The clock is down to 0. Still this battle goes on. It's going to go right to the flag, this one. This is terrific stuff. Meanwhile, Gordy Munch is heading for victory, and the car started by Jimmy Broadbent. Westmail to the inside now, attacking the 77 of Scott Mittel. Meantime, there's the leader, the 87, the Broadbent and Munch car. Still side by side, Westmail around the outside, he's got past him. He's through on Mittel. Chippy Westmail round the outside of Rundle, got the inside for Nelson. And now is David Morales going to be able to get past the 77. And look at the way that Westmail is pulling away. The 77 car was clearly the cork in the bottle there. And now he's fairly rocketing away as they go towards Murray. He's coming through to start their final lap because they are not going to be lapped. Here is our leader. Problems yesterday, no problem today. The problem rectified for the 87 car, the Fanatec Praga Team 87 car, started by Jimmy Broadbent, taken over by Gordy Munch, who has blitzed the field in the second half of this race, and he's coming in for a dominant victory here at Snetterton. The 87 car takes the win, over 30 seconds clear of Rob Weldon. The number 4 Raw Motorsport car started by Matt Bell. Their race was undone by a stop-go penalty for a short pit stop. We'll wait to see who's going to finish ahead in that battle for 4th place. Number 4 car coming in to be flagged off for 2nd place. It's going to be Ben Collins and Jay Morton in 3rd, what I think will be their best results of the season. They're not all that far behind. Here's the battle for the back, and Morales has got past Scott Mittel. Mittel seems to be struggling, the 77 car. Rob Weldon across the line for 2nd. There's Collins in for 3rd. Now, what about this battle for 4th? This race really came alive in its closing stages. There's Chippy Westmail. Stefano Lini with a grandstand view there, sadly out of the race alongside the Bentley straights. Westmail's pulled away slightly from Morales. There is Mittel. Is that Ed Bridle up behind him? Yes, there he is. Bridle's not quite going to catch them. An absorbing midfield fight in this 2nd Praga Cup UK race of the weekend. There is Ed Bridle. Mixed fortunes for them this weekend, the Bridle twins. Inherited 3rd place yesterday. But this huge fight for 4th place is going to be won by the car started by Dan Gore, driven to 4th by Chippy Westmail. He comes home to take the flag. 5th is the car of Hepworth and Morales. Mittel comes through for 6th in the car started by Charles Hall, that ran 2nd early on. The Bridle's 7th. Rod Goodman a lap down in 8th place. Sadly, Stefano Lini and Shane Kelly failing to finish. The provisional results of that Praga Cup UK race and the 2nd of the weekend. Gordy Munch and Jimmy Broadbent the winners by nearly 38 seconds at the flag, ahead of Rob Weldon and Matt Bell. Third place for Jay Morton and Ben Collins. They were only less than 4 seconds off second place at the end there. Chippy Westmail winning that huge fight for fourth in the car started by Dan Gore. Jem Hepworth and David Morales fifth. Scott Mittel and Charles Hall slipping to sixth at the flag. The Bridal Twins seventh. Rod Goodman a lap down in eighth place, and Stefano Lini and Shane Kelly, the University of Wolverhampton car, sadly failing to finish. Great race from the Praga Cup UK then, and we will head down into Parc Fermé with Ewan in just a moment to talk to some of the riders.
Well, what a race. A race of two halves. Gordy Munch taking over in the second half and getting the win again. Hopefully this one sticks this time for Goldie too. Gordy, I won't quote Jimmy word for word, but he said you were pretty angry.
Like I said, you know, this drive was, well, this weekend's been frustrating, so I put, you know, all of the annoyance and everything of the weekend into that drive.
How important is this win for your season?
Yeah, I mean, especially off the back of this weekend, we needed to hit back hard with a good result, so I also pushed for the fastest lap, so got that point as well.
You kept going faster and faster as the rain came down. What were you doing in there?
Well, you know, as I saw the raindrops in the windscreen, instead of thinking, well, I better back off, my main thought was, well, I need to keep on pushing to keep the temp in the tyre. If anything, it made it, you know, a little bit cooler.
Congratulations, mate. Good job.
Thank you. Cheers. If anything, it made the air a little bit cooler. The track cooled down and the conditions actually went faster. So just kept my head together when the rain started coming and make the most of it.
Awesome to watch. I'll let you go and celebrate with Jimmy and the team.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's grab Rob Weldon. Where's Rob got? He also, I'm going to grab Ben Collins actually, third place. Ben, can we grab you in please, buddy? Sensational. Qualifying in 8th position. Jay gave you a good start, but when he handed over to you, he said he's going to bring this home.
That's very noble. I love him. He's because he did a great job in the first half, and Jay's performance has been great this weekend. He's been bringing his A game. Been getting faster and faster. He managed to overtake the Arden car, so he put us in a really good position for the second half of the race. And the car's was fantastic. So thanks to Praga for giving me that.
With the changing conditions, how important is experience?
I mean, it definitely plays in, and it's very, you go around Corham, whatever we're doing, 130 odd, and you can see splashes on the windscreen. So it's difficult to read, but you can feel it in your fingertips. And but that does come with experience. I think that's where I was most impressed with Jay, because he didn't just go round. He rose to that occasion and put in another one of his fastest laps of the weekend. And at the time, actually, it was 4 seconds quicker than anybody else, which says something. So it is changeable, but I thought that was really amazing. So he's getting the feel and the instincts, and that's what it's all about.
The reliability of the Praga has proven itself this weekend. It shows how good a class this can be now.
I absolutely love this racing. My favourite type of racing has always been LMP prototypes. Going on in the car when you're driving them, they're really, really fun to drive. And the grids are growing, but the competition is really fierce. If you get a big grid, but there's only 6 guys who are quick. Mm-hmm. I'd say this is much stronger. We've got 18 drivers, and there's some really great talent all through the field. So it's fantastic fun.
Fun for you to drive, great for us to watch, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ben.
See you next time.
Right, let's try and grab Rob Weldon. He's shotting away. So we're actually going to jump in with Jimmy Broadbent if we can in just a second. Didn't have the greatest of starts, but my goodness, didn't call you bring it home. They are behind us checking the data on the car, so this could still again potentially go to scrutineering and have a little look, but fingers crossed this one can stick. Jimmy, come on mate, you said he's going to bring it home. I called him angry. But he did pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he did what he said he was going to do. After yesterday, we said, well, we'll go win it anyway, and we did. So, I'm so proud of him. He's such a talent god. I really hope that we see a lot of him in the future.
What does this win mean for you guys after the weekend you've had?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like sort of vindication. Like after showing that we have the pace. Obviously we had that problem yesterday, and people were attributing that problem to our speed and our result. And obviously, that's not the case. So.
We're looking forward to the next round.
Yeah, I'm now. Yeah.
Right, there we go. So coming up next is the BMW's second race of the day for them. So I'm going to hand back now to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Okay, cars on the grid then for our next race. Thanks, Ewan. This is the Kumho BMW Championship. Had their first race this morning, won by James Card for his third win of the season. Grid based on the results of the race from earlier on. It's Jason West, number 76, alongside the 32. Second row is Russell Dack and Brad Sheehan. Niall and Ronan Bradley will be on row 3. Fourth row is number 7, Kevin Denwood, alongside 23, Dan Butcher-Lord in the first of the minis. Row 5, Neil Clark and Charlie Heatley in their minis. The sixth row, Rob Austin and Andy Godfrey. Row 7 is Zach Blackwell and Andy Langley. Zach Blackwell quite a long way back after problems in this morning's race. Leonard Carrari and Nigel Williams, number 13, on the 8th row. 9th row, Trevor Ford and Jazz Sapra, we hope, is there after his problems this morning. And we should see Brian Branson back out. Didn't race this morning, problems with his car yesterday. We believe he's got them repaired and we might see him from the back of the grid. For the Kumho BMW Championship, round 6 of the season. We can hand down to Ewan in the paddock. Caught up with one or two of the drivers earlier.
So we're here in the paddock before race 2 for our BMWs with Jason West. Great start to your day, second place earlier on this morning.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad race. It was a bit, very, very close racing. Slight coming together with Brad, which is never good, but sort of very close racing at high speed.
It was great to watch. You were chopping and changing places, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It was getting very, very leery. It was good fun to watch, and it's all caught on video, so we'll be posting it to YouTube soon.
Now, you're having a pretty good season. I think you've been 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th so far. Just missing that top spot.
Absolutely. I think it's raining and I love the rain, so it's a bit of a dicey one where, it might be slicks, might be wet, but I'll be,
Slicks on at the moment. Are they coming off?
Well, I hope not. If it's borderline, I'll stick with the slicks. So
now, laptop behind you, looking at some data. What are you particularly looking at here?
So we're fiddling around with the engine. So it's got a new exhaust on it, and we've been altering the fueling to make sure that we don't blow the engine up. So all very exciting stuff.
Jason, fingers crossed for the top spot.
Thank you very much.
Okay, here we go. Let's go BMW Kumho Racing with your commentator Dave Goddard.
Thanks to you. And the cars on the move then on their green flag lap. James Card going for his double from pole position in the silver M3. Alongside him will be the man we just heard from, Jason West, always an entertainer in his black and orange M3, the G Sport Run Cup. Second row, there is Russell Dack in the orange car, and in pink is Brad Sheehan. A bit of contact in the first race sent him spinning at the hairpin. Then we've got the Bradleys. There is Niall. Just a bit of news from race control. Niall Bradley has been disqualified from the results of the Britcar Trophy race we saw earlier on due to documentation issues, as Niall hinted at earlier on in his post-race interview, so the car has been removed from the results. Look who's at the back. There's Brian Branson, the number 26. Watch for him coming through. That car didn't race earlier. Trevor Ford's there, and is that Chris Walton, number 74? It is. He missed race 1 as well. We've got Chris Walton in there too, so a slightly larger grid. Watch for Walton coming through. Which class is Chris Walton? I think he's in Class A as well. So he's one of the quicker cars. They've got to get through all these minis first though. First mini class win of the season for Dan Butcher-Lord in race 1. There's Nigel Williams, number 13. Trevor Ford in the 25. Two of the Class C runners. Chris Walton, the black and yellow car, and Brian Branson in orange was leading the Snetterton Saloons race until the car let him down yesterday. We haven't got Jasvir Sapra, his car with damage from race 1. So Jasvir's not going to get his 5 races into the weekend. He's had to sit this one out, unfortunately. I don't think his other car is eligible for Kumho BMW, the Britcar Trophy Cup. possibly a bit too modified. The car that takes on the GTs. There's Dan Butcher-Lord in the navy blue Mini. Head home Neil Clark and Charles Heatley in race 1. A burnout there to warm the tyres. There's Kevin Denwood, the compact, the white, blue and orange car, the reigning champion. This will be a 20-minute race. Should be one of the cars from the first 2 rows that is in contention for the win here, but watch out for Chris Walton and Brian Branson from the back. They settle in then. James Card in silver on pole position, looking for win number 4 for the season. Jason West, we've seen take wins in that car in the classic Thunder Saloon series in the past with his M3. He's in the black car. Russell Dack in orange, the Jägermeister lookalike. 28, the Days of Thunder car of Brad Sheehan. Last few cars settling in at the back. A mass of minis in the middle. Great to see the BMW Mini class coming in, certainly boosting the grids. Just waiting for Brian Branson to settle at the back along with Chris Walton. Okay, here we go. The green flag waves from the marshal at the back. 5-second board is held aloft. 20 minutes on the clock. Red lights are on. Revs rise. Lights out. Down towards Riches for the first time. Watch for Brian Branson there, cutting straight through the middle from the back of the grid. It's Card and West who are side by side. Down towards the first corner. Jason West has just got the lead as they head into the first corner. Side by side between Butcher-Lord and Rob Austin in the 2 minis, but it is Jason West who has taken the lead into the first corner. Great start from the outside, the front row. Good start by Niall Bradley as well up the inside, and James Card is there almost alongside. The minis meanwhile under fire from Brian Branson, who has to go wide there to avoid them on the hairpin. There is still virtually in grid formation, the Mini Coopers. Here come the lead battlers, and Brad Sheehan's got through. Where's he come from? Up into 2nd place. How did he get through there at the exit of the hairpin? He was in about 4th or 5th place coming through there. He's up to 2nd behind Jason West. Card is 3rd, Bradley 4th, Niall Bradley that is. And behind him is Russell Dack. Trying to mix him up with Brian Branson in this race. And Brian Branson already, I think, has got past all the minis, showing how powerful his BMW is. So it's M3s all the way at the front, with Jason West out front ahead of Sheehan. Then we have got James Card. Behind him is Niall Bradley. And Branson, is that Branson? No, it's Dack in 5th position. I just said I hope I won't get them mixed up, and I have already. There's Brian Branson. He's in 8th place already after half a lap. There are the minis. Butcher-Lord leads them. They'll have their own race pretty much a little further back. Already Rob Austin's attacking for the lead there. It's Jason West in the black M3 that leads the way. Brad Sheehan in 2nd place, just kicking up a bit of dust there on the exit of Nelson's. Card is 3rd. Then Niall Bradley 4th. 5th is Russell Dack. Next to should be, yes, it is Brian Branson. He's got past Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood now. He missed the first race earlier on, has charged through from the back. Now, where is Chris Walton? We'd expect to see him coming through as well. He hasn't raced at all this weekend, so yeah, he's missing. That's Chris Walton already, I think. Leaders coming up to complete their first lap. Jason West leads the way. Brad Sheehan trying to chase him down. And it's James Card in 3rd place. Bradley is 4th. Surely the quickest man on track at the moment must be Brian Branson in the number 26 car. He's gained 12 places on that opening lap. Now Bradley trying to close up on James Card. Swing their way through the left-hander at Palmer's up towards Agostini. Thought Brad Sheehan had put his wipers on there. The leaders have all got their headlamps on. Trying to go around the outside is Niall Bradley. I don't think he'll get through there. Attacking James Card. Brad Sheehan sideways, Niall Bradley sideways. I think there's a bit of rain forming. It's getting slippery out there. Rear wheel drive, all these BMWs. Yes, I can see rain on the camera lens there, so there's a bit of rain in the air once again. Jason West doesn't mind. He's increasing his lead over Brad Sheehan in second place in the 28s. James Card in third place. Now, Brian Bransom hasn't caught them yet. Still there in sixth position. There are the minis, led by Dan Butcher-Lord, ahead of Rob Austin, Charlie Heatley and Neil Clark. Four of them line astern. Leaders heading to Brundle. Under the bridge with the BMW M Power banner. Unbroken, these cars out on the circuit. Bradley keeping up in the top three. Niall Bradley, of course, the invitation class runner. Eligible for points. Had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch on his home circuit. So that kicking up some dust there through Coram. Here comes Brian Branson trying to close them down. Long gap back to our next group, which is Ronan Bradley and Kevin Denwood, and then we've got the minis. Dan Butcher-Lord ahead of Rob Austin. Charlie Heatley led the early stages in the mini class in race 1. Looking for his first class win as James Card defending from Niall Bradley, who gets alongside on the run out of the hairpin. He'll have the inside line for the next corner at Palmer's, the left-hander, and he goes through up into third place. I wonder if that throttle issue is returning for the number 32 of James Card. He doesn't seem to have the speed off the turns. He's going to try and fight back. There's Branson in the background, the second of the orange cars. And now Niall Bradley is starting to have a go at Brad Sheehan for second place. All this squabbling though is allowing Jason West to get away, looking for his first win in the championship this season. It's a series where no one driver has been able to dominate at the top. It's been Card and Bradley doing the winning so far. On their way out of the right-hander of Williams down the Bentley straight. You can see James Card just hasn't got the straight line speed he needs. Here are the minis. Oh, Dan Butcher-Lord, he was leading the mini class, he's pulled off. Now, it doesn't look like he's hit anything. I think that's a mechanical problem for the 23 car, so we're going to have a new winner for today in the BMW Mini category. So into the lead of the class goes, I think, Rob Austin, the 24. 14 minutes of this race to go. Bradley kicks up some dust as they go through. For him, he's got through into second place, past Brad Sheehan. That invitation class car is on the move. He wants his third overall win of the season. Past Brad Sheehan there as they came into Brundles. Now chasing Jason West. Gap is 1.25 seconds on the line. And James Card is all over Brad Sheehan there. Sheehan moved to defend as they went into Riches. These two cars both eligible for points. Russell Dack behind them. There's Brian Branson. Bradley, not surprisingly, did the fastest lap of the race last time through, 2 minutes, 0.831. Nobody else has lapped under 2 minutes, 1 second so far. There goes Ronan Bradley. Kevin Denwood, the champion from last year. Waiting for the minis to come through. We'll see who is leading them. I suspect it's going to be Rob Austin, the number 24. There is Austin from Charlie Heatley. He's got the wipers going there briefly. Neil Clark in third. Zach Blackwell, who's won 4 out of 4 coming into this weekend, picks up a bit of damage in race 1. He's in 4th in class. 46 Andy Godfrey is behind him. And here's the fight for what is 3rd place. Brad Sheehan from James Card. Card family we mentioned earlier, been with this series for many, many years now, and a bit of dirt tracking there for Brad Sheehan. Here comes James Card. That could give him the advantage he needs, because Brad Sheehan will have lost momentum there, but that's a brief trip onto the dirt. Card up the outside, he's going through, and he's up into 3rd position. Sheehan down to 4th. Dack is 5th. Branson closing up little by little all the time. Last lap was nearly a second quicker than Russell Dack ahead of him. Ross Dan Butcher-Lord. Chris Walton never really got going. There is Rob Austin. chased by Neil Clark at the front of the middies. They're pulling clear of Charlie Heatley. Then we've got Andy Godfrey. He's got ahead of Zach Blackwell. Zach Blackwell's not at the races this weekend. Langley trying to go through there on the outside. Andy Godfrey, rather. Andy Langley just behind them in the 51. Bob Austin still just holds off Neil Clark. This for the lead of the BMW Minis. To third in the Minis now is Godfrey. He's got ahead of Charlie Heatley now, who's defending from Zach Blackwell, but meanwhile it's side by side for the lead. Look at this, Niall Bradley is going for the outside, slides it through Agostini. Can he pull ahead of Jason West on the run up towards Hamilton? Driving a great race here is Niall Bradley. He's side by side through Hamilton. He's going to have the inside line for Oggies. Up to the right-hander, Niall Bradley takes the lead. Excellent run through the field for the 47 from the third row of the grid. He's got a bit of damage to his rear bumper, so he's had a bit of a rub somewhere with another car perhaps. West goes down to second. Behind them James Card in third, then Sheehan. He's being caught by Dack and Branson, the two orange cars. It's closing up at the front of the field now. They're splitting into two groups of three effectively. And Niall Bradley leads in the 47. There's Sheehan behind, a few lengths ahead of Dack and Branson, who are now nose to tail. And to no great surprise, Brian Branson has done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes, .504. So Branson is catching up. The only other driver to lap under 2 minutes 1 has been Niall Bradley. He's now got the lead. Russell Dack is under fire from Brian Branson, the two orange cars nose to tail. Brad Sheehan will be hoping they battle each other and he can pull back away into fourth position. There they go over the line. Towards the first corner, Brian Branson has a look on the inside of the E36 of Russell Dack, the former champion. He can't get through. Still 9.5 minutes of this race to go. And Dack runs a bit wide through the hairpin there. He holds off Brian Branson. They're chasing Brad Sheehan. And he's 6, well clear of the rest of the field. It's Ronan Bradley back in 7th place. He's nearly 40 seconds behind Brian Branson. Shows the dominance of the Class A cars. Bradley continues to lead. He's an invitation class runner. Jason West leads Class A, so he'll get maximum points in the class. Ronan Bradley in Class B, the only runner in Class B left now because Chris Walton is out. Kevin Denwood leads Class C, and in the minis it's Rob Austin. And it looks as though Zach Blackwell may be slowing down. So his unbeaten run came to an end earlier on. Looks like he's in trouble here. Place fight heads down into Brundle on the inside. Having a look is Brian Branson. He's not holding back. He wants a podium here, having failed to race earlier. Through the bomb. Still your leader is Niall Bradley in car 47. There goes the fourth place fight. 0.6 of a second is the gap at the front of the field, but a new fastest lap for Jason West. He's done a 1:59.736. In fact, both the leaders lapped in under 2 minutes. Bradley just a few hundredths of a second slower, 1:59.744. A few thousandths of a second slower even. Here's the battle in the minis. Austin and Clark, they're fighting for 10th overall, I think, no, 9th overall, sorry. There come the leaders down towards Agostini. Two groups of three at the front of the field. They're closing right up on Brad Sheehan now, and Russell Dack is ready to attack. Be mindful that Branson's behind him. Dack gets a bit sideways, coming off the corner. very experienced racer in a couple of BMW series. He's up there in fourth. Oh, he goes wide there though. Onto the grass goes Brad Sheehan, and through go the two orange cars. Dak up to fourth. Brian Branson makes up another place. Brad Sheehan will be cursing himself there. Just made a simple mistake, ran wide over the grass. So there's 6 minutes of the race to go. Niall Bradley still leads. Jason West. West has now done the fastest lap of the race. Can he take an overall win for the first time this year? Well, not if James Card has anything to do with it. He's pressuring the 76 car. They're lapping Trevor Ford in the 25. Through they go. Next target will be Nigel Williams, number 13. Less than a second covers the top three now. James Card is ready to try and retake the lead. Start to Jason West at the start. Still Russell Dack in fourth place, challenged by Brian Branson. Brad Sheehan behind them. Niall Bradley has not been able to pull away from Jason West. He's flashing his lights to let the back marker, Nigel Williams, know he's there. Nigel moves aside. Jason West gets through as well. James Card is behind them. Here's a change for the lead from a moment ago in the minis. Neil Clark, number 53, in the Norfolk mini car down the inside to take the lead of the class into the hairpin. Brian Branson now ahead of Russell Dack into fourth place, so he's made up another spot for number 26. Now, how far behind James Card is he? Nearly 8 seconds last time they came through. Towards the closing stages now, this second race of the weekend for the Kumho BMWs, and Jason West is still right with Niall Bradley for the lead. Are we going to see a late move from the 76 for his first win of the season? James Card just giving a watching brief in third place, maybe thinking about points towards a championship title this year. Any driver from any of the classes except the invitation classes can win the title, of course. Through Riches they go. They're over 8 seconds clear of Brian Branson. Here's the battle in the minis. Neil Clark now in front in the 53, would love a win on his local circuit. Andy Godfrey up there in third place. Leaders into some back marker traffic here. Look out, he says to the BMW minis of Andy Langley and Charlie Heatley. Fourth and fifth in the mini class, and they've met the back markers in the worst possible place here. Jason West having to go around the outside. Now cuts to the inside past Charlie Heatley. If anything, increases his advantage slightly over James Card, who's having a tough time with these back markers. Now he's through. That's opened the lead battle up a little. Clark from Austin. Andy Godfrey third. Heatley and Langley are next through. Zach Blackwell has been into the pits, so there's clearly an issue with the 411 car. He has rejoined, I think. Two retirements. Chris Walton never really got going. Denwood to Lord we saw drop out as well. Leaders come through over the line. Niall Bradley, Jason West in the back marker traffic. Laps completed, just 6.6 of a second in it now. Jason West looking to attack. I think we'll be on the last lap now, we'll wait and see. James Card trying to keep in touch as well as they lap the mini leaders. Neil Clark, 9th overall, leads the mini class. Still Bradley, West and Card. I think it might be checkered flag this time for the Kumho BMWs. Through towards Palmer's, then Agostini for the last time. What can Jason West do? That bumper still hanging slightly loose on Niall Bradley's car. It's going to be win number 3 for the season. If it stays like this for Niall. James Card in 3rd place, but more importantly he's behind Jason West in Class A. So he won't pick up the class win if it stays like this. Into the Bentley straight for the final time goes the number 47. For the final, or could be the final time. There's only 15 seconds left on the clock. I think it will be checkered flag this time. Tricky to judge sometimes with timed races. Up towards the bomb hole, through the drop there. See it clearly from that angle how much they dropped down. And Niall Bradley has pulled away from Jason West. He's not going to be caught here. Up towards the left at Murray's. A great drive through from the 3rd row of the grid for Niall Bradley in the 47. Making up for his Britcar disappointments. They come up towards the line. Looks like it is going to be a checkered flag this time. There is the checkered flag. Niall Bradley wins our 2nd Kumho BMW race of the day. West 2nd, Card 3rd. I'll wait to see who's going to be 4th. I think it's going to be Brian Branson. Great moves through from the back of the grid. He takes 4th place. Coming over for 5th is Russell Dack, and Neil Clark wins the minis. Meanwhile, here's Brad Shear lapping a couple of minis further back, and he will take 6th overall, but only 5th in Class A. Ronan Bradley will win Class B, the 78. He'll be in 7th place. Class C will go to Kevin Denwood. The mini class won by Neil Clark in 9th overall, his first class win in the division, number 53. Last couple of cars coming home then. There's Ronan Bradley. He'll win Class B in 7th place. And there's Zach Blackwell. His unbeaten run in the minis comes to an end. 2 disappointing races for him today. Kevin Denwood almost caught Ronan Bradley towards the end of that one. They were only about 2.5 seconds apart. Provisional results then, the Kumho BMW Championship 2nd race. Niall Bradley, the winner, completing 10 laps. 2nd place for Jason West, just over a 1.5 seconds behind him. West wins Class A, ahead of James Card. Then Brian Branson from the back of the grid up to 4th. Russell Dack 5th, and Brad Sheehan has to be content with 6th. 7th for the Class B winner, Ronan Bradley. 8th, the winner of Class C, Kevin Denwood. 9th, the first of the minis, that was Neil Clark, his first win in the class. Rob Austin rounds out the top 10. More minis behind them, Andy Godfrey, Charlie Heatley and Andy Langley. 14th place went to Nigel Williams, a lap down. And 15th, it was Trevor Ford, Yonat Karare and the disappointed Zach Blackwell completing the finishers. We lost Dan Butcher-Lord and Chris Walton. Right, we can head down to Ewan in Park Fermé, and he'll be ready to talk to some of the drivers from our 2nd and final Kumho BMW race of the weekend here at Snetterton.
Well, what a great race there in that one. Niall Bradley here. We'll speak to Jason West first, actually. We'll jump in. Jason, let you get your helmet off. Stuck behind 9 at the end there, but got the class win eventually.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I won the class. I'm too worried about racing Niall. God, that was brilliant. The move he made was amazing. That was like a 4-corner move. Yeah, I knew it was all lost, but I was like sticking it in there. But no, I love racing with Niall. It's brilliant.
He came through the entire field from the back, but once he got to the front, he couldn't get away from it.
No, because he was showing me how to drive. So I was like, oh, that's how you do it. Oh, finally, I'd known.
How did it feel good to get the win at the end of the weekend?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Really good fun days racing, and I've got some work for G Sport to do on my car, so that will keep them happy. And
The thing that was great to see, as soon as you both got out of the car, you embraced straight away.
Oh yeah. It's club racing. It's fun. If it's not fun, why do you do it? It's not like we're getting paid. It's just a bit of fun at the weekend, and it's hilariously good fun. It's more fun being here than it is watching. So
brilliant. Great to watch too. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, we'll try and get Niall behind us. Hopefully this win is going to stick for Niall. And a couple of situations today, especially in the Britcar when it was penalised by 2 minutes. So let's try and jump in and grab him. Niall, well done.
Man, how you doing? Are you alright? Yeah, good man, love that.
Massive smile on your face. Coming through the field like that must just feel sensational.
Yeah, it was really, really, really good. And like, none of these blokes make it easy. I don't care what it looks like from the outside. Great bunch of drivers. And I was just saying to that gentleman, like every time you come out of a corner and you think, oh, that'll do, I've done enough there, and they keep at you and keep at you and keep at you. But no, I loved it.
Jason was just saying you were teaching me to drive out there. Is that true?
No, I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, no, Jason kept me honest the whole way. I could not seem to shake him off. There was a bit of a gap, and people might think it was a gap, but not really. When you're inside that helmet, it's like every time you can see him, it's like, go away.
Quick rest before Britcar?
No Britcar, no more. I was done today.
Is it really? Okay, fine.
Yeah. I need to go to sleep.
We'll look forward to seeing you at the next racetrack you're at.
Yeah, thank you, boys. Cheers.
Cheers, Niall. Right, I'd love to speak to our mini winner, who was Neil Clark. Got second place earlier on today. Topped that with a win, car number 53. Where basically should really be there, but he's not. There's his car here, and he's moved away, Neil. I know we've got a couple of more races coming up. We've got the Britcar Trophy, which Noel's not going to be in, that's a surprise, and the second round of the Hyundai Coupe Cup coming up later on this afternoon. Here is Kevin Denwood, our Class C winner. That was fairly good timing, wasn't it? Kevin, I'll let you get your helmet off. Did you hear that? He went, woof! Woof indeed. Fantastic racing out there, buddy. I'll let you get your helmet off. But great to watch, great to be involved in, I'm absolutely certain.
Oh, amazing. It's a shame the instant in race one with me and Jazz, and unfortunately couldn't get out. Yeah. It was my fault. I missed the gear and here up the backside. Purely my fault. I think I said sorry. It's a shame. But so I was just chasing my lap record then. We've done a few tweaks. Well, we didn't. Mr. Voice did.
What were the tweaks?
Can't say that. He'd kill me if I said that. Can't tell you that, I'm afraid. Done a couple little tweaks on it, and it just went another second nearly quicker. Absolutely amazing. The geezer is an absolute legend. What he can do with a car. So it was just a shame the Jazz weren't out there. We could have had a good battle.
Great way to end your weekend with the class win.
Yeah, that's 2 wins today. All right, the first one was a bit on the sore side, but I'll take them. Got to take them. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Great to watch. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, as you can see just to our left-hand side here, this is the second round of the Britcar Trophy. The car's going out right now. So what I'll do, I'll hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, and I'll see you in the pit shortly.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. We'll have the grid for you for our second race for the Britcar Trophy. Grid amended to reflect the amended results of race number 1. A couple of cars having withdrawn as a result of problems there. In pole position it will be the number 40 car, the winner of race number 1 earlier on. It'll be Jasvir Sapra who starts the car this time, handing over to Brian Bransom, who we saw in the previous race. And alongside him will be number 74. The Ginetta will be started by Owen Hizzy. Usually what happens is the drivers swap over. The drivers that started in race 1 go second in race 2. Second row of the grid, number 24, that's the Ginetta started by Ian Astley. Neil Wallace will take over. And alongside them will be the Mac G Racing number 33 Mazda RX-8. That will be started by Josh Tomlinson this time. On row 3, number treble 1, Axel van Nederveen in the Ginetta, alongside the number 79, the Veluga BMW. Charlie Hollings will be started this time, so that car will be rapid in the early stages. Row 4, number 55, which is James Alford in his Golf, alongside the 35 Golf, the Chandler Motorsport car. Reese Hurd will take the starts. On the 5th row, number 69, which is the Black and Meakin Renault Clio. Jack Meakin will start, alongside the TSR Golf, number 77, started by Anthony Rogers. Row 6 is the number 11 Motor Swan Clio, Richard Ashmole, alongside number 777, which is Daniel Truman starting. Row 7, the number 81 BMW of Callum Bates, alongside the 555 Clio, that's Charlie Hand, hoping for a better race this time. Row 8 is number 41 Clio, Giles Billingsley takes the start in that one, alongside number 72 Chris Murphy's BMW Z4. Row 9, the number 13 car. Number 13 car is the Renault Clio of Steve O'Brien and Darren Gerhardt. It's Darren Gerhardt starting that car this time. 64 is Paul Goodlad in the VW Scirocco run by JW Bird. Then on the 10th row, first of the Ginettas, number 44 Peter Dilnot alongside 91 Julian Daniel. This is the G40 Cup Ginettas, of course. The 36 car is started by John Wood, 31 by Tony Whitney. The 59 car next is Andy Hall. Then we've got the number 3 Race Lab BMW. That's starting towards the back with this grid, I think based on the results of race number 1. Number 3 is started by Jagjit Verdi. 78 is next, that's Rob Morgan's Ginetta. 88 is next, that's the Seat Cupra with Dave Beecroft taking the starts. Row 14, the number 70 Team Brits BMW, that started this time by James Whitley. 179 is the BMW started by Nigel Greensall, so that should fly up the order in the early stages if it's out there. Row 15, number 76, which is William Lynch's BMW, in and out of the pits in race 1. Number 19, the Thorny Motorsport BMW of Callum Noble. I don't think that will be there, that blew its engine in the first race. And the final row, Scott Simon with the Renault Clio number 4, and the 89 Clio, that car didn't start the first race. High Row Motorsport, James Harrison should be taking the start in that one, Joe Harrison taking over. Hopefully that car will be there. We should see 32 cars. It's this grid based on the results of the first race. It's a 50-minute race with the mandatory pit stop. The pit window is split into groups A and B, as we saw earlier. A couple of cars fell foul of that, including the car that took the flag on the road, number 47, Niall Bradley. Yes, car 47 was excluded from the result. It got a penalty for that pit stop infringement and then was excluded for that technical infringement involving some of the documentation for the car, as Niall explained earlier. He's not out there in this one. So Jazz Sapra and Brian Branson will start as the favourite here. No time for Brian Branson to recover from that BMW race that we've just seen. There's the Ginetta, the inside of the second row. That's Ian Astley taking the start this time in the purple and white car. Owen Hizzy's there. A lot of the more pro drivers starting this one. Nigel Greensall is there, the yellow 179 BMW, so they've repaired the problems there. That car should fly up the order in the early stages. We've already mentioned Nigel's vast experience in just about every form of circuit racing going. I think he's done everything except BTCC over the years. There's the front row. There is Jasvir Sapra, alongside Owen Hizzy in the Mark Lee Ginetta. That is some front row. We are rolling starts, 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. Pit window opens 20 minutes into the race, and the top 3 cars in each category, each class, have success penalties to carry over. Let's have a look at those success penalties then, which cars have them. Jazz Sapper and Brian Branson have a 15-second penalty to serve at their pit stop. So do Charlie Hollings and Justin Dodge, they won their class. So does James Alford in the Golf. So does Peter Dilnot, and also James Black and Jack Meakin. 10-second penalties for Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy, for Reese Hurd and Harry Yardley Rose, for Paul Goodlad, for Julian Daniel, and for Richard Ashmole. 5-second penalties for Neil Wallace and Ian Astley, for James Whitley and Chris Overend, for Anthony Rogers and Rob Taylor, for John Wood and Stephen Moore in the Ginetta, and for Charlie Hand. Those are the cars with success penalties for finishing in the top 3 of their classes in race 1. Jeanette Stevenson says, come on Richard Ashmore, let's have a P1 in the Clio. Leslie Holdway says, go Jack Meakin and James Black. We've got some supporters for our Clio class in the comments on YouTube. Thanks for all your comments. Okay, 50 minutes on the clock then. Let's hope everybody's got away this time on the rolling start. We didn't see much of the 79 car in race 1. We will with Charlie Hollings on board, sharing with Justin Dodge. There's Charlie Hand in Nemo, his Renault Clio. There's the number 3 BMW with Jagjit Verdi on board, plagued with problems in race 1. Are we missing anybody from the back? Scott Simon is there with his Clio, dropped out of race 1 early. I didn't see the number 89 car. I think that car must have had a problem in qualifying. The number 19 BMW Callum Noble is not there, of course. That blew its engine spectacularly in race 1. I don't think I saw William Lynch's black BMW. No, that's not there. Nigel Greensall's car is there. The number 70 Team Brit BMW is there. We're missing a couple more cars, aren't we? Yeah, the Seat Leon is not there, of Dave Beecroft. I think everybody else is there. It's our poleman Jasvir Sapra, the man from Kenilworth in Warwickshire. Racing BMWs for many years now. This is going to be a good. Keep an eye on that BMW coming through. Ex-Ginetta racers Jagjit Verdi and Sonny Gill. Owen Hizzy should be in contention right from the start. There's Charlie Hollings and the Golfs. Then the first of the Clios. Very distinctive, that car of Jack Meakin. Charlie Hand looking to bounce back. He's only got the 5-second penalty at his pit stop, remember. I'm looking forward to this. Race 2 for the Britcar Trophy. BMWs, Golfs, Clios, Ginettas. We've got the Mazda RX-8 in there. Volkswagen Golfs and Scirocco's. G40s towards the back. A couple of quick cars starting further back on the grid after problems in race 1. Nigel Greensall going from the back. He won't stay there for long. This is going to be a good one. Okay, here we go. BMW versus Ginetta on the front row. The pace car pulling into pit lane. We are ready to rock and roll here at Snetterton with the second race for the Britcar Trophy. 50 minutes on the clock. Red lights on the gantry. Jazz Sapra and Owen Hizzy lead them up towards the start line. The red lights go out now and we're underway. Away they go down towards Riches for the first time. Is it going to be Owen Hizzy? No, it's Jazz Sapra, pulls across to try and take the line and takes the lead into the first corner ahead of Owen Hizzy. Third place Ian Astley, and Axel van Nederveen's made a good start. He's up into fourth place. They head down towards the hairpin for the first time. Owen Hizzy attacking around the outside, but it's Jazz Sapra in the big BMW who holds the lead ahead of a trio of Ginettas behind. Hizzy, Astley and Axel van Nederveen in fourth place. The rest of the pack to stream their way through the hairpin behind. They head towards the left-hander at Palmer's, then along towards Agostini. Jazz Sapra holds the lead. Here comes Owen Hizzy having a look on the inside. He's going to have a look as they go into the left at Agostini. Nigel Greensall's already made up a few places. He's passed a swathe of Ginettas and one of the Clios there. Did Owen Hizzy get through? No, he didn't. Still Jazz Sapra who has the lead ahead of these three Ginettas lining up behind him. Remember, Sapra and Branson have got that 15-second penalty at their pit stop. Lee and Hizzy have got a 10-second penalty. Third place car of Wallace and Astley have got a 5-seconder. Axel van Nederveen has no penalty at all. Could he be in with a chance of victory here? Side by side, there's the 79. Now Charlie Hollings, I thought, would be up there with the lead. He hasn't made a good start at all, though. He's back there with the Billingsley Clio and one of the Golfs. That's a poor start for the 79 car. Swing their way through Nelson's for the first time. It's getting warmed up here. Long way to go yet. The first two pulling away slightly. Owen Hizzy is in attacking mode. He's having a look there, coming out of the bomb hole. Down towards the right-hander at Coram. He goes to the outside, trying to get the line for Murray's, but he's on the marbles there on the outside. He won't get up alongside Jazz Sapra as they head into the left at Murray's this time. Closing up as well, Ian Astley in the number 24 Ginetta. There's Van Nederveen in the plain white car. Owen Hizzy is really in attacking mode here. He's all over the back of Jazz Sapra. They complete lap number 1. Over the line they go, less than half a second apart. BMW, then 3 Ginettas. It's Van Nederveen 4th. Tomlinson and McGregor in the Mazda are in 5th position. And James Alford's made a good start in the Class 3 Golf. He's up into 6th position. The Saxon Golf, the number 55. 7th is the Clio of Meakin and Black. So there's been a bit of a shake-up in the midfield. Jack Meakin's going well. Then Reese Hurd is 8th in his Golf. Charlie Hand's up to 9th, and Richard Ashmole 10th overall. So Charlie Hollings has lost 5 places. Meanwhile, Nigel Greensall has gained 9. He's up into 16th place from the back of the grid. Watch that yellow BMW coming through. Queuing up behind Jasvir Sapra here. Owen Hizzy can't find a way around him. In the Ginetta that led into the last corner of this corresponding race last year. Mark Lee was driving solo. He got past Ollie Rubin and Kevin Clark's BMW into the last corner, but then the BMW out-dragged him to the line and took the flag by about 0.02 of a second. Will we get a finish like that today? We'll wait and see. To the right of Williams. There's Josh Tomlinson 5th in the Mazda. There's the Golf up in 6th and the Clio 7th. Then it's Reese Hurd's Golf, Charlie Hand and Richard Ashmole in the Motor Swan Clio number 11. Charlie Hollings and the BMW M4 behind him. They start to sort themselves out. Here's Hizzy having another look. That's where he's stronger, coming out of the bomb hole. Up towards the right-hander at Coram. I wonder why I'm trying not to give. You stop being smutty in the comments on here. As all over the grass there goes Owen Hizzy. Well, he made a mess of that. He's taken Sapra wide. And the number 24 of Ian Astley says, thank you very much, I'll go through and possibly take the lead. Yes, he has taken the lead. So Ian Astley leads, but Owen Hizzy trying an attack on the inside there at Murray's. He made a mess of it, went over the grass. He nearly T-boned Jazz Sapra, who's still second. Van Nederveen's now up to 3rd. And Owen Hizzy tried to take, he was in 2nd, went to take 1st, and he's come out 4th. Ball change at the front of the field then. Ian Astley leads in the number 24 Ginetta. We'll have a replay of that. Owen Hizzy went to the inside. He thought he could see a gap. Too late on the brakes. He went over the grass. Did he hit Jasvir Sapra? No. Sapra, I think, managed to slow up and avoid him there as Hizzy went over the grass on the outside. And Ian Astley said, thank you very much. I'll go through and take the lead. The BMW is still there in 2nd. I think there must be an electrical issue with some of the wiring that BMW, because every time he turns left the headlight comes on. Ian Astley is pulling away here in the 24. We saw this car out in the Snetterton Saloons. We saw Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy out in that session, treating it as a bit of a test session yesterday, the 2 Ginettas. Jazz Sapra was out in that one as well. Now Owen Hizzy trying to chase down Axel van Nederveen for 3rd place. Good dodge from Sapra, says one of our comments. It certainly was. No dodges in the 79 BMW. He'll be taking over from Charlie Hollings, just in dodge. Through the bomb hole go the 2 Ginettas battling for 3rd place. Let's have a look at the class leaders then. Astley and Wallace lead Class 1. Class 2 is being led by Hollins and Dodge. They're down in 12th place. Class 3 by James Alford. Cleo's by Meakin and Black. It's once again Peter Dillnott leading the Ginetta G40 class. Stewards have said no investigation necessary for the incident there at the end of the lap involving Owen Hizzy. And the wipers are going on Jasvir Sapra's car. Is it raining a bit again? There's Josh Tomlinson 5th in the Mazda. And up to 6th is Jagjit Verdi. That BMW has come through quickly. He's gained 4 places on the last lap, and behind him is the BMW of James Whitley. He's gained 6 places on the last lap. They've absolutely flown through the order. Nigel Greensall gaining places as well. He's now up to 10th behind the Golfs of Hurd, the Golf of Hurd and the Clio of Meakin. There they are. It's all chop and change in the midfield. Where's James Alford's Golf gone to? That's lost 8 places as he had a moment. He's been shuffled back 8 places in the order. There's Jagjit Verdi. He's flown up the order from the back in the white car. Oh, there's some damage on the Clio there. Look at Jack Meakin's car. Now, who's he had contact with? Can't see any damage on the rear of any of these cars, but there's damage to the number 69 Clio there, front end. He was battling with James Alford. Has he hit the back of the Golf, I wonder, and that's why the Golf has lost ground? That's why there's been a fair bit of change in the midfield, I would think. Look at the way Nigel Greensall's going. A flash of flame from the exhaust there. He's on the tail of Rhys Hurd in the Golf. There you see the front bumper hanging off the Clio. We need to see the 55 Golf to see if there's damage to the back of it, because I reckon those two may have had some contact. There's Charlie Hamm. There's the Golf. No, it looks okay. As the 79 BMW makes up a place, Charlie Hollings passes Jack Meakin. Still leading the Clio class though, ahead of Charlie Hamm, just behind him in Nemo, as we're calling it, the orange Clio. James Alford battling on behind them. Lead is 1.7 seconds for Astley ahead of Sapra. Sapra's just done a 2:06.392, fastest lap of the race for the BMW. Is that a bit of damage I see on the right front of the Golf? Yes, I think so. I wonder if they came together into the hairpin. There's the Golf chasing the Motorswan Clio of number 11. That is Richard Ashmole. Nigel Greensall continues to climb. Yes, you can see the damage to the Golf there. We don't know for certain, but I wonder if those two cars that are coming together, maybe at the hairpin. There's Greensall, that flaming BMW. James Alford and Richard Ashmole getting a bit physical there into the hairpin. That Golf's already got a bit of superficial damage. Where is he in his class, James Alford? Second in class 3, it's Rhys Hurd who leads in the white Golf. Ashmole third in the Clios. There's the two other Clios ahead of him. It's Meakin in the slightly battered 69 car and Charlie Hamm in second. 10 minutes of the race gone. 40 to go. It's Astley from Sapra, Van Nederveen, Hizzy is still fourth. Jagjit Verdi is now up into 5th place. The car shared by Sonny Gill. They're 11 seconds off the 4 leaders. Top 4 covered by just over 4 seconds. Closing up now is the black Golf. That's the TSR car driven by Anthony Rogers. Here are some of the Ginetta G40s further back. They're being led by Peter Dillnott. Julian Daniel chased by Andy Moore. We concentrate on everybody all the way down the order as best we can. All deserving of a bit of coverage. This is some of the Ginettas, all run by SVG Motorsports. This is the battle for second place in the Ginettas. Peter Dillnott is out in front. He won the class in race 1. He's quite a way out in front of this lot, the tune of about 21 seconds. So Peter Dillnott is dominating this class. There's second place man number 31. That's driven by Tony Whitney. Jez Sussex will take over that cup. lead gap is just under 2 seconds, and fastest lap of the race by Ian Astley, 2:05.564. Personal bests for all of the top cars last time through. Side by side there, two of the Ginettas. Andy Ball gets past Julian Daniel in the 91. A change for third. Owen Hizzy has got ahead of Axel van Nedderveen in the battle of the Ginettas. How far behind Sapra are they? That far. Head up towards Hamilton. Still a few minutes before the pit window opens. Ian Astley continuously looking for the first win for the number 24 Ginetta G55 Academy car. Swing their way through Williams. Here's the battle of the Clios. We have a new leader in the Clios. It is Charlie Hand, the overall championship leader in the orange car. Jack Meakin's handling perhaps slightly compromised by that damaged bodywork. Richard Ashmole still third of the Clios. Two is still led by, no, it's not led by Charlie Hollings anymore. It's the Team Brit BMW of James Whitley is up into 7th place. He leads Class 2 now. The Golf is heading back up onto the back of the Clios now. James Alford is fighting back alongside Jack Meakin there as they head down the Bentley Straight. The Golf's got more power in full ahead. Chase down Charlie Hand now, and the lead gap has come down. A new fastest lap of the race for Jasvir Sapra. That's why he's just in the 2:04.543. He's only a second behind Ian Astley now. Owen Hizzy is third, ahead of Axel van Nedderveen there, well clear of the BMW of Verdi, but Verdi has just done a 2:05.537. There are the leaders. Verdi in 5th place. He's closing on the two Ginettas ahead of him. Could we see Jagjit Verdi into the top 3? He's lapping about 3 seconds faster than Van Nedderveen. There are the leaders. Coming down towards the left of Agostini. In the background there is Hizzy ahead of Van Nedderveen. Soon, if he keeps up his pace, Jagjit Verdi will be joining them. Into Hamilton, still Ian Astley who leads. Jasvir Sapra closing him down. They need to build up an advantage here. Jasvir Sapra, Brian Branson, they've got 15 seconds extra to serve at their pit stop. Ian Astley and Neil Wallace only 5 extra seconds for third in class earlier. This pairing have 10 extra seconds to serve. No penalty for Axel van Nedderveen. Given how relatively close they are at the moment, they're only covered by less than 8 seconds. That could make the difference. I reckon Axel van Nedderveen could be in with a chance here. 78 a bit slow off the corner there. That's the Ginetta of Rob Morgan. He's got the 68 car, is that behind him? 59, sorry, of Andy Ball. 5.5 minutes till pit window opens. Charlie Hand under fire from James Alford. That's for 11th overall. That's with Jack Meakin has dropped back in the Clio now. Still going, yes there he is, that front damage is slowing him a little I think. 27 cars took the start, they're all still present and correct on track. Here comes Anthony Rogers in the black TSR Golf, he goes to the inside. He's going to take both of them into Brundles, or is he? No, Hand zips back around the outside. The two Golfs nose to tail. Charlie Hand, the reigning junior Saloon Car Champion. Chased by Anthony Rogers. He'll hand over the Golf to Rob Taylor. James Alford slightly battered, number 55 Golf behind them. Nigel Greensall has just taken 7th from James Whitley for Team Brit. BMW Z4's in behind this group. It's Callum Bates. That, presumably, is part of Jack Meakin's Clio. Would imagine that's the front bumper that's fallen off as Paul Goodlad goes by in the Scirocco. There's our Ginetta G40 class leader we caught a glimpse of, Peter Dillnutt, and here are the leaders, and Jasvir Sapra is almost right with Ian Astley now. Ian Astley is the quicker of the two drivers in that Ginetta, shared with Neil Wallace. Jasper Sapra and Brian Branson, I would say, is about equal. We saw what Brian Branson could do in the Kumho BMW race. Axel van Nederveen monstering his way past some smaller Ginettas there as he chases Owen Hizzy. Remember, now Van Nederveen doesn't have an extra penalty. That could be his advantage here, and now the leaders are nose to tail. Wipers going on Sapra's car. Is he going to take the lead here from the 24? A bit wide there, actually, coming out of the bomb hole. Message from race control: debris on track, turn 3. There go the leaders. Two cars with their headlights on as well. It's going to get a bit gloomy here at Snetterton. We'll have another race to go after this for the Hyundai Coupe Cup. Over the line, 33 minutes of this 50-minute race to go. Sapra getting ever closer. He's only half a second back now. Lap time's almost identical. Has Jadjik Verdi caught Axel van Nederveen yet? Just over 4.5 seconds back. His last lap he took another 2 seconds out of him. So the white number 3 BMW is on the move. It's almost, I think, with Axel van Nederveen now. There's the debris on track that race control were warning about. I wonder if that's more bits of the 69 Clio. Still going, the Clio. Lost the class lead though to Charlie Hand. There go the leads. 3 or 4 car lengths apart. Two minutes to pit window. See who's going to be the first to come in this time. Here's a battle of the G40s. Andy Ball giving chase to Rob Morgan. Julian Daniel behind them. Very evenly matched, the Ginettas. And then the 36 there of John Wood, I think. Here's the battle of the Golfs. Anthony Rogers ahead of James Alford. That's for 11th overall. The second in Class 3, which is being led by Reese Hurd in his Golf, the Chandler Motorsport example. There he is. White's Golf leads it. And here are the Clios. Charlie Hand still holding off Jack Meakin in his Clio Superleggera. Look at the state of that. Front bodywork's completely gone, the headlights hanging off. Good job this isn't a night race. Everybody is still going. Ginettas at the back of the field. The gap still half a second. That's Sapra looking to retake the lead. Just gone across the line, lapping in the 207s. How far back is Owen Hizzy now? Just under 5 seconds off. Then Van Nederveen. He's 4 seconds away from Lee now. And then Jadjik Verdi a similar distance back. Nigel Greensaw ahead of Josh Tomlinson there. Greensaw's progress stalled briefly, but he's now got ahead of the Mazda. How is Greensaw lapping compared to those up ahead? His last lap was a 2:10 because he was dealing with back markers. There is the BMW. The E36 shapes M3, shape of M3. It's ahead of Josh Tomlinson. Johnny McGregor, the team boss, will take over the Mazda. I think the pit window is about to open. There are the two leaders, still nose to tail. Pit window opens now for Group A, so half the cars can come in. They stagger the pit window to avoid too much congestion in the pit lane and risk of any cars knocking into each other. Leaders coming up to lap the G40 class leader, Peter Dilnut. He's had a good day, dominating his class. Blue flag is shown to him to warn him that the leaders are behind him. Keeps over to the right. Good driving, Peter. Through they go. Leaders through Nelson's. Still 1 or 2 umbrellas up around the circuit. Is certainly a bit damp out there. YouTube chat has gone from talk about Pragas to a non-stop stream of double entendres. time. Out of the final corner, up across the line. This is Jasvir Sapra's opportunity. He's going through. He's done it. Sapra takes the lead. Down the outside, almost on the run up to Ridges there. And Owen Hizzy's not far away either. There's the Ginetta. There is Van Nederveen. Now, how close behind him is Jagjit Verdi? We just caught a glimpse of him there. Is Ian Astley going to fight back here at the inside? No, he goes to the outside at the hairpin. Jas Sapra covers the inside. He's got the lead in the BMW. Side by side, absolutely over the line there. Is it going to be a hat-trick for... And the leader of the Ginetta G40s is our first stopper, with the pit window open. Peter Dilnot is first to come in. A healthy advantage in his class. There's more cars coming in behind him. I think they're all Ginetta G40s coming in behind him there. 1, 2, 3 of them. And the Team Brit BMW has come in as well. Busy time for SVG Motorsports. Charlie Hollings has come in as well. I'll hand over to Justin Dodge. The Class 3 leading Golf came in as well. That's the car I've heard in Yardley Rose. Harry Yardley Rose will take over. James Alford's in as well. There's the BMW. James Alford will come in. He might have that front bumper taped back together. Out gets Charlie Hodge. Don't forget your handbrake. We have the staggered pit window to stop cars colliding in the pit lane. We nearly had one rolling back into the pit lane there. Fair play to the mechanics. There go the leaders. Now I think the Class 1 cars have the later pit window as we saw earlier on. Harry Yardley Rose taking over the Golf, the 35 car. A few of the Ginetta G40s in. 10 laps completed by our leaders. There's Jagjit Verdi catching Axel Van Nederveen slowly but surely. And the leader has pulled out a 1 second gap. Sapra ahead of Astley. Through goes Van Nederveen behind Owen Hizzy, but the gap has come down there. About 7 seconds behind him. Owen Hizzy is close to within 3 seconds of Ian Astley now. Leaders battling each other. Owen Hizzy is able to close. Van Nederveen's got that advantage of no pit penalty. There's Jagjit Verdi. Now this car has got no pit penalty either. The Class 1 number 3 BMW, because they had problems in race 1. Finished towards the back. Sharing with Sonny Gill. We know what Sonny Gill can do, the ex-Kumho BMW Series champion a couple of years ago. Could that 3 car be in contention for it? Plenty of factors could yet throw it wide open. We could have a safety car. We'll wait and see. Yes, Verdi has now almost caught Axel Van Nederveen. Here come the leaders. Through Williams. Down the back straights. Anthony Rogers has come in with his Golf. Rob Taylor will take over. He was leading Class 3. Back out comes the Beluga BMW. And yes, James Alford's Golf with its front end taped together. I think you'll need more than tape to put the front of Jack Meakin's Clio right. He's got Charlie Hand on his tail. Hand was the last to stop in race 1. He goes for the inside on the hairpin. The BMW is out wide as well, nearly 3 wide through Wilson's hairpin. You don't see that very often. The BMW stays ahead. That's now got Chris Overend on board. More Ginettas in the pits. Paul Goodlad's VW Scirocco as well. There's the white number 35 Golf. Harry Yardley Wood now on board. Yardley Rose even. Side by side between the Clios, and back up the inside the 69 car. Great fight between the two Clios here, and now the number 11 of Richard Ashmole's getting involved as well. These cars have yet to stop. The 69 of Jack Meakin still has the lead. I imagine these three will all pit together. Okay, the second group can now make their stops. So we'll probably see the leaders come in shortly. Depends how long Jasvir Sapra wants to stay in his BMW. Astley and Wallace. I would imagine Ian Astley will stay in the Ginetta longer because he's the quicker of the two drivers. Likewise Owen Hizzy with Mark Lee. Owen Hizzy, the pro driver, if you like. I can tell you Jagjeet Verdi has got the BMW through into 4th place ahead of Axel van Nederveen. Josh Tomlinson has pitted to hand over the Mazda to Johnny McGregor. Probably see a fair few cars come in this time. Chris Murphy and Callum Bates are in with their BMWs. Still the Ginettas, a couple of the Ginettas in pit lane. Lifting a wheel there, Charlie Hand. There's the fight for 4th with Jagjeet Verdi from the back of the grid up into 4th place now. Who's going to be the first of the front runners to make a stop though? Verdi ran wide there through Williams. Lapping Darren Gerhardt's Clio, number 13. Jack Meakin has come in from the lead of the Clios. Are the other Clio leaders in as well? No, they're not. There is the number 69 car, or what's left of it. Removes the loose headlight there, I think. Or are they taping it back into place? I think you'll need more than gaffer tape to put that right. Just checking there's nothing going to fall out there, I think. Jack Meakin gets out, James Black will take over. I think the leader has come in, yes he has. Jasvir Safra has come in, so there's your leader, Ian Astley, and Owen Hizzy has almost caught him, look. 2 Ginettas only 2 seconds apart now as they go over the line. Oh, and off goes, is that Hizzy? Yes it is. Owen Hizzy's off. Goodness me, he's right the way off. Owen Hizzy plunges off into the field next to the circuit. Where's he gone? There he is. He's going to get a free car wash from that sprinkler if he goes any further. Now, there's steam coming off the car. That, to me, looked like something broke. He's right off in the field there. Have a look again. Let's see what happened. He's gone wide there. He didn't take the inside line for the corner at all. I'm wondering if something broke there. And he goes right off into the field. I remember in his Formula 3 days, a certain Mark Webber went into that field once when he lost his front wing. And it was fairly tall stalks of corn in that field then, and the car just disappeared. I don't think the farmer's going to be very happy. Owen Hizzy, is he running for a fire extinguisher there? The marshals will keep an eye on what's happening there. Well, we'll pick that up in a moment because Sapra's in, Verdi's in, hand over to Sonny Gill. Van Nederveen came in at the same time. Nigel Greensall has come in, hand over to David Gooding. Scott Simon's Clio pitted from just outside the top 10. He started last on the grid. So I think nearly everybody has now made their pit stop except for Ian Astley. Yes, they were running for a fire extinguisher. I think Owen Hizzy spotted a fire under the bonnet of the Ginetta. Did the engine let go and he went off on his own oil, perhaps? But that car is out of the race. Just reposition the sprinkler. Haven't put any flames out. I jest, of course. Thankfully the fire marshals are there. Couldn't go racing without our orange family. Ian Astley has come in to hand over to Neil Wallace. I think that's everybody has come in now. The only other car that hadn't was the Billingsley family Clio. No, that has come in. So here's a battle of the Golfs. This, I think, is the battle for the lead in Class 3. Yes, it is. And BMW Z4 getting involved as well, Callum Bates. This is the battle for the Class 3 lead, which Harry Yardley Rose has just taken. You can see a little bit of gleam on the track there at Williams in the headlights there, so there is a little bit of rain coming down. But I think everyone has now made their stops, as we said. So we've got to wait for everything to cycle through now. We can shortly head down to Ewan in the pits as well to hear from some of our drivers. And he's down in the pits for the erstwhile race leading car, the number 40 BMW. Ewan is down there talking to Jazz Sapra.
Cheers, Dave, here with Jazz Sapra. Great start to your race.
Yeah, it was all good, mate. Yeah.
I mean, eventful.
Eventful up to turn 1 there. I think, was it? I think he overshot it, didn't he? And I did see him overshoot, so I had to back it up. Otherwise, if I turned in, it would have been a big crash. So I left that.
But you fought your way back through.
Yeah, then I had to get back through then, yeah, because
I think Owazizzi's just gone for a drive into the field as well, actually.
I think he's over pushing it. Yeah, he's over pushing it, mate. But that would have been a big one there, I think.
Can Brian bring it home?
Yeah, he'll bring it home, mate. I've told him, we should bring it home, mate.
Best of luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dave, back up to you.
There's Jazz Sapra, a busy day. Looking for his second win here. He's on a hat-trick, Jazz Sapra, because he won the Snetterton Saloons race in this car yesterday. Brian Bransom now at the wheel. You've seen what he can do in the Kumho BMW race earlier on. There's a cloud of smoke there. Who's that coming through Coram? Is that Sonny Gill's BMW? Yes, it is. Oh, what a shame. That car had come through from last to fourth. Sonny Gill in a cloud of smoke. Hopefully he'll make it into the pits and not drop any fluid on the circuit. Oh, what a disappointment. We can head back down into the pits. Meanwhile, there's bits of falling off that car underneath. You can see there as it makes it into the pits. That's race over. We can head down into the pit lane though shortly. Ewan is back down there. He's talking to Clio driver Jack Meakin.
Cheers, Dave, here with Jack Meakin. Great start there.
Yeah, not too bad. We picked up a little bit of damage, which wasn't really ideal, but the car seems okay now. It doesn't look okay, but it
wasn't a little bit of damage.
Yeah, we lost a bumper, but no, it was a good fight. Not really ideal from the whole team's point of view, but I mean, we're going to try our best to just keep it.
How much time does that lose you, if anything?
I think for those couple of laps where the bumper was hanging off, I definitely noticed a lot of understeer there, so I was probably losing over a second a lap just because of that. But now the car seems okay after the bumpers come off.
And Charlie pushing you really hard there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a dogfight between me and Charlie, but a really good close battle, and I really enjoyed it.
Well, mate, you hand it over to James. Do you think he can do it?
Yeah, I think he's got it in him. He's a good driver, James, so yeah.
Great stint, mate, well done.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Dave, back up to you, buddy.
Yes, thanks very much. And there is Neil Wallace back in the race, but just behind Neil, we could see there, Axel van Nederveen is ahead of Brian Bransom. So Van Nederveen, no pit penalty, is ahead of the erstwhile race leader. So yes, it's working in Van Nederveen's favour. Let's see where Neil Wallace slots back in. I think he's still got the lead. Yes, there is the number 24 Ginetta. He's ahead of the other two. Let's see what the gap is as he comes through over the lines, complete lap number 15. I think there is rain coming down because the lap speeds have dropped considerably. There goes Neil Wallace. He's out lap completed. He's 6.5 seconds ahead of Axel van Nederveen, and he's got Brian Bransom on his tail. Let's see what happens to Brian Bransom here. He's still behind Van Nederveen at the moment. So there's your top three. Your leader is Neil Wallace, but we know he's not quite as quick as Ian Astley. How long will that Ginetta hang on in front? Just over 15 minutes of the race to go. Everybody's done their pit stops. Here's the Battle of the Golfs. 77 of Rob Taylor has got James Alford on his tail. That's for third in Class 3. Class 3 is being led by Harry Yardley Rose, 35 goal, which is in a brilliant 5th overall. Right, let's take stock, while we have a moment, of the top 10. It's Astley and Wallace leading in the Ginetta by 6.5 seconds ahead of Axel van Nederveen. Third place is Brian Bransom in Jasper Sapra's car, and fourth is the car we just saw, the yellow BMW of Greensall and Gooding. Fifth place is this car, the number 35 of Hurd and Yardley Rose. The oil flag is out there because of that blow up for Sonny Gill's BMW. Sixth is the number 81 of Callum Bates. He's going well. The BMW Z4 up in 6th place. That's brilliant. There is the Team Brits BMW. That's in 7th place with Chris Overend at the wheel. 8th behind them is the 77, the Black Golf. 9th is number 11, Richard Ashmole, and he's leading the Clio class. So Ashmole is your leading Clio. 10th is 55 of James Alford. Behind them, Scott Simon, he's running well. Then it's Meakin and Black, and behind him, behind James Black is Charlie Ham. The order changing slightly as a result of cars completing their outlaps. There goes James Black in what's left of his Clio. The other headlights flapping about now. Well, Richard Ashmole is leading the Clio class, number 11, in 8th overall. The G40 class is still Peter Dillnott, he's in 19th overall. Class 3 is that white Golf, 5th overall. Class 2 is the Team Brit BMW, he's behind him there. He's just got ahead of Callum Bates in the 6th position. You can see the surface of the track gleaming, the rain is coming down. There's a telehandler on the move in the background. Presumably that's going to harvest that Ginetta from the farmer's field. And you can see how squirrely the rear-wheel drive cars are getting. That's David Gooding in the BMW started by Nigel Greensall. He's 4th. But the lap times have tumbled. The fastest lap of the race is 2 minutes 4 seconds, 0.543 for Jazz Sapra. And look at this, 3 cars line astern now for the lead of the race. We pick up the leaders. It's Neil Wallace under pressure from Axel van Nederveen, who's used the pit stop to score, but he's got the BMW on his tail. He's sliding there. I thought there was contact, but no, it was just the slippery surface. As van Nederveen got sideways, he spun there in race 1. 3rd behind them is Brian Bransom in Sapra's car. Your leader is Neil Wallace. Can the 24 car hang on in front? They've got still 12.5 minutes to go. I think he's pulling away a bit there. Round onto the back straights. We've got Chris Murphy's BMW ahead of them. They come down the straights. We've got a tense ending to this race, to say the least here. 3 cars line astern for the lead. And now you see how the pit stop penalties equal things up. Because Van Nederveen's been able to gain. The 24 car had a 5-second penalty. The BMW a 15-second penalty. Greensall and Gooding in 4th place, but they're a full minute behind these 3. The other cars on the lead lap is Hurd and Jan Lewis. Callum Bates is doing brilliantly. He's just lost out to Chris Oberyn in the Team Brit BMW. And Richard Ashmole looking for his first ever Clio class win. There go the leaders. Coming up to lap Chris Murphy. There's Peter Dillnott, he's still leading his class. Jasmine Sapra has a look up the inside. He's attacking Axel van Nederveen, who closes the door. We've got 1 car under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, number 81. Oh, that's Callum Bates. The BMW Z4 under investigation for potentially speeding in the pit lane. Here come the leaders. Oh, and van Nederveen's had to go wide. Chris Murphy's there in the Z4. They're trying to lap the ex-Aston Martin racer, and they're side by side there. They're 3 wide going into Palmer's, and van Nederveen could take the lead here. They're going to come out, has he got it? No, Neil Wallace still leads as they come up towards Agostini. Look out, Peter Dillnott, you've got the 3 leaders behind you. To the inside they go. Neil Wallace takes the tighter line. I think Van Nederveen's a bit preoccupied with Brian Bransom in his mirrors. Now he attacks, they pull out to pass Peter Dillnott there. Again, no, Neil Wallace, this is a great defensive drive by Neil Wallace, because he's got nearly over 10 minutes to hang on. Van Nederveen to the inside into Oggy, surely he's going through this time. Up the inside, he's got him. Axel van Nederveen takes the lead in the 111 Ginetta. And here comes Brian Branson, he's through to 2nd. Well, Neil Wallace, a brave effort to try and hang on to the lead. Not as quite as quick as his driving partner Ian Astley. He's down to 3rd place. That was a great defensive effort to try and hang on. We've got a spinner in the background. That's one of the Ginetta G40s that spun coming out of Agostini. Just caught a glimpse of there, didn't see which one it was. So Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman in the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta, leads the way. Advantage of having no pit stop penalty. These 3 are a full minute ahead of David Gooding's yellow BMW in 4th place. Rounding out the top 5, we have got Harry Yardley Rose in the white Golf, still leading class 3. Brian Branson will chase hard. This race isn't over yet. Can they overcome the pit penalty? Can Brian Branson win this, take a double for the BMW and give Jasmine Sapra a hat-trick for the weekend? Side by side, he's up on the outside. Looks like the driver's side window's coming loose in the number 40 car. Still a bit of rain coming down as they go up towards Wilson's hairpin. BMW goes out wide. James Black in the 69 Clio ahead of them. And now this is Axel van Nederveen who's going to have to defend for his life here. Swing their way through the left of Palmer's. Back marker traffic ahead once they've got past this Clio. They run over the debris there. Oh, it's there. The flags have been out. Past the Clio. Wallace, Neil Wallace dropping back now into third place. Just between these two up front, you can see them sliding about there on the curbs. Just a couple of cars no longer running. We saw, oh, and the Ginettas run wide, coming out of Hamilton's, and Brian Branson goes through. Axel van Nederveen, that's only just past the point where he spun in race 1. He'll be turning the air blue in that white Ginetta at the moment. It's the BMW in front once again. They've made up their success penalty. Brian Branson leads. Can Axel van Nederveen close back up? I was just about to say, we've lost a couple of cars. We know Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee are out. We saw Sonny Gill's engine let go in the BMW. And we've also lost the Mazda, I think as well, the Mazda RX-8. That's been in the pits for a few laps. Branson moving wide there, coming out of the bomb hole. Car number 69 is under investigation for a short pit stop as the Ginetta goes off again. Must be getting more and more slippery out there. Oh, there's a spinner. That's Peter Dillnuts. He was leading the G40 class. He's spun at Nelson's. It is getting worse out there now. We were just about to say car 69, the Clio, is under investigation for a short pit stop. Let's have a look again at a couple of those spins if we can. Here's what happened to Peter Dillnuts in the number 44 Ginetta. This will tell you how slippery it is down at Nelson's. Back end just breaks away. Round he goes. 79 BMW is fairly close to him there as well. Justin Dodge living up to his name there. Bit of tussling here between the two Ginettas, and Julian Daniel leans on the number 31. Get off, says Jeremy Sussex. They're fighting for what position are they in the Ginetta class? This is for second in class. So if they catch Peter Dillnuts up after that spin, I think there might be a lap behind him actually. Oh, he's all over the place. It's getting really slippery out there now. Here's what happened to Axel van Nederveen. See no grip coming into Coram. Off he goes onto the grass for the second time. It's going to be a battle for survival over these last 6 minutes or so. You can see the cars slowing right down. There's another one gone. It is getting treacherous out there now. The 59 of Andy Ball goes around. If the rain gets any worse, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this race flagged a few minutes early, because it is starting to get dangerous now, especially for the rear-wheel drive cars. There's one of them, David Gooding. Now the leader's lapping about 10 seconds off his earlier pace now. They're just tiptoeing their way around. There's another one gone. That's the 78 we just saw have a spin there. That's Rob Morgan's Ginetta. James Alford sliding about in the Golf. Yeah, this is getting pretty dangerous now as the rain starts to intensify. Great shame at the end of what's been a great race for the Britcar Trophy. There's Charlie Hunt having a go at Callum Bates in the number 81. Here's another replay. We just caught a glimpse of this. This is Rob Morgan. Tries to put the power on, but the back just comes round on him at Riches. We've got Ginetta G40s spinning everywhere. And they're relatively new drivers to the sport as well in the G40s. 4.5 minutes of the race left. There's a pack involving Callum Bates, Charlie Hand in the Clio. I think he's taken the lead of the Clio class, possibly. Yes, he has. He's up to 7th overall now. He's got ahead of Richard Ashmole, who's behind him. He's fighting back there into the hairpin, Richard Ashmole. battling with Callum Bates, who's continuing his good run in the BMW Z4. Car number 69, the Clio of James Black, has got a stop-go penalty for a short pit stop, so he'll have to serve a stop-go. Failing that, time will be added on at the end of the race. See, they're just tiptoeing their way around now. 78's off again, that's Rob Morgan. Paul Goodlad behind him in the VW Scirocco. Here's a replay of our Ginetta battlers. Oh, there's contact there. Oh dear. Get out of my way, says number 31 of Jeremy Sussex, with number 91 Julian Daniel. I don't think that was intentional. Look at the state of the 31 car, it's come off worse than that. They managed to keep going though. And there they are, together down towards the first corner. How can Jeremy Sussex see where he's going? Look at the state of that. Oh, and is that the 91 car just disappeared off to the left? He's taken Owen Hizzy's route. He's over there somewhere, I think. Yeah, here's that incident again down at Nelson's. No grip, walloped straight into the back of him. More bodywork for our marshals to pick up. They've certainly earned their keep this weekend, the Orange family. Fair play to them. A couple of minutes to go now. It's going to be a double win for the BMW of Sapra and Branson. Jasvir Sapra is on a hat-trick. He's in the middle of this group, lapping them somewhere. There he is. Brian Branson in the green BMW. That's Rob Morgan again. He's all over the place, that Ginetta. He is a newcomer to racing this year, Rob. He's trying his hardest. Stop-go penalty board is held out. That's the number 69 Clio. If they don't have time to serve it, then it will be added on at the end of the race. Another Ginetta's gone, the 36 this time, with Stephen Moore on board. See what he did, this is at the hairpin. The rear-wheel drive car, as soon as you try to put the power down, it just breaks away. Well, Sapra and Branson are leading by 10 seconds now, ahead of Axel van Nederveen. Astley and Wallace are still third. Pick up the class winners in the closing stages. Charlie Hand, I can tell you, there he is, he's leading the Clios. Hurd and Yardley Rose still in a brilliant fifth in the Golf. James Alford was sixth, but now Charlie Hand's got past him. And the leader's weaving his way through these. See, as he hits the brakes there, the car slides away from him. It is treacherous out there. 1 minute left, so I think it's last lap now. Brian Branson should see the checkered flag at this time. It's going to be a double for the BMW owned by Jasvir Sapra. Class 2 is being led by Whitley and Overend, the Team Brits BMW. Class 3, we've mentioned the Golf. The Clio is Charlie Hand. And the G40s. Peter Dillnott, despite that spin, is still leading the class. Number 4, Scott Simon, he's having a good run. He's up to second of the Clios now, I think. Yeah, he's ahead of his teammate Ashmole. They tiptoe their way home. Such a shame the rain arrived. See Brian Branson taking it very carefully there through Nelson. It's going to be checkered flag this time. Well, no, there's a spinner ahead of him. That's Paul Goodlad in the Scirocco that's gone. That's at the exit of the bomb hole. Well, they had a 15-second success penalty from race 1, but they soon managed to overcome it. And the BMW is going to take its third win of the weekend. Brian Branson bringing it home. Checkered flag will be awaiting them. He comes up over the centre straight, over the grid. There's the checkered flag. Brian Branson takes the number 40 BMW to the win, and it's a hat-trick for Jasvir Sapra. 2 wins in Britcar Trophy and 1 in the Snetterton Saloons. 3 wins for Jasvir Sapra. Well done to him. Rest of the pack comes home. Axel van Nederveen is second, 13.8 seconds back. He's behind that Clio somewhere. Second for van Nederveen, and well done Neil Wallace and Ian Astley, a fine third place. David Gooding bringing Nigel Greensall's car home should finish in 4th. Completing the top 5 is going to be Harry Yardley-Rose and Reese Hurd. Their Golf an excellent fit. And there's the Charlie Hollings Justin Dodge BMW coming home. That car struggled a bit sadly. And here comes Charlie Hand, 6th overall, and he's going to win the Clio class. He should keep his overall championship lead. Well done to all the drivers there for coping brilliantly with the conditions. Here's Peter Dillnott. He's coming in to win the Ginetta G40 class. And he's over 30 seconds clear of Julian Daniel in 2nd place, who survived that tangle with the 31 Cup. And there is David Gooding, coping well to bring the BMW home, started by Nigel Greensall. But I think all the drivers deserve... Charlie Hunt nearly goes off there. All the drivers deserve an award for completing the race in those incredibly tricky conditions. Even the front-wheel drive car struggling with it. Waiting for the last few cars to come home. The 31 car makes it home. The incident between the Ginettas, 31 and 91, we're told is under investigation by the stewards. And fair play to Jeremy Sussex for getting home there. How he can see anything, I don't know. There's the Golf over in 5th place. Charlie Hand will keep his championship lead with a Clio class win. We can give you the provisional results then in just a moment. The win goes to Jasvis Sapra and Brian Branson. 2nd win for the BMW, a hat-trick for Jasvis Sapra, just under 14 seconds clear of Axel van Nederveen in the Ginetta in 2nd. Ian Astley and Neil Wallace 3rd in their Ginetta. Nigel Greensall and David Gooding take 4th. A class win for Class 3 for Hurd and Yardley-Rose in their Golf. The Clio class goes to Charlie Hand, last man on the lead lap in 6th. James Alford takes 7th ahead of Scott Simon. Well done to him from the back of the grid, taking 8th place. 9th position went to Rogers and Taylor in their Golf. And Richard Ashmole, a top 10 overall, 3rd in class. Chris Murphy was next in his BMW. 12th goes to Callum Bates. He got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane and drops to 12th place. The Class 2 winner, Whitley and Overend in their BMW for Team Brit in 13th. Then the Billingsleys, Meakin and Black were 15th. They got a penalty as well for a short pit stop. Behind them were Hollings and Dodge in the BMW M4. Then Paul Goodlad, 17th in the Scirocco. Darren Gerhardt's and Steve O'Brien's Clio. Peter Dillnott, the Ginetta G40 class winner, was 19th, ahead of Julian Daniel and the Whitney and Sussex, what was left of number 31, Ginetta 3rd in class. The 36 car pulled into the pits on the last lap, so we'll wait to see whether they'll be classified. That's the Wood and Moore Ginetta. Then Rob Morgan and Andy Ball completing the finishers. We lost Hizzy and Lee as we saw Verdi and Gill, and also the Mazda RX-8 of Tomlinson and McGregor was a non-finisher. Well done to everyone for coping so well with the conditions. We'll hand down to Park Ferme with you in a few minutes' time.
Cheers, David. It's most definitely raining down here in Park Ferme, and the drivers are about to go to the podium. So just quickly with Jazz, 2 wins today. Great stuff.
Great win, yeah. Great start to the weekend. I had a win yesterday as well, a Snetterton Saloon. So that's 3 wins for me then. So yeah, I had a good weekend. Go back home with a smile.
And you set it up, Brian. You brought it home.
Yeah, got it home, mate. Had a couple to get past, second and P1 and P2 to get past, and then it started raining, and yeah, sort of levels things up, doesn't it?
You look delighted with the rain. That's not quite right, is it?
Nah.
Well, I do like the rain.
Especially on treads or slips.
Yeah, love it.
Okay.
We love the rain.
Fantastic.
We were praying for rain, but it didn't happen.
I'll let you go and get your silverware. Congrats, guys.
Thank you very much.
No worries. I would love to speak to, now again, the drivers are making, I can see Axel in the distance going to get his trophy. Maybe if you stick with us, we'll try and get Charlie Hand. I can see his car up there. I'd also love to speak to Peter Dillnott. 2 wins today in the Ginetta class in the car 44. If you spot it, give me a shout. But we'll try and make our way to Charlie's over here. Oh, there's his car at least. Anyway, the 555, the Finding Nemo livery to my right-hand side here. And he is super tall, Charlie. He should be so easy to spot out here. There he is on the right-hand side. You might want to go in the front there, Alan, maybe. I know you can hear me, so we'll crack on. Charlie, got the W in the end, mate.
Yes, it was a very interesting race to say the least. We started, I think we started P3 in our class, got up to P2, then overtook Jack for P1. We had a good battle between us, overtaking, and then we come into the pits and there was, I don't actually know what was wrong with the car, but there was something wrong with the brakes. So we were sat there probably 10 seconds longer than we actually needed to be. So I think I came out in P3 again, but obviously wet weather on these tyres, I'm used to it.
I think it was your brakes were absolutely smoking, a bit like you right now.
Yeah, I'm actually sweating. It's like a workout in there.
But fantastic weekend, yeah?
Yes, lovely. Good way to end the weekend.
Look forward to seeing you at the next round. Well done.
You too. See you later.
Right, if we can find car 44 and Peter Dillner, it'd be such worth a conversation. We have got one more race to come today. What is it? Keeping up to date with things, the Carbonate Hyundai Cup with Toyo tyres, second round of their time here at Snetterton. So what we'll do, we are going on to that race next. I'll hand you back to Dave Goddard to build up the lead to that race there.
And I didn't break out into giggles once, despite all the double entendres being exchanged in the YouTube comments thread. Thanks, you filthy lot. One race to go then here at Snetterton this weekend. It's the second race for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup, the grid based on the results of the first race earlier on. Alistair Dendy leading from lights to flag in the first race, so his first win of the season. So he's on pole alongside the number 1 of Alex Kersley, Wayne Rockets number 17 and 87 Neil Hurren on the second row. Row 3 Lucas Taccini in number 28 and number 10 of Matt Mitter. Fourth row Darren Banks and Eddie O'Kay, and they had a good scrap in race 1. Paul Lorry and Michael Evans on row 5. The sixth row Johnny Rockets and Roger Owens. Row 7 Spencer Hirons and Becca Taylor. Kevin Sanford and hopefully Adam Jones rounding up the grid. Adam failed to start in the first race. Hopefully we'll see him out the back in this one. A little bit of a pause before we get this race underway because of a bit of clearing up needed around the circuit. Some debris to be cleared away. Hopefully the track does not get too wet. The Hyundais are front wheel drive. They should cope fairly well with damp conditions. Alex Kersley, double winner at Cadwell Park, looking to get back to winning ways. Gives us a chance to thank all the volunteer marshals once again. They've got a fair bit of clearing up to do after that race. Thanks to all the marshals, also the medical staff, the recovery crews, and everybody else as well. I suspect the pause actually is because we're fishing Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee's Ginetta out of the field up there on the outside of Riches. I think Ewan has found somebody else to have a chat to down in the pit area while we wait for the Hyundais to appear on the grid.
Cheers, Dave. I had a little look around and I found Peter Dillner, double winner in the Ginetta. Great racing today.
Well, it was a great event as always with Britcar. This is my local track, so a little bit of knowledge helps. I have to say it was pretty dicey at the end there. It was lots and lots of spinning and not sure quite the dry line, wet line. And we're on semi-slick, so it was quite entertaining, that last bit in particular.
There was maybe a dozen slips in the last sort of 5-10 minutes there.
Yeah, there was. I was, you're going sideways, and you're not sure whether or not you should go to the dry line or the wet line, but you just sort of feel your way. But some good close racing, and a great weekend actually. Really enjoyed it.
Now you say you're local, and that helps. What is the key to winning at Snetterton?
Well, it's actually quite a technical track, isn't it? Because you've got your at least 2 hairpins, plus you've got your tight corners. coming onto the straights. And certainly in the Ginetta, it's not particularly powerful, so you've just got to get on it early, get the car rotated and get over. But as always, it's about a bit of track time and knowing. But this is where I did my first track racing, and so I think it just helps a little bit to know the nuances of the track.
I just thought you got the army badge on there. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, so I'm a veteran. So I many years ago, sadly, I'd like to think I'm younger than I am, but I was an army pilot. And I left. I've gone into industry now, into business, but I've still got very much an affinity with the Army. I race with Army Motorsport as part of the vet team, but more importantly, I sponsor Mission Motorsport and support the work they do, which is taking injured, sick and wounded service people back into employment and get them out onto the grid. And so I wear my Army badges and Mission Motorsport badges with pride. Yeah.
Brilliant. Peter, congratulations. Great weekend for you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Cheers. There we go. Peter Glenn, double winner in the Ginetta here in the Britcar Trophy category. And I think we now can go back to Dave. We're about to go underway with the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres to give it its official name.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. Good to hear from ex-Army man Peter Dillon up there, racing with Army Motorsport. And the Hyundais are on their way to the grid. Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee's Ginetta has been fished out of the field. And we get the cars up to grid for Hyundai Coupe Cup Race 2, the final race of the weekend. Pole position is Alistair Dendy, alongside the new Coupe S3 of number 1, Alex Kersley. Wayne Rocket on the second row alongside Neil Hurren. I think Wayne said at the end of race 1 that Neil's in his old car. Explains why we haven't got a full livery on it yet. Third row, number 28 of Luca Staccini with Matt Mitter alongside him. Hopefully we will, as we say, have the full complement of 16 cars for this one. Alistair Dendy raced karts back in the 1990s and a few saloon races in the Castle Combe series in a Peugeot 309. Not a car you see about very often these days. 309s did race in the British Saloon Car Championship many years ago. Believe it or not, Mike Jordan, the father of Andrew Jordan, raced one briefly. 309 GTI never achieved the popularity of its smaller sibling, the 205 GTI, of course. Alistair Dendy then was out of racing for a few years. He came back into karting. He did C1s, Enduro car, and now back in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. He raced with, I believe, with John Winter in the Exit 13 C1 24 Hours squad a few years ago. I saw them at Rockingham and Silverstone. Their C1 was known as Brie. It's French, you see. These cars, though, from Korea, the Hyundais. Aha! I see Adam Jones at the back of the grid. He is there. That's good. That's the silver and red number 43 car. It's damp and slippery out there for this race. It's Kevin Sanford, another of our newcomers, the black car. It's Becca Taylor, the 120. It's a 15-minute race. Won't be too many laps of the Snetterton circuit. It's a long lap here. There's Johnny Rocket with the green mirrors and wheels as opposed to the pink ones on his father's car. There's Wayne in the 17. We've actually got all four models of Hyundai Coupe. Look in the top four on the group. We've got a Gen 3, an S3, a Gen 2 and a Gen 1. The Gen 1 was the Formula 2 rally car of the late 1990s. I think Kenneth Eriksson drove one of those briefly. I seem to remember. It wasn't a very successful car against the likes of Seat and Peugeot, though, in the Formula 2 World Rally Championship. That was an interesting era of rallying. Oh, look out, Alistair Dendy. Yes, it is slippery out there. There's only a green flag lap. Neil Hurren, one of a couple of ex-Toyota MR2 racers on the grid. Paul Lorry used to race those as well. There's Eddie O'Kane. I think he did MR2s as well. One of a few of John Winter's old racing friends, the championship founder and coordinator. Very much a firm believer in the ethos that motorsport should be fun. Hyundai certainly are great fun to race. The Hyundai team won the BARC 6-hour relay in Silverstone a few years ago, the team of cars. Now there's a confusing event to commentate on. All done via handicaps. Virtually need a degree in mathematics to work it all out. There's Roger Owens, Spencer Hirons, there's Becker in the 120. And the last couple of cars, Kevin Sanford, the number 21, there he is in the black car. Alex Kersley run car. At the back of the field is number 43, Adam Jones, in the Jones and Company cast metal signs car. I have seen that car race in the hands of a few drivers in this series. Recognise the colour scheme there. I think that might be the car that possibly the ex-Ginetta Junior racer Will Tailforth had a spell in this series. I could be wrong. Up to the grid then for race 2 for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup in partnership with Toyo Tyres. Those Toyo Tyres are going to be tested somewhat here, I think, in these wet conditions. Matt Mitter up to the line in the Value Racer Racing Club car. Referring to horse racing, but a different kind of horsepower here. Last couple of cars up to the line. Watch for Adam Jones. He qualified 4th for race 1 but failed to start, so we'll see if he can come through from the back. 16 cars in position for 15 minutes of racing, our final race of the weekend. 5-second board is held aloft by the marshals, waiting for the red lights to come on. Revs start to rise, waiting for the lights to go out, and off they go. Here we go with the final race of the weekend. The Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup gets underway here at Snetterton, side by side down towards the first corner between Alistair Dendy and Alex Kersley. Who's going to take the lead? Kersley round the outside, he takes the lead on the run through towards Riches. Neil Hurren's got away well too in the 87. He's up on the outside as they head down towards the hairpin for the first time. But look at the lead that number 1 Alex Kersley has got already. About 3 or 4 Hyundai lengths, but he's gone a little bit wide into the hairpin. Dendy's back there with him. Hurren is 3rd, Rocket 4th. Then Luca Staccini is in 5th position. Then Matt Mitter under fire from Johnny Rocket. He's made a good start, up from 11th into about 7th place ahead of Eddie O'Kane. As they make their way through Palmer's for the first time, just getting used to the wet conditions. It's quite different to their conditions for their race earlier on. And it's Alex Kersley who leads with a slightly different paint job on his car for this year. The red, white and blue, it reminds me of the old Nissan Skylines that raced in Australia, that colour scheme. Michael Evans has had a moment. He's dropped back in the yellow car at the back. It's side by side for the lead as they head out of Agostini. There's the 43 trying to come through to the back. Alistair Dendy just about out dragging the number 1 of Alex Kersley. Has he got him around the outside? He has. Good move by Alistair Dendy. You don't very often see cars go around the outside there. Dendy clearly liking the wet conditions. 3rd place is Neil Hurren in the plain white car. He's a bit sideways as they come through Oggies. I think he's got wide onto the grass there. A bit tricky to see because of the barrier. And yes, he's lost 3rd place to Wayne Rocket. The leader is sideways, and what I said about him liking the wet conditions. He nearly lost it there on the green flag lap as well. Wayne Rocket in 3rd place. There's Staccini in 5th position, then Mitter, Johnny Rockets, Banks, O'Kane and Jones together. They charge their way along the back straights into Brundle. Neil Hurren running a little bit wide there. Yeah, that number 1 definitely inspired by the colours of the Australian Touring Car Championship Nissan Skylines from the early 90s, likes of Jim Richards and Mark Scaife. The Antipodean greats race those, and he's sideways there, Alex Kersley. Just holds on to it. Keeps the Lancaster insurance car, the Lancaster Bomber. Nearly lost it up the bomb hole there, staying ahead of Wayne Rocket, who's trying to go round the outside on the run through Coram. He's got the momentum and he's through, up into second place. A bit late on the brakes though, he's sideways again there. This is more like rallycross than circuit racing without the muddy bits on the circuit. They're sliding about all over the place, terrific stuff. This is all allowing Alistair Dendy to escape in the lead in car 69. There he goes over the line, completes his first lap. Kersley is somehow still second ahead of Johnny Rocket there. Wayne Rocket rather, they both nearly lost it there on that lap as Wayne Rocket fights back. The car dealer from Hampshire. Fourth place behind them is Neil Hurren, sticking with the leaders. Fifth is Stacchini, Matt Mitter in the black car in sixth. And up to eighth is Adam Jones. He's gained 8 places, so he's halfway up the order already. Kersley defending as they head through the right-hander. Can the Lancaster Bomber catch the Unit 18 automotive car? The gap was nearly 3 seconds at the end of lap 1. Head through Palmer's. All good clean fun from the Carbonate LED lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup. And here comes Wayne Rocket. He's never going to go for the outside into Agostini, surely. He is, he's late on the brakes, he's done it. Oh, brilliant from Wayne Rocket, superb. Down to third goes the Lancaster Bomber. He's got the all-white car of Neil Hurren behind him, then Stacchini, Mitter. Jones is up to 7th, he's got ahead of Johnny Rocket, then Darren Banks in the red car, and then Eddie O'Kane rounding out the top 10. Becca Taylor's going well, she's up in 11th ahead of the experienced Paul Lorry and Roger Owens. Michael Evans had a moment on the first lap. He's dropped to the rear of the field. In fact, he's pulled into the pits, Michael Evans, so the number 5 car I think is out of it. Wayne Rocket sliding about. That's definitely the most slippery part of the circuit at the moment, I think, at Williams Corner. You can see the tarmac glistening in the headlights. There's Matt Mitter under fire from Johnny Rockets. That means that Adam Jones is through into 6th position. Really is one to watch here, the man from Bedworth in Warwickshire. There go the leaders, 4 of them still line astern. There's Stacchini, and here comes Adam Jones. We said he'd be one to watch from the back. We're only on the 2nd lap and he's up in the 6th position. 5 minutes of the race gone. Mitter chased by Johnny Rockets. There's Darren Banks, Eddie O'Kane. Then a gap, we've got Becca Taylor. On the inside, Johnny Rockets, he goes through. There's a few cheers in the background there. I think that was the Rocket family watching on. Matt Mitter, he's slowing up there, he's lost momentum. Round the outside goes Darren Banks in the S3. Yeah, Matt Mitter's dropping back here, the number 10. Maybe not liking the conditions. Here's a group further back. That's Roger Owens on the tail of Paul Lorry, and Spencer Hirons up on the curb there in the navy blue number 65. Back of the field there is number 21 of newcomer Kevin Sanford. Michael Evans, unfortunately, out of the race. The 7th goes through. Lead gap is down to 1.8 seconds, and Adam Jones, not surprisingly, has just done the fastest lap of the race. He's catching the lead group. 2:36.327, fastest lap of the race so far. 43 car could be the one to watch here. Coming up towards Agostini, the leaders now. Still Alistair Dendy, who's led every lap so far today. Alex Kersley down to 3rd behind Wayne Rockets. Rockets trying to pull away from the S3 Coupe now. And here comes Adam Jones. Up onto the tail of Luca Stacchini. Runs his car in conjunction with Alex Kersley. You can follow his racing exploits on YouTube as well. More and more drivers documenting their racing via vlogs. Jones all over Stacchini for 5th place now. Going up towards half distance. So there won't be many laps in this race because it is such a long lap here at Snetterton. Swinging their way through to the battle for 5th position. Still Alistair Dendy has the lead in car number 69, the man from Milton Keynes. Jones pulls out. Is he going to get through here? Here come the leaders. Dendy, Rockets, Kersley, under fire from Neil Hurren. Here's the battle for 5th. Jones up the inside, he's going through. Adam Jones 16th on the grid, up into 5th position by half distance. He's going to be up there with the leaders shortly, I reckon. He's the fastest man on track at the moment in the Gen 2 Coupe with the round headlights. So I think that's Roger Owen's old car. There is Roger in the number 26 behind Paul Lorry. So he's switched to an S3. It's Roger Owen's old car that Adam Jones is driving. Paul Lorry leads this group in the 51. This is the fight for 12th place. Spencer Hirons is in behind them. They're the 65 car. Alex Kersley on the attack, and Alistair Dendy has done the fastest lap, 2:31.53. So I think it's drying out there again. That was about 5 seconds faster than anybody else had managed up until that lap. So the pace is quickening. Rocket still second. He's over 3 seconds off Alistair Dendy though. And here comes Neil Hurren attacking the Lancaster Bomber for 3rd place. 5th is now Jones ahead of Staccini. Now can Adam Jones catch our leaders? His last lap was on a par with them, but not quicker. There he is, the ex-Roger Owens car. From the short straight towards Agostini. Down the back of the paddock. Spinning around this long left-hander. Just being careful, it's still a bit damp on the track surface. Luca Staccini keeping up. He had a best of 2nd on his debut with the series at Cadwell Park, which was dominated by Alex Kersley. Kersley's met his match here today with Alistair Dendy and Wayne Rockets. Kersley and Rockets have been big rivals on track for a few years now. The driver that made a splash in this series a few years back was Ian Goodchild. The Devonshire driver came in and was a winner right from the off. Went on into GT racing with the BMW, if I remember rightly, for a few years. Also seen the likes of ex-BTC seaman Andy Wilmot in the series. Mentioned William Tailforth, the ex-Ginetta Junior racer as well. So Barbara Schilliker, Fab Babs as she's known, the Marshall turned racer, has competed in this series as well. Spencer Hirons is catching Paul Lorry. It's 12th place. Taylor's ahead of them in the 120 Cup. Here's Eddie O'Kane. The O'Kane Irish Foods Cup. Catching Matt Mitter, who seems to be struggling a bit. 2 Gen 2 Coupes. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. And it is still Alistair Dendy who leads. Paul Lorry a bit wide there at Nelson's. Towards the bomb hole once again. Roger Owens has got ahead of them. Alistair Dendy over the lines, nearly 4 seconds up. Jones has done another fastest lap, 2:29.787. There he is, and he's catching the top 4 now. Alistair Dendy leads by nearly 4 seconds. I don't think he's going to be caught here, but we could see Adam Jones get into the podium place. There's a bit of a lock-up from Kersley there. On false move, and Neil Hurren's going to be past the Lancaster Bomber onto the podium. Rocket's still there in 2nd place. Where's Rocket Jr.? Johnny Rocket in 8th place behind Darren Banks now. That's in the 2nd group, further back fighting for 7th. Here comes Adam Jones, 43. On the inside. Hurren defends. There's Alistair Dendy into Hamilton's. This is the battle for 2nd, and I think Alex Kersley getting a 2nd win here because he's moving up to attack Wayne Rocket again now for 2nd place. Into the right-hander at Oggies. A short sprint up to the right at Williams into the back straights. 3 minutes to go. Rocket runs a little bit wide there, coming out of the right-hander. Here's the battle further back, Paul Lorry and Spencer Hirons. Roger Owens ahead of them in the new S3 Coupe. 69 of Alistair Dendy though. Controlling the pace out in front, he's pulling away all the time. Into the bomb hole. Still Rocket in 2nd. Here comes the 43 of Adam Jones. Keep an eye on that. He's closing on Neil Hurren. Can he get through? Have a look as they come towards Cora. Close enough there. Get through to the left. Luca Staccini's not far away either. There's the 6th place. There's the fight between Matt Mitter and Eddie O'Kane. Mitter still ahead in 9th place. Eddie O'Kane closing up. They're behind Darren Banks and Johnny Rocket Jr. There goes the battle for 2nd place. I think we're on the last lap now. Less than 2 minutes left as the lead across the line. He's lapping in the 2:29s bracket. He's just on a new fastest lap, 2:29.405. I think it'll be checkered flag this time. Still no change behind. Still Linus Stone. Wayne Rocket still looking safe in 2nd. Lead gap is now 4.5 seconds. Alistair Dendy is heading for a 2nd win. Now Neil Hurren is ready to attack here. He goes one side to the other. Trying to take Alex Kersley, who's having to defend from 2 cars here. Adam Jones having a look as well. So the battle is on for 3rd place. This is going to allow Wayne Rocket to escape in 2nd place. Neil Hurren is not holding back. He's lunging here at Alex Kersley. He's not close enough there to get the overlap into Hamilton's. Towards the right-hander at Oggies, and Hurren's going to have to defend at the same time because Adam Jones is there. It looks like it's going to be a win for the 2nd time today for Alistair Dendy. Hurren drops back just a little bit there, coming out of the right-hander. Here comes the 43 of Adam Jones. Can he take 4th place away? Can Hurren take 3rd place away? They're moving up to attack Alex Kersley here. It's rare we see Kersley off the podium. Can they get him here for 3rd place? Holds it as they go into the left-hander, and Jones up side by side with Hurren. He's going to get the inside line for Nelson's. He's through. Adam Jones through into 4th place. Was a bit of contact there. Hurren nearly onto the grass. Just a little bit of rubbing there, rubbing bumpers. It's going to be a win for Alistair Dendy. Checkered flag will be at the ready this time. Ahead of Wayne Rocket. They're heading into the final corner now. Here comes Alistair Dendy. Looks as though Alex Kersley has done enough for 3rd place, but it's a double win for Alistair Dendy in car number 69, the ex-John Winter car. The Gen 3 Coupe comes over the line to take its 2nd victory of the day. 2nd place will go to Wayne Rocket. 3rd is Alex Kersley, just ahead of Adam Jones. Good run through from the back. Neil Hurren 5th. 6th is Luca Staccini. Darren Banks under fire from Johnny Rocket. Looks like he's going to just hang on for 7th. And Matt Mitter holding off a slightly smoky Eddie O'Kane for 9th. Checkered flag waves from the start line marshals. 7th goes to Darren Banks, just ahead of Johnny Rocket. And it will be Matt Mitter home for 9th, ahead of Eddie O'Kane. Next home should be Becca Taylor. He comes over the line for 11th place. Roger Owens will be 12th. Paul Lorry 13th. Spencer Hirons is 14th. And the final finisher will be Kevin Sanford. He's further back. Michael Evans, unfortunately, number 5, we lost into the pits at the end of the 1st lap with a problem. I'll give you the provisional results of that one. The winner completing 6 laps in 15 minutes 25.45. Taking the win ahead of Wayne Rocket, Alistair Dendy by 4.5 seconds. Alex Kersley in the number 1 taking 3rd. And Adam Jones from the back of the grid 4th place and the fastest lap, 2:27.624. So it did dry up towards the end of that race. Neil Hurren had to be content with 5th ahead of Luca Staccini. Darren Banks holding off Johnny Rocket for 7th. Top 10 completed by Matt Mitter and Eddie O'Kane. Becca Taylor a good 11th ahead of Roger Owens. 13th goes to Paul Lorry, and Spencer Hirons and Kevin Sanford completing the finishers. And as we said, we lost Michael Evans there with a problem at the end of the 1st lap. That wraps up racing from Snetterton today. Then we will head shortly down into Parc Ferme and hear from some of the drivers with our interviewer Ewan. Checkered flag waving for Kevin Sanford. He was quite a way behind there, but he makes it home. Well done to him. A chance to say a quick thank you to all our marshals and other officials. And we'll be back to sign off very shortly. We just got one message come in from Mark Chitty, one of the Hyundai Coupe Cup mechanics, says, no idea why Mike pulled in, he went straight into the paddock. Okay, we'll be heading down to Ewan then for a last round of interviews down in Parc Fermé with our Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Bit of a party atmosphere down here in Parc Fermé. We will try and speak to our winners, our top three, in order. So a double win for Mr. Dendy. He's already got the champagne in his hand. Look at that. Double win. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Yeah, very happy. Very happy. It was hard again.
It seemed to be in the latter stages drawing out. You got quicker and quicker.
Yeah, I found a few bits offline where there was a little dry spot, so I was just braking into the dry bit, and yeah, I tried to just bang away half a second a lap and go from there, and it worked. And, 2 bottles of champagne to enjoy tonight? I'll enjoy them both.
Well done, mate. Great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. We'll try and jump in with Wayne next. Just speaking to our pit lane commentator. Might go over and see Alex Kersley, actually. Oh, no, we can jump in with Wayne. Wayne, 2 podiums. Fantastic weekend, yeah?
Yeah, pretty good, yeah. Not disappointed I didn't win because, to be fair, Ali was just on a different level today. Both races he seemed to just drive his own race, so we just didn't have it today for him.
And how about Johnny behind you?
Yeah, I'm not too sure where he come, but he's not too far back and he's smiling, which means it must be quite good.
At one point there, early in the race, he took a massive lunge at Alex and got him on that corner.
On round Coram. Yeah, and unfortunately I messed up the exit and he got me back. But yeah, you know, be brave or... I made the move, but just couldn't keep it, unfortunately.
Have a safe journey home. Well done.
Cheers, Jim. Thank you, buddy.
Cheers. Right, we're going to have a chat with Alex, who was in 3rd position. Oh, do you know what? Look at this. I love this helmet here and all the autographs here. They've not asked me to autograph it. I don't know why. Alex, congrats. Another podium.
Yeah.
Is that a good one? You look disappointed. I know it's a podium, but you want more, don't you?
I know a lot of people would be happy with that, but I wanted to go one up, not one down. I went backwards. But I kind of knew that's how it was going to go, really. But I just hope that I've done something that's going to give me that 10th that we all look after.
And going into the next round, what can you do to get that next one?
I'm going to give it a damn good think about.
Because it's a new car again. If people weren't watching earlier, a new car for you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. I'm still getting used to it. I know they're not a lot different to these, but they are. So you know, there's work to be done. But that's all right. That's what I wanted out of it. You know, something a little bit different.
Hey, mate, I got that. It's 2 podiums. It's still a project. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. So there we go, that is our Hyundai Coupe Cup, and it rounds out a fantastic weekend of the sprint stuff and the endurance here at Snetterton. We really hope you've enjoyed it. My name's been Ewan Dunlop, bringing you the interviews from the paddock and the pits, and your voice of the weekend back for the final time is Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much to Ewan down in Parc Fermé. You can go and have a glass of champagne with the Hyundai Coupe Cup now. Thanks very much to him for all his efforts, and to Matt Suckling yesterday with the British Endurance Championship as well. Well, that does wrap up racing here at Snetterton for this weekend on BARC TV. A shame a bit of rain arrived towards the end. Certainly caused a fair few spinners. But well done, and thank you to everybody here this weekend. First of all, thank you very much indeed to all our volunteer marshals, the Orange family. We could not go racing without them. Also the medical staff, recovery crews, the race control officials, and everyone else at Snetterton Race Circuit here this weekend. Thanks to all our camera crews for bringing us the action as well. Thanks to all the drivers for their entertainment, and to their teams and mechanics in the paddock as well for keeping the cars running. Most of all, thank you to you, the fans, for watching. Plenty of double entendres flying about, I noticed in the chat this weekend. Didn't make me crack up on air though. Better try harder next time. Well, next time is in a couple of weeks' time, Saturday the 28th of May. We're at Alton Park with action from the beautiful Cheshire venue. Hope you can join us for that one here on BARC TV. But that's just about all for this weekend. Thanks again to everyone for joining us. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time back here on BARC TV. But on behalf of Hugh and Dunlop and everybody else here, thanks very much indeed for watching. Bye for now.